Last and Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats and silence your mobile devices. The program will begin momentarily.
Brandon, could you maybe step out and see if the staff out there could, help with the program's beginning? And if somebody could step out upstairs and see if people are there.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the former Executive Vice President of NASDAQ and current Executive Director of the Center for Financial Markets and Policy at Georgetown University's McDonough School of Business, John Jacobs. Mr. Jacobs is responsible for launching one of the most successful financial products in stock market history, which is making its 20th anniversary this month. Joining him is Perry Ann Boring, founder and president of the Chamber of Digital Commerce. Please welcome John and Perry Ann.
Good morning. Obviously, it's John, then Perry Ann, but we'll be fine. So anyway, welcome back. Couldn't be more delighted at how this conference is going. From the kickoff yesterday with Perry Ann and Amy walking through the background in this current state of legislation to the launch of the National Action Plan, all the way through a series of great regulatory discussions throughout the end of the entire day. I tell you, there's a sense and a feeling. This is the fourth year of this conference, and there's a sense and feeling that we are at a tipping point, and we could be more delighted here at the center. Our center is built on 4 different pillars. One of the pillars is innovative disruption. Blockchain is front and center of that, so we couldn't be more excited to be partnering with the Chamber. It's our 10th year anniversary at the Chamber, at the Center for Financial Markets and Policy, born out of the financial crisis. It's this Chamber of Digital Commerce 5-year anniversary, and a little plug, it is QQQ, my favorite ETF, 20 years on Monday. So a lot of anniversaries to celebrate. So without further ado, let me bring out Perry Ann Boring, the person who made all this possible and will continue to make blockchain possible.
Thank you, John. And welcome back to the second day of the DC Blockchain Summit. This is our 4th year hosting this event. I do want to thank John Jacobs and Reena Agarwal from the Center for Financial Markets and Policy here at Georgetown University for their partnership and for making this event possible. The DC Blockchain Summit is always the highlight event of our year. It's the most anticipated event that we do. It's a really amazing opportunity to bring our members together, bring all of our friends from throughout the DC and policy community to have a day or two to bring these groups together to talk about the many issues impacting blockchain technology. Over the past 5 years, we have learned so much at the summit and at the chamber. There's a lot of new faces here this year, and I had a lot of people ask me yesterday kind of the story behind how we started this. So I thought I'd share some of the how this came about. I'm a Floridian. I was going to school at the University of Florida during the financial crisis and was an econ major. And pretty much everyone I knew was impacted by what was going on in the economy. And it was quite a frightening moment for me because it certainly hit home quite a bit. And I just took the time to really dig into what was happening and try to understand what was going on around me and in my community. And what I learned was quite upsetting. And I just had a deep conviction that I felt we could do better as a nation. And I decided to dedicate my career to working in public policy, came to DC, served as a White House intern during my senior year of college. After that, went to Capitol Hill and have been here ever since, fighting for a more ethical and transparent and stable financial system and economy. Through my work on Capitol Hill, I learned about Bitcoin and virtual currencies, and that led to a deep personal study in blockchain technology and a deep conviction that everything that I cared about and was working towards and fighting for, blockchain would be such a great enabler of many of those things. And I wanted to work in this ecosystem, and I worked to get a group of supporters together, many of whom are here, who are members today, and we launched the Chamber of Digital Commerce, and today we are the largest trade association in the world representing the blockchain industry with over 200 members. We've met a lot of great people throughout this town. There's many people throughout the policy and regulatory agencies that also care about this technology and want to see it succeed. And we've been through quite a journey and have a lot of different engagements underway with different offices. And we decided to just kind of take a step back and look at what was forming. And it over time became obvious to us that what was really missing was an action plan, a path forward, and a general strategy on how to address blockchain more holistically. And that's how our action plan came together. Yesterday, we had a great day here. We heard from a lot of industry leaders and government leaders, all sharing detailed remarks about their approach to blockchain and ways to support the private sector innovation and growth underway. We heard from the SEC Commissioner Peirce. We heard from Councilor Phillips of the U.S. Treasury. Undersecretary Singh from the State Department was here, as well as the chairman of the CFTC, Christopher Giancarlo. And all of them rallied around the importance of government avoiding overregulation and supporting the industry, supporting the private sector development of blockchain, and the importance of collaborating with industry leaders as we go forward in this space. And we absolutely support those remarks in each of those individuals who joined us yesterday. We're hearing a lot of great feedback and support from our members and people attending the event for the work of the Chamber and our National Action Plan. I thank you to all of you and each of you for that. I think Giancarlo said it best. He said, "Go boldly and let's talk." And over the course of today, we're going to hear from a number of chamber members, industry leaders, and innovators on the many applications that are being built and developed across the ecosystem. Everything from blockchain-enabled voting to smart contracts, financial services products, insurance, and many others. But first, we're going to hear from a very special guest. The first and opening keynote of today is one of the most anticipated. Congressman Tom Emmer of Minnesota is the co-chair of the Congressional Blockchain Caucus. In this position that Mr. Emmer holds is instrumental in shaping the way that Congress views blockchain technology, and it's all with a view towards creating a pro-growth environment. From healthcare to smart contracts and digital tokens, the Congressional Blockchain Caucus has been actively seeking to enable and promote the applications of this important technology. Please help me welcome Congressman Tom Emmer.
Thank you, Perry Ann, and thank you to the Chamber of Digital Commerce for hosting and inviting me once again to participate in the DC Blockchain Summit. I'm grateful to be here speaking to all of you today on this incredibly important topic. The Chamber of Digital Commerce has been at the forefront of blockchain public policy developments in Washington, D.C. In my opinion, the Chamber is in the best position to represent the many diverging branches of the blockchain ecosystem and to unify the industry toward common goals that ensure investment in the United States that will maintain and expand our leadership in technology and innovation. Bitcoin is 10 years old, and even after a decade, it continues to be an exciting time for blockchain technology. Though it is not new, blockchain technology continues to explode in popularity, inspiring individuals all around the world with creative ideas for ways to utilize this amazing technology. As a co-chair for the Congressional Blockchain Caucus and a member of the Financial Services Committee, I happen to be in a unique position to focus on the intersection of blockchain technology and cryptocurrency. With the help of my co-chairs from both sides of the aisle, I look forward to the opportunity to raise awareness for our fellow members of Congress about the benefits and services blockchain technology can provide our nation and our world. Membership is growing in the caucus, and I appreciate the work that many of you in this room are doing to provide more awareness and education on these topics in the halls of Congress. The Blockchain Caucus believes in the future of blockchain technology. We understand that Congress has a role to play in its development, but we also understand that the parameters and regulations imposed by our government has ramifications for ongoing and future innovation and development of the technology. Considering the potential ramifications, we must tread carefully in our policy and awareness efforts. The caucus serves as a platform for industry and government to educate each other on the possibilities and limitations of blockchain. We rely on each other to fill two essential functions: development and regulation. With that in mind, today I want to make three simple points. First, I commend the Chamber of Digital Commerce on their recent announcement of a national action plan for blockchain. This action plan is a necessary step forward. One thing is clear: the industry needs clarity on the government's regulatory intentions. Without that clarity, this technology will not be able to flourish. A year ago, in a committee hearing to examine cryptocurrencies and ICO markets, it became very concerning, perhaps the word is disturbing, to me that the government was planning to regulate this aspect of blockchain technology before having any real understanding of cryptocurrency and ICO markets. At that hearing, I spoke about how these innovations give an advantage to the individual and not to our government. Our system of government places an emphasis on liberty, and I believe these technologies can and will provide significant individual empowerment. I remain concerned that we could overreact and take the liberty away from the individual by handing it to the government. As the Chamber of Digital Commerce has outlined, before we stifle, we must encourage the private sector to develop these technologies. The National Action Plan also provides a needed call for clear regulation prior to enforcement. Although regulators of blockchain and cryptocurrency have been significantly restrained and allowed much of the innovation in this space to flourish, we are currently operating under regulation by enforcement. Regulators must provide clear rules of the road that ensure even the smallest startup with a brilliant idea can become a major enterprise. Without innovation, our nation suffers. And as the industry struggles with compliance, it is becoming more clear that our government is failing. A light touch regulatory approach will allow the blockchain industry to identify key innovations and demonstrate the many potential applications and the value of the technology. Absent a thoughtful approach, we could all suffer the loss of this technology. Congress has a clear role. We must ensure that regulation is simple and concise. If a patchwork of regulations emerge, the industry will suffer and prove government ineffective. This confusion will undoubtedly lead to more regulation, which will only further stifle the innovation and potential application of technology. A clear policy plan will ensure that enforcement does not take place before thoughtful and appropriate regulation is determined. For ongoing consistency, the United States needs a coherent approach that coordinates regulatory actions relating to blockchain. Without experts focused on the industry leading on emerging issues with the technology, Congress will fall behind. In fact, I think we've already fallen behind. One example of the certainty we can provide is the Blockchain Regulatory Certainty Act, which I introduced in January. This bill ensures that blockchain developers that never take control of consumer funds do not need to register as a money transmitter in the states that they operate in. Money transmitter laws were enacted to ensure the protection of the consumer entrusting another entity with their funds in order to transmit them. If no funds are being entrusted to another, then it should be certain that these regulations do not apply. Point number 2, 2019, I believe, stands to be the year of blockchain. 2019 looks like the year where we separate hype from reality and begin harnessing blockchain in the right use cases to lower costs and increase efficiency. As practical implementations of blockchain emerge across the country, these technologies will be inescapable, and the management of their impact must be watched closely. Together, we can find solutions to encourage and foster the growth of this technology, while at the same time mitigating risk. All around the country, the innovative entrepreneurial spirit of Americans is advancing the application of blockchain technology, despite the lack of regulatory certainty or formal federal support for blockchain. I'm sure we all have examples of the practical implementations of blockchain in our communities. In my home state of Minnesota, United Health has announced a blockchain pilot to accurately share healthcare provider data and ensure consistency of those records. BankU, another company based in Minneapolis, has been empowering individuals at the start of commodity supply chains across the world to own their data and build a history of credit, all on the blockchain. Great North Labs, a venture fund based in the 6th Congressional District that I represent, is supporting disruptive technologies like blockchain and establishing an advanced workforce beyond the Twin Cities into smaller Minnesota cities, rural areas all across the Midwest. And recently, the Minnesota Blockchain Initiative was established to encourage more development in Minnesota and to foster a community of innovators. Many private companies are finding the right use for blockchain technology. We see these implementations in supply chain logistics, healthcare, and even in agriculture. That leads to my final point. As I mentioned earlier, my position on the Financial Services Committee and my role as a co-chair on the Congressional Blockchain Caucus has put me in a unique position to focus on cryptocurrency. Many, especially in this town, would like to focus only on blockchain and ignore or criticize cryptocurrency. These people will tell us that Bitcoin is used by criminals and that blockchain is the real innovation. On one hand, I can see the reason in their argument. Currently, cryptocurrency has a bad name. Part of the term literally means secret. And yes, it's true, there are illicit transactions. Maybe not as many illicit transactions as may occur utilizing the US dollar, but they do exist. That should not, however, be a reason to entirely dismiss cryptocurrency. The real innovations behind cryptocurrency are not secrets or illicit use. During this summit, you have and you will hear about the many practical implementations of blockchain. We can think of the generic term blockchain as a simple and more efficient database or a protocol for more quickly and more accurately verifying information. But I believe the elements behind what we think of as cryptocurrency are actually the most interesting and potentially revolutionary aspect of this technology. Bitcoin was the first implementation of a network open to the public, reinforced by its own participants and capable of letting two participants interact with no middleman. This is the revolutionary aspect of this technology. The idea that we could develop an open network in which we control our own data while freely interacting with each other and without having to trust gatekeepers. That idea could be one of the most major breakthroughs of our lifetime. Talk about empowering the individual. We can't let ourselves forget what an incredible innovation this is. When the internet was introduced, we had no idea it would be used the way it's used today. While it may allow nefarious activities, it brought a massive shift in how we receive knowledge, share information, and socialize. Technologies, new and old, present many unknowns for our society. As we welcome a new technology, and we recognize it also comes with new opportunity and new risk. Investigating and preparing for these unknowns is necessary, but as we investigate the ways it could be used, it is important we do not lose sight of the incredible benefits these technologies can offer. The work that we can do on the front end to mitigate possible risk is important, but we must not let that stifle innovation. We can't let ourselves be afraid of the unknown. Many before us have shunned new technologies before ever allowing them to develop. If we recklessly overregulate today, we should worry not only about the opportunities we will miss, but about who will lead if we do not. We have a clear and present opportunity to utilize this technology to solve some of the world's deepest, most complicated problems. And if we don't, someone else will. Any legislation or regulation should be straightforward and simple. It should be clear and narrowly tailored to specific applications of the technology to allow us to lead in this space. As I tried to articulate what really interests me in the cryptocurrency space as we currently know it, the idea of an open public network is not simply limited to currency, securities, or commodities. In Congress, these policies cross several committee jurisdictions. These jurisdictional fights may be important to members of Congress, but no one else cares. These battles should not be a barrier to working together, and it should not affect our need to holistically support these emerging technologies. I look forward to working with my colleagues on the Ways and Means Committee, the Energy and Commerce Committee, and the Financial Services Committee, among others, to support and embrace this technology as a benefit for the United States. It's important to recognize the good that blockchain can do and the good it is already doing. With all of this in mind, we have so much to be hopeful for, and I remain undeterred in the efforts to foster this emerging and growing technology. If we avoid harmful and unnecessary regulation, this technology will solve some of the largest problems of our time. As we move forward, I know I'm going to get the chance to work with many of you to support these crucial technologies, and I look forward to the opportunity to ensure not only the innovation and growth in application of this technology, but our leadership in the world of this industry. Thanks again for the invitation to join you today. Enjoy the rest of the summit.
All right, well, thank you, Congressman Emmer, for those remarks. Up next, we will hear from one of the industry's most passionate evangelists, Matthew Rozak. Matthew is the co-founder of Block, and he serves as chairman of the Chamber of Digital Commerce. He is joined today by Manmeet Singh, the CIO of Emergo. Emergo is the venture arm of Cardano, and Manmeet spearheads their global strategy and investment portfolio. You will hear the vision for the future of tokenization as Frank Chaparro, the senior correspondent at The Block, moderates this fireside chat. Please welcome Matthew, Manmeet, and Frank.
Made my job so easy. I didn't have to introduce anyone. We can jump right into the questions. Thanks so much, guys, for joining me. So, I guess the best place to start is, we have the bear market backdrop behind us. You, Matt, you know, through your capacity as at Block, investing or advising rather, tons of companies across the space, from Circle to Fidelity. What are companies thinking, and how are they getting through this market? And what's your experience been like?
So, welcome to the crypto winter. In many ways, I think people really look at the price and kind of modulate how they interact with this space. These are the best times to build, to hire, to invest. If I could go back in time in the last 3 bear markets in crypto, that's what I wish I did more of in terms of regret analysis. And so today, you look at the price, we're 130 billion-ish in market value, and while the kind of overcurrent is crypto winter, the undercurrent is actually really interesting. You have folks like Fidelity building custody and trading Backed, which is New York Stock Exchange, ICE's platform for much the same. And then every week or two, you see relatively large financing still happening in this crazy market. And so all the building and the undercurrent of what's happening now, and it's kind of nice to have a break from the mania of the last year and a half, when everybody was just talking about price. And so building and kind of taking a breath is a great thing, and I could definitely see crypto spring around the corner.
Manmeet, what about you? You're investing in companies that can support Cardano in a sense. The market cap of Cardano is down from 24 billion at the height, at the mania, now down to 1 billion. Is it tougher to find the right entrepreneurs, the right companies to invest in, or has that not changed that much?
In all honesty, I think it's a lot easier, because now all the ones who were getting into the blockchain space merely for a cash grab are now weeded out. right? We're back to actually looking at investment from a fundamentals perspective. So you're looking not at, all right, when Moon, when Lambo, when Bittrex, or whatever it is, you're actually looking and saying, hey, what's the problem you're solving? What's the major opportunity there? What's your solution set? Who's the team? What's the tech behind it? You're going back to actually looking at the viability of a business, its scalability, and so on, and then taking those kinds of investment decisions, right? So it's forced, at least at the startup stage, it's forced these early stage entrepreneurs to seriously consider about building a business of value that's solving a genuine mega problem, as opposed to a trading opportunity. Sell tokens, list, flip, right? That narrative is gone. And at the same time, the other element that I think has made it a little conceptually easier to invest is the fact that now we're not talking about utility token investment. We're actually talking about something that's linked to the economics of the business model, be it equity, be it some other metric that you play with. And that more closely aligns investors with the founders, which is what that stage of investment should be about.
From my vantage point, as a reporter, I remember 2017 getting pitches, this ICO is going to change the world. Then it was this utility token is going to change the world. Then it became, all right, it's not a utility token, we're doing an STO. And STOs come with, security tokens, have their own set of promises to the market. Do you see the value in them? Are they going to have impact? We'll start with you, Matt.
Yeah, I think you qualified it right. Utility tokens are kind of in the rearview mirror, so to speak, albeit lots of great teams are building great projects in that genre of tokenization. And I would say the biggest part of me, all of me, got into this space to build those types of networks where you align shareholders and users and participants in a particular network. It was easy to raise money. Those teams are developing out those platforms, and then the go-to-market piece of that is still to be determined. And so those are the net new trillion-dollar networks. And then I agree with what Manmeet said. STOs is now kind of in full, I would say, bloom. People are trying to figure out the regulatory shape, the tokenization shape, the exchange piece, and but honestly, I didn't get into this space to tokenize hotels and bars of gold and cap tables, but it's super important for our space to do exactly that. I think institutions don't understand distributed compute or distributed storage or all these new Web3 networks, but they understand how to tokenize, fractionalize a shopping center, get ownership, get better price discovery, take out friction, and all the attributes that come out of tokenizing real-world assets. So I think the overcurrent will be super positive and good for the tokenization economy that's ahead of us. And then with that, we'll build new wallets, new exchanges, new custody, and kind of the undercurrent of those utility tokens that are in the rearview mirror will come back into focus.
But I mean, do issuers care? Do they see the value in tokenizing as an example? There are 10 restaurants in New York City, because you got to convince the entrepreneur that there's a value there too, not just investors. There
is going to be a chicken and the egg, and I'd love to hear Manmeet's thoughts on this. But I think today, again, good teams, good projects will get funding. They'll pick a token standard. There's a lot of competition on which standard or which platform to use. I think over time it'll probably change 3 or 5 different times until that one standard or some of the centers of gravity develop. And then the hardest thing to see right now is these STO exchanges. So you have T0, Open Finance Network, well capitalized, a great compass in terms of doing that. But how do you get institutions around there, right? And create the liquidity that will make that restaurant or Block or any other company that does an STO and create that liquidity and that premium, because price discovery and all that stuff.
Yeah, no, look, I agree with that entirely. The issue right now is that STOs are considered sort of an easier mode for financing, right? And it's aligning to a large extent the interests of investors and the founders. So we're moving on that path Now, to the point that you can actually do an initial issuance, that's not the problem. But that secondary market trading, the regulations that allow for that to happen, and which jurisdictions, right? I'm based in Asia. My entire experience and a lot of my work is Asia-based. You actually see pretty much a lot more traction happening there in terms of maturity of understanding of blockchain as distinct from cryptocurrency trading, early stage startups adopting blockchain as an integral technological component of their business, established businesses, whether they are large scale companies or mid-sized companies, genuinely again looking at blockchain for cost efficiencies, process efficiencies, whatever have you. So they're all looking to use the technology, and they understand the value of leveraging that to raise funding using a method that we anticipate and we're trying to construct in a manner that is more efficient, less intermediaries, yet meets regulatory requirements, right? So once that piece that meets regulatory requirements plus a regulator or a regulatory regime that is open to playing along to experiment with this, to allow some innovation to happen in this. Once you have that, and maybe that'll be in the US, I don't know, but I do know there's
Things are heating up in Asia.
very, very
Now,
much.
is that because of regulations? Do the regulators in places like Hong Kong, Japan, Korea, have they been able to wrap their minds around this space better than the folks here in DC?
Well, I can't make a comparison, but I can tell you that the regulators in Japan, in Singapore, in Hong Kong, and the entire ecosystem that we have there, of the investors, of the companies, right, of the technology protocol providers, is very, very advanced there. When we have discussions about blockchain in Asia, we talk about, to a large extent, we're talking about details of various protocols and various business models, and we're getting to that level of discussion as opposed to, let me tell you what blockchain is all about, right? So here's consensus.
So what's the reason, though? Why do you think?
Well, I think, to be honest, Asia has been the hub of innovation for the last 20-odd years. If you look at China as a genuine innovation center, and you look at the innovation that's coming out of places like India, and then Southeast Asia, be it Malaysia or Indonesia, and then Singapore as a hub for technology companies across Asia to, build their ecosystem out of, it's just a very dynamic environment that's multicultural. It has all sorts of growing demographics, right? It has a super growing middle class that's got tremendous spending power, right? And you have a lot of variances in the ecosystem that allow for businesses to generally test different environments in a very diverse manner. That just makes more powerful, more nimble, more agile companies that can take that innovation and bring it to more homogeneous environments, let's say, right?
The companies that you work with, do they cite sort of regulatory issues or uncertainty as a impediment to executing the business?
Absolutely. So our clients that are public regulated financial institutions think about this a lot differently. And what we do through Block and Block Enterprise is what we build connective tissue to tokenized networks, which means not just generic blockchain, but creating the fabric, whether it's wallets, nodes, APIs, data analytics, to help companies engage in these tokenized networks. So public, Ethereum, Bitcoin, et cetera, or creating their own cryptocurrency or token for a particular network. And so that's where we reside, but they're all very conscious of regulatory dynamics, as they should. And that's a smaller group of Fortune 500 companies that are engaging in that way. But that's where the value is in our mind, and that's why we're playing in that part of the equation. And I agree with what Manmeet said about China, and China has had some natural kind of advantages because most of the mining and trading historically has been all in China. And I think that crescendo of kind of psychology and advantage has really propelled China. And then when China did a crypto ban, a lot of that innovation spilled out to Japan, Korea, Singapore, Hong Kong. And I think fundamentally what's happening, we see this in Singapore and in Switzerland, where teams here in the U.S. will forklift and move. And in tech, if you're around tech long enough, you see that, and you have regulatory issues. FinTech historically has just been a tough space to play in because you had regulatory capital, licensing, all these different things that, from a venture standpoint, you had a lot of weird or dead capital that you had to invest to make that business go. Here, teams are literally saying, if I could get financing in Switzerland or Singapore, I'm out. And they are moving in droves that way. And so what's happening globally right now is it's competition. It's regulatory arbitrage. And you even have whippersnapper countries like Malta and Liechtenstein and all these other ones trying to play in that game. And what the game is here, it's new money layers. These are $1 trillion networks. And so the dynamic of Wall Street, Silicon Valley, these historically strong on a heat map standpoint, geographic capital, intellectual capital hubs are now at risk.
Well, since the title of the panel is the future of tokenization, let's take a couple minutes to think about the future of tokenization. So where do you see the big trends? Thank you. Where do you see the big trends for 2019 and moving forward? What are we going to see? More stable coins launching? What do you expect?
Yeah, possibly more stable coins launching. There's going to be a whole lot of play on the sort of trading front. But what I'm really looking forward to seeing, and some of the stuff that we're focused on, is one, there's going to be a lot more formal education, for instance, on blockchain at university levels. So, for instance, we just launched 2 weeks ago an education program in India where we're going to be training 2,500 students on pure blockchain coding, software engineers in the next 12 months. Over the next 2-3 years, that's going to be several thousand, right? And one of the drivers for this is, of course, the fact that all these companies that are getting funded, that are building on blockchain technologies, after they get funded, the first question they ask is, hey, this is the list of talent that I need to hire.
And it's not there.
Where am I going to find it, right? So that's a demand side pull. But I was stunned. We went to one university. It's a tier 2 university. Students are very much sort of middle class Indians, or even students from tier 3 cities. And I was going to talk to them. I was expecting that I'll have to explain, hey, this is blockchain and this is what we're doing. And we're having the discussion. And I could see just complete sort of bored looks. And then I just said, all right, guys, so you have some questions? And the very next question is, hey, what's the difference? Why this chain versus that chain? Or, hey, I've actually built a program on this protocol and I'm considering using this protocol. And I said, let me get my CTO to talk to you guys. This is now beyond my depth of understanding, right? Now that grassroots level innovation, that grassroots level interest at scale is what's going to drive a lot of that early stage innovation. At the same time, what I'm hoping to see this year is, I think on one panel, somebody mentioned yesterday, 2017 was POCs, then it was pilots. I'm genuinely hoping to see, along with some of the work that we're doing at Emergo and Block is doing, to actually have corporations come out with genuine use cases that are now coming at scale, at some genuine sort of scale, right? That is important for us to show both on the developed, mature industry level.
Do you see any examples at an early level right now that provide a good example of that?
Well, I think some of the easy opportunities are, for example, in supply chain, for instance, right? There are several initiatives by large companies working on supply chain, or obviously the whole financial element, payments, or be it supply chain finance. There's a lot of work happening on sort of register of documents and identity validation and so on. So I'm looking forward to seeing this year a lot of that playing out and proving the value of blockchain technologies. Meanwhile, this robust push from the bottom up of young startups.
Gotcha.
And then that really makes this a lot more exciting space.
What do you say?
I think similar. I think some of the tracking and tracing, car registries, land registries, and these are all valiant, massive opportunities to get the flywheel started. But it also takes a lot of coordination of all the, whether it's land titles, that takes a lot of coordination. Supply chain, as Manmeet mentioned, a lot of coordination, even on something as simple as and it's not simple, of tracking and tracing a good from farmer to the grocery store. And so we're kind of in the middle of that. Everybody's watching to see what's happening, and you have these private networks, these intranets, extranets with some of these dynamics, and then let's be real here. A lot of the public networks, the throughput, transaction value, kind of utility of those has been ho-hum. And so we're also looking not only for kind of industrial use cases, but also public blockchain use cases to really crank that wheel.
Mm-hmm. Do you think JP Morgan coin provides a good example of a use case?
Fantastic training wheels, the way I look at it. It's the reality is tokenizing an internal back and forth of capital is fantastic. Again, the different form factors, different logic, and training and trying to change Fortune 500 companies is really hard. And so those are like baby steps in kind of the staircase of getting to where this industry needs to go.
We'll probably see more baby steps as we go into 2019 and moving forward. Any closing thoughts? We got 28 seconds on the clock. What do you think?
I can't find a better space to invest my time, energy. The tokenization sometimes, again, with how the market behaves, people are like, Bitcoin's dead, 100 plus times, or these use cases with big, household names is not getting a bite. It takes time. I mean, this is like money factors take time to adopt and kind of build trust, and seeing the work that's been done over the last decade since the Satoshi white paper has been profound. And so I think the next decade is going to be very, life-changing for a lot of people.
Great.
I think at this stage, given that we're in such a sort of early stage of the entire development of the industry, what I would genuinely love to see is more initiatives like this that bring a lot of different blockchain players together to genuinely collaborate and grow the industry. We're so small. We don't need to be competing. We don't need I'm the best blockchain. No, I'm the best blockchain. Or I'm a JP Coin, or I'm an XRP. Frankly, who gives a shit? Right now, we need to grow the entire industry. We need to collaborate, prove the use case of the technology, and then once we're a multi-trillion-dollar industry, take the gloves off, punch each other in the nose. Doesn't matter.
The drama is fun for journalists, though, so I'll miss that.
That's why I passed on journalism.
Well, thanks so much, everyone, for coming out so early. Appreciate it.
Hello again, everybody. The United States has suffered its share of challenges when it comes to collecting and counting votes, from long lines at the polls to ensuring citizens are registered and motivated to vote, to a myriad of other concerns. No matter what side of the political aisle you fall, we can all agree that the process of casting a ballot could use some improvement. Could blockchain offer that solution? To discuss the future of voting with blockchain, I would like to welcome to the stage Jonathan Johnston, President of Medici Ventures, and his panelists. Please help me welcome them. Thank you.
So 2 years ago, at this very event, the DC Blockchain Summit, I'm sitting at dinner next to Robert Kaufman. Bob Kaufman, along with Vince Cerf, is widely acknowledged to be the father of the internet. It's not Al Gore, it's those two gentlemen. Bob Kaufman leans neck close to me at dinner as if he's going to tell me a secret. And he says, Jonathan, blockchain is going to be bigger than the internet. From the fellow who fathered the internet to say that, I was excited to ask him why. Not because I doubted him, devoting my career to this, but I said, why? And he said, with the internet, we learned how to get information to flow freely and frictionlessly. With blockchain, we will do the same with digital assets. We've solved the double spend problem. Now, the first killer app we all know is Satoshi's white paper and Bitcoin, but there are lots of killer apps being made today and to come. One of the killer apps is using blockchain for voting. That's what we're going to talk about on this panel, and it's really exciting. So let me introduce my panelists. I'll introduce each and ask them to tell us a little bit about what they do at their companies and how they're using blockchain and their view on the space, and then we'll get into some Q&A. First, sitting next to me is Mike Allman. He's the CEO and founder of Voterfied. Mike, tell us what Voterfied does and how you're using blockchain.
Thank you, Jonathan. So Voterfied, very simply, is an online software platform that helps elected officials and candidates get elected. And it does that by offering an online voting system where constituents vote on issues. So a candidate for office or an elected official has a dedicated website where they can post information and questions that they want input from their constituents. Verified constituents, hence Voterfied, verified voter, can go online, sign up once, and express their opinion. The blockchain comes in and recording that vote, make sure it's immutable, everything we know about the benefits of blockchain. But the voter then knows instantaneously that their voice was heard. They can see when they vote on an issue, the count go up one. With all the benefits of electronic voting, they can change their mind, it can be anonymous, it can make it very frictionless for them to express their opinion. What we found out is voters are very frustrated today. They want to be engaged, they don't know how to be engaged. Nobody wants to go to a town hall, those end up in shouting matches. Send your congressman an email, you get a bounce back, you try to call, you can't get through. Now for the first time, they can express their opinion. And most importantly, the elected official or the candidate now knows where their voters stand. So it has an opportunity to replace polling, much less expensive polling, but a direct engagement with the voter means that they can differentiate themselves with all the other politicians out there and prove that they can listen and help them get elected. So that's Voterfied.
Mike, thank you. Exciting. Getting our voice so the politicians hear it using blockchain technology. I think that's awesome. Joe Cutler is an attorney with Perkins Coie. He is a preeminent blockchain attorney. Joe, tell us your thoughts on votes and voting via blockchain.
Well, thank you. Blockchain itself has, and I agree with your introduction that I think that that blockchain technology promises to do to the world of transactions and verification what the internet did to communication. And in the voter world, it presents a really unique, interesting opportunity for using the power of the unique aspects of blockchain to improve on things that we struggle to accept in current elections. And three examples would be, voter identification and validation that the person casting the vote really is the person who registered to vote. The second thing is that being able to track the votes and count them properly and to make sure that the concept of a recount would be very different in a blockchain than it would be trying to pick chads off of a voter card in Florida, or finding boxes of uncounted ballots after the fact. The ability to kind of compress the time between casting and recording and then publishing the vote is very powerful. And then the last thing is, I'm a lot of what I do is privacy and data security, and I've dealt with a lot of breaches. And while there's a lot to go technology-wise, blockchains do present an opportunity to have a much more secure and tamper-proof methodology toward tallying and counting votes. And from a legal perspective, if you're a lawmaker or if you're an election official or if you're monitoring elections, being able to understand what's happening while it's happening is a powerful concept that doesn't exist today. And the only other thing I'll say is that just many of the cyber intrusions that happen in two ways. One, they happen by compromising people's access. Your credentials. People can parade as you on the internet. The other way is that some people can compromise the integrity of an actual piece of hardware. And so some of the problems that we have to grapple with are whether a blockchain solution has solved what I say is the three legs of the stool: the process of electing people, the verification of the individual, and verifying that the hardware is functioning the way it was supposed to. And if you can solve those three things, I think it presents a quantum leap forward in elections.
Great. Thanks, Joe. How neat would it be if the rest of the nation every 2 years didn't have to be reminded there's a place called Broward County? Somehow we know that every 2 years. I think blockchain voting can solve that. Nimit Sahani is the founder and CEO of a company called Voatz, V-O-A-T-Z. Nimit, tell us what you're doing and talk about voting with the blockchain.
Sure. Thank you, Jonathan. So Voatz is a new elections company. I use the word new because compared to the other elections companies, we are just about 3+ years old. The premise of the platform is to let citizens vote using a smartphone with the help of biometrics, and then using the blockchain in some very interesting ways to secure the process. So the process for the voter usually begins just like a normal absentee voting process. You fill out an absentee request form, send it to your county or city clerk. They approve it, come into our system, provision you as a voter. You then get a notification to download the iPhone or the Android application, go through the verification process where you have to take a picture of an ID, a live selfie. It does facial recognition. Then, once that's approved, you get access to your ballot on the phone. You cast your ballot, it gets anonymized, and then gets submitted to the network where it lands on the blockchain network and remains locked till election day when the clerks would unlock it. And one of the unique things we do right now is for every vote recorded on the blockchain, we also produce a fully tabulated paper ballot, just so that it's easier to integrate with the existing system. So it's fully marked just like you would in person, and it's auditable, and it preserves ballot secrecy. So our most high-profile election was last year in West Virginia. We did 2 pilots, one for the primary in 2 counties, focused on overseas US citizens and deployed military voters. And that pilot was successful. It was then extended to 24 counties for the midterm general election, once again focused on military and overseas voters. And just 30 minutes ago, the city and county of Denver announced that they're going to be using our system for their upcoming municipal election. It starts in a few weeks from now.
Thank you, Nimit. How exciting is that to make it easier for our military personnel and their families that are overseas to vote remotely using a smartphone with cryptographically secure blockchain technology and let them participate in the election? I can't think of a group that we want to have participate in elections more than our military. So I think it's pretty exciting. So Nimit, you've talked about what happened in West Virginia. Tell us about how that helped improve voter turnout from those overseas voters. Give us a little bit of the success there.
Yeah, so we managed to reach, even though the sample size was relatively small compared to the larger scheme of things, we managed to reach a set of voters who hadn't voted previously. Just to give an example, there was a voter from Japan, a US citizen living in Japan, who voted for the first time in 17 years. And just by virtue of the fact that it was available on a phone, convinced him to do it. Because the pilot was restricted to just 24 counties, it was opt-in, so many counties couldn't or didn't want to opt in just because they didn't have the manpower or the wherewithal to do something like this. We had more people download the application, go through the verification, and then find out that they weren't eligible to vote than the actual number of people who actually voted. So just to give you that's a sign of the demand. There was more demand than the process was ready to handle at that moment. Overall, in terms of, if you look at raw numbers, from the number of people who applied to participate, the number of people who downloaded the app, went through the verification, it's close to 80% return rate, which is very, very high compared to normal absentee voting. So it gives you a sample of what could be possible if it were easier to vote without actually compromising on the security aspect of it.
Great. Mike, blockchain voting seems like the future. What are some of the hurdles that we've got to overcome to have this be more widely accepted?
I think the main hurdle is public perception. You can't look at the national political scene without hearing about Russian hacking and election tampering and everything else in that space. So even though people on this panel and others in the room and in the space can say, look, here's some technology that we know works. Cryptography's been around and it works, and we know blockchain since the Bitcoin days have proven to be immutable. But there's still a public perception that can't elections be hacked. And I think today, when we are mostly in a paper situation, we can imagine that there could be some issues around the election, but it's going to be in the single digits, in the 10s and the 20s, or I think in North Carolina, perhaps in certain areas a little bit higher. But where it's not going to be systemic across an entire organization. But it's easy for, I think, the public to say, if it's on a computer somewhere, can't somebody just go in and change thousands or millions of votes and essentially steal an election? So I think it's mostly public perception. I think one of the things that we can do with Voterfied, our elections aren't nearly as, the stakes aren't nearly as high. Instead of voting for someone for office, we're voting on issues so that your representative knows that his constituents are in favor of option A or are against issue B. And I think that will get people used to voting on their phone. And when they see that it works and people are easily engaged, we do everything else on our phone today now. Why aren't we voting on our phone? I think it's largely, to answer your question, public perception at this point around security and ID.
Boy, I think that's really an important comment. We bank on our phones. We do so many things that are really important to us. Frankly, where we store our money and how we access our money is pretty important. We're comfortable doing this on our phones. I think we're going to get to the place where we're going to be not only comfortable voting on our phones, we're going to expect it so that we don't have to stand in line at the local library to pull the lever to vote, but we can do it easily from work, from home, on a smartphone. Joe, talk to me about the intersection between privacy, identity, and blockchain, because so much of voting it's a secret ballot, it needs to be private. We need to be able to prove who we are, so we're not able to vote multiple times. So the dead in Chicago aren't able to vote. What is the intersection between privacy, identity, and blockchain in the voting space?
Well, the promise of a blockchain-based voting system is very alluring, and I am excited about both of these ventures and others that are exploring the space and probing sort of the realities. But one of the challenges, I think, is from a privacy perspective. We don't have we have generic requirements about keeping votes secret, right? And which is really a proxy for extreme privacy. But you know, again, if you think about the public perception issues, all of the press talking about blockchain focuses on its transparency. You know, when we talk about blockchains, when I get interviewed by reporters or I talk to people who've only read the press, they've begun to associate blockchain with transparency, and sort of that competes with telling them, actually, in this case, it's going to be non-transparent, it's going to be private. And so there's a hurdle there, you know, that you've got to deal with. I think the other challenge is that from a privacy and data security perspective, just the ability to put the votes on a blockchain or to use blockchain to verify votes is only 1/3 of the problem. In order to really, I think, get technology to be trusted universally, you've got to solve the ability to verify the voter. And I think that, you know, if we had a panel with some identity verification providers, they would tell you that they're trying to solve a problem just as complicated as these guys are. And if we had a bunch of IoT people who were here talking about how hard it is to solve the verification that machines are functioning in a predictable and verifiable way, they'd tell you that that problem is also hard on the blockchain. And so I do think that while the promise of the technology working in a test environment or a pilot environment is very, very good, we have to be clear that you've got to solve 3 of the big problems altogether for it to really work on a mass scale. You have to have a trusted verification system for identity. And, you know, I think that in votes and in elections where there's politics and there's uncertainty, doing it wrong or having a fail is really dangerous, because it will taint public perception for a long time.
Okay. Great points. So let's ask to boots on the ground, Nimit, what have you done to address security risks when you ran this pilot in such a way that the Secretary of State in Virginia was comfortable to recommend this to his county clerks? What did you do to address security risk questions?
So we started with just the basics. I mean, if you drill it down, the network we used for the West Virginia elections started with a 8-node network, then became 16, and then for the general became 32. So the biggest thing was to ensure that all those nodes were properly secured and verified. They had to be within the jurisdictional bounds of the United States. No foreign actor could be a system administrator for those machines. Every entity touching that, which including staff in our company, had to go through some access checks. We then also had a set of external auditors, including one of the 3-letter agencies, do a full audit before the general, during the summer time frame, and then also after the general election to make sure everything went well. So those were some of the things. We were also the first elections company to use a public bug bounty program. So we didn't do it for the actual live version, but like our upcoming future version, we set up the iOS and the Android applications on HackerOne, where we got access to a great set of security professionals who were very helpful in looking at what's coming in the future, how do we protect against zero-day vulnerabilities, and setting up fake networks, honeypots. And then lastly, we did sort of best practices preventing against DDoS attacks and social engineering attacks, using multi-factor authentication, whitelisting everything, which was getting access by the county clerks. So those were sort of the IT security best practices. And then on the data side, as I mentioned earlier, we require the voter to take a picture of a government-issued photo ID, which would be a state ID, driver's license, or passport. And then you have to take a live selfie. So video selfie, you have to blink your eyes, move your face up and down, left, right. We then do facial recognition matching, and then tokenize identity or digitize identity, lock it on the phone, and then delete all those documents. Because one of the things we didn't want to become was a target for people who want to steal voters' PI information. So only store what you need and delete everything else. So we follow that principle ruthlessly. So those were, and just being very proactive. Many people in our team have a security background. So just watching the network like hawks and fighting the bad people. Those were some of the things we did.
Fighting the bad people. Always good. Superhero Nimit, that's what we're calling it.
I just thought of something at Nimit as you were talking, like, and you said something earlier, Jonathan, that well, we trust things on our phone for banking. We trust internet-based or phone-based or internet or software-based things for very important things in our life all the time. I want to push a little bit on that. The reason why we trust that is that there's insurance of some sort. Like, the reason that I'm willing to bank online is that I haven't really lost a lot, even when something bad happens. And in fact, I dispute a little bit that we feel safe when we're online. I think a lot of times we just assume that whatever the stakes are worth the risk and convenience, right? So, like, I know that if I go pay with PayPal or I use Apple Pay or I swipe my credit card at some online merchant, if something goes wrong, I have a relatively high security that I'm going to get my money back if something's wrong. That's how they've sold us this, right? Credit card companies often just try to make it very easy for you to sort of engage in transactions with some relative certainty that it can be undone, right? That's not true in voting. I don't think that people feel like if something's wrong, they have any control at all over the outcome after the fact. And so I wonder if maybe that's a little bit of sort of a psychological hurdle that needs to be overcome. And I agree that like VoterFight is a great interim step because people will get used to it the way people have been kind of, drunk on credit.
And I agree with what Joe's saying. And the elections by definition are set up to have sort of a big bang, right? On the second Tuesday in November, that's the result. And quite quickly thereafter, it's over and there's no redos. So it's not like where you can scan your credit card and say, hey, I don't recognize this transaction. And all you have to do is report it and it's credited until they do the investigation. So that's, I think, one of the fundamental differences. But you're right with VoterFight, when the people start get used to voting and can do things like check their vote, right? Let me go. So you brought up an interesting point, Joe, I think, where a misunderstanding between blockchain and cryptography, that the blockchain is transparent in that all the transactions, all the votes are there, but they can be stored there either in open format or cryptographically protected. So in our system, when the elected official or the candidate says, I want to have an anonymous vote here, I want to see where people are on should we build a wall or not, but I want them to be able to freely vote without knowing that I know specifically how they voted. Well, then they can then do that. It's stored on the blockchain. The voter can go in and say, hey, there's my vote. What is it recorded as? Yep, it's recorded as no, or whatever it is. But it's cryptography that protects it. I'm the only one with my key, which in this case is the login and the password that I created as a voter. So I'm the one who can know how I voted. I can't see anybody else's vote, but I can trust the system votes adds up in total as well, because everybody can see that public database and add up all the totals, even though they can't tie it back to an individual.
I want to make a couple comments because I think this is a really interesting discussion. First, how many people in this room have ever known for sure in an election that their vote was counted as they cast it? Okay, for those that are watching on the live stream, nobody raised their hand. We have so many trust institutions when we vote. In my state, we vote by mail. I trust the county clerk to send correct ballots in a primary and a closed primary to members of the party that are voting. I get it by the U.S. Postal Service. trust institution, maybe. Then I fill it out. I put it in a confidentiality sleeve, which frankly, many times is see-through. I sign that envelope, and if I don't sign it the exact same way that I signed my voter registration card, it's not going to get counted. And at the end of the day, I trust, I hope, I pray that my vote was counted as cast. And I have no way at all to verify that. With blockchain, I have the key. I can go and see, was my vote counted as cast? And the recipient, whether it's the county clerk in vote's case or the elected official in VoterFi's case, doesn't know that it's me, Jonathan Johnson, voting. All they know is that it's someone who's allowed to vote in that election. But I can see that my vote was counted as cast. Mike, you've got something to say.
Yeah, that's a great point, Jonathan, I think, because and you mentioned Broward County, infamous for many reasons. But how do we we value anonymity of our vote? When I check that box in the voting booth, no one knows how I voted. At some point, there's different ways to create that anonymity. What we do in our system is, as you say, you open up the absentee ballot, I do the verification, I know you're you. Then it's completely anonymized at that point. I stick it into a pile and I break that tie to how you voted. Well, what happened in Broward County is they had all of those mail-in ballots, and they said, oh, some of these are no good, some are. Let's grab the no good ones. Where are they? Oh, they're in that pile, mixed up with the good ones. Well, how do you undo that? I can't. We broke it, so that's a big scene there. So one way to get anonymity is you break that link. Another way is the cryptographically secure way, where once you've cast the vote, no one knows how you voted unless they can crack the crypto. But I can, or whoever has the key can. So if I keep that confidential, then I can trust that my vote is counted. I can go look on the blockchain at any time and see my vote still says no. And I see all the votes there. I'm the only one who sees mine. I can count up the no's and the yeses.
And yet there's legislation being proposed to take elections completely off the internet, right? And it's like, again, that goes back to the fear.
It's an irrational fear in many cases.
So let's talk about perceptions and how perceptions change. Medici Ventures, the company that I'm running, is a wholly owned subsidiary of Overstock.com, which was an early e-commerce player. I remember when I was at Overstock in early days, 20 years ago, many people were more comfortable calling a customer service agent that they did not know, giving their name and credit card number over the phone to someone they did not know than typing it into our checkout page. Nobody does that anymore. Perceptions change, right? Perceptions change. We get comfortable that things work. So, Joe, no question, there's a perception today that the internet is hackable. That's, that we're going to do. That's why I've asked Nimit, what'd you do for security? We cannot have our votes feel or be compromised. So I love what Mike is doing as an early entry point, because frankly, if one of our elected officials gets bad data and says the majority of my district thinks this or that, that's consequential, but not nearly as consequential as if the wrong person we elect the wrong person as president because of fraudulent information. What are some other next steps to make this people feel more comfortable with that? Nimit, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yes. So to address points which were raised earlier, so some of the things which have been added as enhancements to the current processes. The first one is producing the actual paper ballot out of the vote on the blockchain. So that was done in West Virginia in the second pilot. The other thing which is really critical to what Joe pointed out was having a voter verifiable receipt. So once a voter votes on the phone, they get an anonymized digital receipt. Exact same copy of that anonymized receipt also goes to the Secretary of State anonymous stored over there. And the reason for that is if the voter sees the receipt and says, okay, this doesn't match what I intended to vote, then you have an option to raise an alarm, get your ballot spoiled, and get a new one. The other place it really helps is each of those anonymized voter verified digital receipts are then compared one-on-one with every printed paper ballot. So in West Virginia, this was done for each and every vote which came out. And the reason for that is you want to be sure that as far as possible, the software on the phone or anywhere down the chain did not alter the voter's intent. So while this mechanism isn't 100% perfect yet, but it was one baby step to address one of the concerns which Joe had raised. And in the next iterations, there'll be some more enhancements to that process. So I think eventually you can get to a end-to-end verifiable system, which is trusted by the voter, is transparent without revealing the voter's identity, but also auditable, which means, like Jonathan said, at the end of the day, if I, as a voter, want to be sure, I should be able to take my phone on which I cast my ballot, go some secure location, tap it on an iPad, and know that that's my vote. So that I minimize the opportunity of any vote buying, selling opportunities. You restrict that environment, but at a personal level, you can get that assurance, which is impossible to get in the case of a paper ballot. So those are some of the things which are sort of going on those lines.
Okay. Joe?
I was going to say, while I understand the human psychological desire to print ballots and compare them against the results of the electronic version, that, to me, if I'm thinking about how mistakes happen, introduces more problems than it solves. Because if you think about it, one of the things that I think has gone wrong is that we rely on human recounts as our source of truth. And as we've learned over and over and over again, that doesn't, another aspect of our firm, that they're very busy in the election recount business. And I'll tell you, it is...
It's a growth industry, but we hope to do away with that industry.
Well, but that was my point, which is, I think that I understand, because you want to assuage people's fears that there's a way to physically show that what's happening behind the curtain of technology is actually correct. But I worry a little bit about guiding people to that form of trust. Because one of the things that blockchain technology is doing is causing us to rethink at an extremely fundamental level how and why we trust things. And instilling a different kind of trust. Just getting people to think about consensus as a source of trust rather than verifiability, like software and mathematical verifiability or proof of redundancy as a form of verifiability is a profound change, the kind of profound change that makes these sort of prophetic statements by fathers of the internet true. And I worry a little bit that we're so rushing to prove that it works that we're using the same things that got us to need the technology in the first place.
What does a recount mean in a blockchain voting system? It means look at the screen again. Right?
Yes,
we already counted it.
Well,
and I'm not being critical. I just
No. So that would be half the answer. You got to compare it with the voter verifiable receipts. You just can't look at the blockchain and say, this is the complete result. You have to compare those with the voter verifiable receipts. Only then can you get 100% assurance. The reason things are being printed on paper is, A, to comply with the legacy systems, because 99% of the votes are coming through that system. To prevent two systems of tallying, it's going to create more work for the clerks. This makes it easier. It's a baby step, we agree. But I would counter your argument about that it could lead to the same kinds of errors. So if you look at the absentee voting process right now, a large number of ballots are hand reproduced by the clerks, which means whatever you mail in doesn't get tabulated.
It's transposed.
Two people sit, they do the anonymity check, and then they hand recode the ballot. That has a higher chance of error. Here, we are removing the manual process. The software is marking the ballot just like you would by hand on the phone with a tap. So in a sense, it will lead to less errors, in our humble opinion.
Well, that obviously begs the question of, from a legal perspective, what we haven't talked a lot about is all the laws that have to change to adopt this stuff. I mean, the laws about whether you have a coin flip to solve a contested election in certain conditions, the requirement for paper ballots, the requirement to have voting locations, the requirement to use machines that aren't connected to the internet, the contracts with people to purchase certain types of machines, like all that stuff I think is important to factor in terms of what laws and other legal sort of protections need to be modified to accept this new technology in a way that is conducive to more accuracy.
So to wrap up, here's a few things to think about. Since the beginning of voting, there has been voter fraud. We have a stuffing the ballot box statement that's part of our lexicon. Where does that come from? Voter fraud. We have a new technology, blockchain, which is often called trustless technology. I don't like that term. I think blockchain gives us trust through technology. I think this technology, as it gets applied, as it rolls out, is going to decrease voter fraud in a big way. Now, one of the things in the 10 years that blockchain has been around, there has been a lot of hope and hype, a lot of promise and potential. What I love about what Mike is doing at VoterFi and what Nimit is doing at Votes is they have product in production. And anytime it's just an idea, it's easy for people to say, no, but. That'll work, but, or that won't work. But as in my experience as an entrepreneur, as soon as you get products in production, you go from all the naysayers who can tell you why your great new idea won't work, to people who see the product and say, wow, and it could do this and that, and maybe even this. Getting blockchain product in production is what ultimately is going to get us to the place that Bob Kaufman talked about with me at dinner 2 years ago. Blockchain being bigger than the internet, transforming our lives in a way like the internet has. Are there hurdles? No question. Are there skeptics? No question. I think it's great that Joe's been on this panel and raised questions because it's going to make things better. But let me tell you, what Mike is doing at VoterFi and what Nimit is doing at Votes is getting product in production so that people will say, and let's use it this way and that way. In my view, the future of voting is via blockchain. It will increase trust. We will know that our votes are counted as cast. And it should increase voter participation. Because we can see someone show up at work with that sticker on their chest that says, I have voted. And we can remember, I need to vote too. Pull out our smartphone, vote, and participate in our great republic. Thanks for being here. Thanks for letting us talk about voting.
I am pleased to introduce our next panel, which will explore how innovators are using blockchain in financial services such as payment processing, lending, custody, and investing. Artem Korniak is the Executive Director of FinTech Strategy and Business Development at DTCC, a position that has him integrally involved in efforts to identify and leverage emerging technologies and new innovations to benefit DTCC. Please welcome to the stage our moderator, Artem Korniak, and his panelists.
All right, it's going to be tough to follow that introduction. Thank you for joining us. I'm very humbled to be joined by such an esteemed panel here on stage. And every single one of these people brings a slightly different perspective on this emerging technology. And what I'd like to do today is deep dive or double click into every single one of these perspectives. But first, let me introduce the panel. Sitting next to me here is Micah, representing Discover, is a technologist and a head architect, and also is an expert in commercial payments, so we'll be sure to touch on that. Andrew next to me, from Norton Rose Fulbright, is a legal expert on a variety of different topics, but has been particularly focused on tokenization, ICOs, and other areas of blockchain implementation. We're also joined by Puneet, representing Citi, and is the head of financial market infrastructure for the organization, amongst many other things, and probably is one of the few people that truly understands the integral plumbing of the capital market system. And as we talk about blockchain, that's going to be a very relevant topic for us. Last but not least is Alex Tapscott, who's an author, investor, advisor, and the co-founder of the Blockchain Research Institute. Now, let's stay with Alex for just a second, and let's help us go back to a couple of years back when blockchain first emerged on the financial market spectrum. Alex, do me a favor and paint a picture of what the original blockchain promise was and how has it matured since we started.
Yeah, sure. So thank you very much. It's an honor to be here today. I think the reason that people are so excited about blockchain and the reason that I've dedicated my professional life to it is that blockchain really represents an evolution in how we think about value. So for 30 years, we've had the Internet of Information, and it's been this powerful medium that's changed how we share and how we access and how we communicate. But it actually hasn't worked as well for transactions, for financial services, and for other movements of value because it's an information medium. It's not a value medium. So when you need to move value online or offline, you still need to rely on an intermediary to establish identity and to create trust, and then to perform all the business logic like clearing and settling, contracting, and record keeping that basically makes commerce work. So with blockchain, what we have is an evolution from an Internet of Information to an Internet of Value. So the best way to think about it really is the first digital medium for value. And as a result, it's going to have as great, if not a greater impact on the economy than the Internet. Because while the Internet changed a lot of information industries like communication, media, and the like, blockchain has the potential to change value industries like financial services. And the financial services industry and other sort of value-based industries are much, much larger. So the original conceit was that Bitcoin was bad and blockchain, the underlying technology, was good. And that was sort of the mantra in the sort of 2015, 2016 period. And I think that as people in the industry, in the financial industry and others have become more educated and sophisticated, they realize that it's a little bit more complex than that. This isn't so much that you can separate the two things. In fact, crypto assets themselves, of which Bitcoin is the largest and the most well-known, are actually essential to the future of financial services. So I think today, we look at the industry, and I think the financial industry is complex and has a complex taxonomy and language, and I think sometimes that's intentional. It's meant to sort of obfuscate what's going on. But really, the financial industry does sort of 8 essential things. It gives you a way to prove identity, KYC, AML, a way to move value, a way to store value, a way to access credit, a way to access funding through public markets or venture capital, a way to insure against risk, and a way to account for and organize financial information. And each of those different functions is going to be transformed by this technology. So really, you can kind of think of it as this immovable force of blockchain is coming up against this unstoppable force of blockchain is coming up against this immovable object of the financial industry with all of its business legacy and installed systems and regulatory regimes and the like. And so the conflagration or the explosion that's sort of going to happen is going to be quite interesting. And my view basically of the practitioners in the industry, of which I'm sharing a stage with some of the leaders, is that there are a few ways that you can approach this. One is to say, this is not really that relevant to my business. Maybe it affects 1 or 2 certain aspects, but generally I'm going to ignore it. I wouldn't really recommend that strategy. The second strategy is to say, this could actually reduce significantly the complexity and the cost of my own business. So this could actually be a massive boon for savings, and I can reduce my reliance on my own intermediaries and counterparties and the like. And that's important to think about it. It's important to think about driving costs down. But if you only focus on how a technology is going to change the way you do business today, you may miss how it could impact the market and the industry in which you operate in the future. So I always say the best sort of mental framework to use is not so much a cost-saving framework, but rather a revenue framework, right? What are the ways in which this technology can enable my business to do things that it couldn't do before, to create new products and services, to access new markets and customers, in the same way that the internet created new opportunities that would have scarcely been evident at the early stages of that technology. So it's a forward-thinking growth focused mentality, I think, is the right way to go about it.
Yeah. No, it's an interesting mental model. Pivoting that a little bit into say, we have our goalposts that are out there that are worth pursuing, and everybody collectively is moving towards that at a snail's pace to an extent, but that is what it is. But if we talk about enterprises and having the ability of having the need to deliver value to clients today, having the need to address real issues that reside in this ecosystem today, is this a method to do that? So maybe I'll go to Puneet and ask the following. What was it that interested you or the organization, Citi, with this technology? And maybe you can spend a few minutes on that.
Thanks, Adam. It's an honor to be here, and thank you, Alex, for the great introduction. As we started looking at this now, I look back and say it's almost 4 or 5 years. We tried to deeply understand the technology. We wanted to understand what it can do. At the same time, what are the other issues which are associated with it as you look at it from a financial services industry construct. Few things which stood out from a core functionality perspective. The first one was the distributed nature of the data. So counterparties currently reconcile with each other in multiple formats and not in a very consistent manner. Is there a way that you could actually have shared databases between counterparties and hence they are in consistent reconciliation? And then add to it on top of it, if you have a shared database, can you write stored procedures, which are essentially smart contracts, which operate on the data and hence manage the transaction lifecycle in a very consistent manner? So you take the shared database, you put smart contracts on top, effectively drive a different paradigm from a post-trade processing perspective as an example, or there could be other multiple applications just on a similar basic construct. So that was pretty exciting. We, at the same time, wanted to ensure that the financial services industry is becoming more and more resilient. And could this technology, through the structure of databases where the data is shared between nodes, add added layer of resiliency on top? So you start putting all these pieces together. That was essentially the value. At the same time, there are specific challenges which are out there and which cannot be ignored. Data confidentiality. It's more important now than ever before, and we want to make sure that all the projects which are being worked on in this area are actually adhering to that. Resiliency, throughput, scalability, the operational risk. While we are mitigating operational risk of one nature, we should not introduce new operational risks in the mix, be it cybersecurity issues, et cetera, et cetera. And hence, a lot of work over the last several years have happened in creating this enterprise blockchain construct with a number of companies, both proprietary and open source, building solutions which actually enable addressing those issues while at the same time bringing value. And we can talk through those use cases as we go through this discussion.
Interesting. So it's interesting to hear kind of the ambitious goalposts of where we're moving to and real tangible implication or applications or pain points that need to be addressed today. Andrew, you work with a lot of issuers, investors, institutional clients broadly. Can you share a little bit of that perspective with us? What was the appeal to the technology for you?
Sure. So, I think the main appeal is that you get a database that's, trusted in a way that a lot of other databases aren't. And there are a lot of things that you can do once you have that data, once you have intermediaries out of the picture. And of course, I'm sort of sitting with a bunch of intermediaries in a way. But, you can do things faster. You can eliminate errors. You can slice and dice things into smaller pieces. One of the interesting things, I got into this area, not necessarily in blockchain directly, but in fintech, in peer-to-peer lending, and securitizing some of those loans, right? With blockchain technology, you can take cash flows and other assets and put them into smaller pieces in a much more efficient way and sell them to more people and trade them faster. And you can verify the underlying data in ways that you couldn't before. So that's been really cool to see that change and how blockchain is a solution to some of the things that we've been trying to do for a long time, and now sort of starting to bring some of those out to the market.
Great. Micah, Discover brings a slightly different perspective, I would argue. Share some of those perspectives with us. What was the appeal?
Yeah, for us, the big appeal is everybody thinks of us just as a card program, but we're much bigger than that. We're a bank. We have personal loans, student loans, but we're also a network very much like Visa, MasterCard, Amex are networks that help connect it. And when we first heard of the technology and started looking at it, we immediately saw that there was potential to disintermediate the networks in general. So it's something that we immediately looked at and said, we need to pay close attention to this. But then as we dove deeper into it, we started seeing where, from a network perspective, it can bring a lot of value to what we're doing and enable some things that we weren't able to do in the past and potentially improve upon existing systems that are out there today where there's not necessarily good sharing of data available today, that the technology gives you that ability to share the data between the different parties that need to be able to see it, need to be able to rely on that data, which can then reduce risk to them, ultimately reducing cost to the customer. So we keep a very close eye on that to do it in that manner. But we also look at it in ways to improve the existing systems that we have today. So from my commercial payment side, we're a member of the Business Payment Coalition from the Federal Reserve of Minneapolis that was looking at how to improve business payments overall. And one of the things that was identified was the need for a directory for payers to be able to look up the payment credentials of the payees in a secure way. We started looking at that very closely and quickly realized that blockchain was a great solution to that because using traditional systems to solve that ultimately created a nice little honeypot of sensitive data that people could attack.
And that goes to Puneet's point about privacy and confidentiality.
Definitely. Okay. But using blockchain and the smart contracts, you're able to store the sensitive data on the edges at trusted entities that already have high regulation around them, already store that data in a secure way, and not share it in a centralized location, but have a centralized way of being able to access that data, still giving control to the payees on who can actually see their sensitive data through smart contracts, et cetera.
Interesting. So actually, that's a very good segue into starting again. The promise, the vision, the interest to the institutions of the get-go. But then you have to essentially set some hypotheses and then verify them, ratify them, or disprove them. And that really is the application of this technology, the piloting, the proofs of concept that are now maturing to implementation use cases. So maybe we can spend a little bit more time on that. And Puneet, if you can share some real applications of DLT within your organization or more broadly.
Sure. So as we start looking at this technology, kind of realize that 4 things are very critical for adoption of this technology. First is you need the network. Really, one institution implementing a solution within themselves doesn't really make much of a difference. You need the entire network to come together. Hence, the use cases which will actually become scalable, which will have material impact, will require the network where financial market infrastructures, counterparties, clients, fintech firms all work together to drive that benefit. Second thing was about the technology maturity. This technology has come a long way, but we want to make sure as it gets implemented that it is meeting all the requirements we would have of any technology when we implement it. The third piece was around the cost benefit, that we are not implementing it just for the sake of it, because that will not really lead to much good results in any medium to long-term scenario, where we're just doing POCs and then leave it right there. Again, does not really make much of an impact. but are these true business use cases which will have impact at scale to institutions, which will actually create the right kind of framework to drive more innovation on top of those. And lastly, and not leastly, is most important part is the legal regulatory framework. In each of these technologies, how is it meeting the legal regulatory framework which is required of us, of counterparties, of clients, and the broad ecosystem per se. So some of the use cases I want to call out which are kind of substantial. The first one, we've been working on it for the last couple of years with DTCC, which has something called Trade Information Warehouse for credit default swaps. Almost $11 trillion of notional resides in that data. And over 15 financial institutions, buy side, sell side, have been working together to drive that platform into a DLT-based platform. And we hope that once it's implemented, it could actually give us benefits broader than just having kind of the benefits as emphasized now, but create new services around it. That has been pretty useful, and hopefully you will continue to see progress reports on that in the press as it goes along. The second one, which is very interesting, is with CLS. For those of you who do not know, CLS is the platform which settles global FX trades. So globally, all the FX trades essentially across 18 currencies get settled multilaterally, netted and settled in CLS, hence effectively reducing the risk from a settlement risk perspective, enhancing the liquidity, reducing the liquidity requirements, and as such. The new solution which has gone live with CLS is called CLS Net, which takes into account all the other currencies which were not currently covered by CLS and allows counterparties to net those through, again, the shared database structure. We think, again, it's very valuable. It drives immediate benefit. And it is in a fairly regulated environment within CLS, which is actually governed by 18 central banks, with Federal Reserve being the primary regulator. So those are kind of two interesting use cases. The third one, which we've been involved in, again, with a number of large corporations and financial institutions, is around trade finance and commodities trade finance. A project called Comgo, which to some extent went live earlier this year, which with intent to actually streamline the entire supply chain process around commodity trade finance, including LC issuances, credit intermediation, all the way through in a stage-by-stage manner. So pretty substantial, these ones. We definitely have a lot of projects which are under assessments across our businesses, across geographies, and we continue to evaluate how it makes sense from a city perspective, from the broader market adoption perspective.
Interesting. So, and you hit on a couple points there that were very interesting. All of them were true, but a couple were especially interesting to me, especially around, operating within the existing regulatory frameworks. And I think one of the primary differences there that's worth highlighting is that every use case you've highlighted here is a permissioned network, essentially, right? Where the users are KYC'd and onboarded accordingly, right? That's a little bit different than the original vision, and I see Alex warming up his hand because he wants to say something.
Just an observation from Puneet's comments, which is that there are lots of different stakeholders that are involved in scaling a use case, any of the use cases that were described. And we always say, blockchain, especially when it comes to the enterprise and to financial services, that blockchain is a team sport. That all financial technologies are effectively relying on network effects. I mean, if you're the only person in the room with the Bloomberg terminal, it's helpful to get information, but it doesn't allow you to communicate because no one else has one. So the more people that are connected into a network, the more useful that network becomes, right? It's sort of an obvious observation, but it's very true. And in these industries, you're asking, companies that they're basically like frenemies, right? They're competing with each other in some ways, and in other ways they need to maybe cooperate on shared infrastructure, shared data sets, and shared information. So it's quite a challenge. And from my observation, I think that there are a lot of big companies and banks that are very sincere about their intention to use this technology, and I think they recognize there's a big opportunity. But I think a lot of the innovation that we've seen over the past few years hasn't been happening always in the big companies. It's often happening on the margins, in the startup world. And I think that if you look at the biggest sort of use cases for blockchain, really so far, in terms of putting into practice, would be Bitcoin as a payment mechanism, as a store of value, as a sort of hedge against political risk in places like Venezuela and elsewhere, and fundraising. So what's really fascinating about the fundraising is that if you look at what happened during the ICO boom, almost $10 billion of value dollars, US dollar equivalent, were raised for companies and projects in the space. Now, I'm not providing a view or opinion on the merits of any of those projects, but what that period in time demonstrated is that, if you're an entrepreneur, regardless of where you are, if you've got a good idea and you can identify a market, you can raise money peer-to-peer. Traditionally, we had to rely on angels and VCs and public markets and exchanges and all of the other traditional intermediaries, and now there's a mechanism to do that peer-to-peer. So, I look at the work that Citi is doing, and others are doing, and I think it's very fascinating. And I think that it's probably going to take some time before the technology innovation that's happening on the margins is sort of mature enough and stable enough that big banks will actually be able to embrace it. Because if they could, there's an opportunity to become a platform to connect participants in a marketplace, whether it's through payments or fundraising or credit or what have you. And that's really, I think, dependent on the scaling and growth and maturity of some of these public platforms. But I think today, you're not going to move the NASDAQ or the New York Stock Exchange onto the Ethereum network because that network doesn't have the capacity, it doesn't have the scale, and it's still sort of working out its kinks. And I would just say that, if you look at other public technology innovations throughout history, oftentimes it took a while before you could move critical infrastructure and business onto it. But my view, to sort of conclude the thought, is that it's not so much a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And in the meantime, all of these innovations that big companies are doing, I think, are extremely useful to prepare themselves for that eventuality.
So Alex said it's a team sport and it's full of frenemies. And I think one of the things that's different about financial services and blockchain compared to some other industries is, in financial services, you have all these different companies that are linked and have to play on the same systems. And so, you look, I think, Puneet, you had mentioned 15 banks were doing something together, right? When you have that frenemy aspect, one of the legal issues that comes up is antitrust. And I think people don't talk about that as much. But, let's say you've got 15 banks working on a project over here. You've got, 10 other banks working on a substantially similar project over here. And who's going to do it better and which one is going to get adopted by the industry? Or maybe they'll both continue as competitors for a while. But, when you're having those meetings, having those discussions, working on building out that platform, one of the things that as lawyers we really worry about with clients is, what information are you sharing and is that allowed and how does that all work? And worrying about, competition law, antitrust, those kinds of things.
Interesting. And then if you can address one more point that Alex raised, which I thought was interesting, was around crowdfunding or issuing, raising capital. Now, you've worked with quite a few issuers, and one could argue that one of the primary drivers for opening the floodgates to the realm of ICOs is less around blockchain and more about regulatory permissions or the Jobs Act, for instance. Any thoughts on that? What is it that DLT allows or enables the issuers that traditional technology may not?
Right, and so Alex had mentioned peer-to-peer. So, whether it's an issuance under the Jobs Act directly to retail investors, or you're taking something more complicated. Let's think about leading into the financial crisis. The big bad structured products. As a concept, a structured product isn't so bad. It's just a lot of them were full of all sorts of stuff and nonsense. And if you were an investor, whether you're a retail investor or an institutional investor, looking at investing in a structured product back in, say, 2005, let's say it's a pool of 1,000 loans. Maybe you would diligence 10 of those loans, and you would have some computer program that wasn't so super sophisticated tell you that, okay, we can extrapolate from these 10 the rest of the 1,000. And it just didn't work. So now, if you have the loans, and maybe even the title, other panels and speakers have talked about putting real estate title on a blockchain, other things on a blockchain, right? So if you have mortgage loans and you have the title record on a blockchain, that can be diligenced every single title by a computer relatively quickly now, right? Then you have the loan on a blockchain, that can be diligenced too. So you can package things in ways that they've always been packaged, but now the package is a lot more transparent. And so you can avoid some of the problems with some of these products that we've faced historically. The other thing that you can do is, now that you have a more organized, more trusted, more accessible database, you can slice and dice the product or the cash flows or the ownership or whatever it is into ever smaller pieces. And you can track the ownership of those smaller pieces now in a way that was more efficient. So in financial services, a lot of this, is not today necessarily, groundbreaking, crazy new things. It's getting the things that we've done for a while faster and more efficient. And, if I'm a regulator, that's actually pretty cool. So, I think part of it is, we talking to clients, how do you shorten the settlement time for trades, right? And all those sorts of things. Again, so blockchain can give you a solution to problems that the industry has been facing for quite some time.
Perfect. Thank you.
If I may jump in there real quick, kind of touching on a couple of those comments from both sides. We've been talking about it being a team thing and how do you get there. My personal opinion is we're definitely going to see it become mainstream at some point, but there's a couple of things there that prevent it at this point. A lot of that is the comfort level of the banks, no doubt about it. But I think we're going to see an evolution where a lot of companies and a lot of financial institutions and networks are going to be looking at how do we use the technology to help drive to the payment. And that evolution will ultimately be what brings to the table the ability to use the technology to actually execute the payments in real time. And we do see a couple of companies out there already, a couple of banks out there that are doing it to help move assets internally, but it's not in an open manner where everybody can easily access it. It's very geared towards capital money movements, et cetera, where one of them has a requirement that you have to have at least $250,000 in the account in order to use the technology. Very restrictive from that perspective. I don't know about you. I know I don't have $250,000 to put into an account to be able to use the technology today.
Wait, you didn't get paid to speak here?
No, I did not. I think I actually paid to speak here. But well worth it.
So it's an interesting, you just introduced kind of a interesting mental model in a sense, right? There's scenarios for leveraging the technology on a more peer-to-peer based communication to establish payment rails. And the other component is actually tokenizing the asset itself or the value as cash, right? Tokenized cash. And there's a variety of different names for it. But Alex, maybe I can jump to you here and share a little bit of your perspective and maybe some research from the Blockchain Research Institute. I know there's been quite a lot of publications on that topic.
Yeah, I think the key thing is that, not all crypto assets are the same thing. They're not all created equal. I think a lot of people look at the world of crypto assets and they first of all think that the crypto asset world, tail is shaking the blockchain dog, so to speak, and that it's all about crypto. And the fact of the matter is that there's a lot more to it than that. But within the crypto universe, not all of these things are currencies per se. And I think that's really important to make very clear. There are things that are designed to be currencies like Bitcoin, which is a medium of exchange, a store of value, a unit of account, etc.
All three of those things? Just kidding.
Well, yeah, I mean, long term it's worked at all three of those pretty well, right? So depending on your time horizon. It's the past 12 months, maybe not so much. That's what Bitcoin does. But there are also different kinds of assets that are out there, and we've done a taxonomy of it, and it might not be exhaustive, it might not be complete, and it could change over time. But basically, you've got currencies, you've got protocol tokens for networks like Ethereum, you've got utility tokens, which are these basically native digital assets that work inside of an application. Very skeptical on those personally. You've got security tokens, which are effectively digital assets that represent a claim on some other asset, some legal right, like an equity or a bond or something like that. You've got natural asset tokens, which are anchored to some asset in the real world, like say, a condo or a barrel of oil or, a bar of gold or something.
Like the physical asset or digital or a contractual representation
Well,
of
so
it?
the representation in the token is allows you to sort of clear and settle it instantly, but there's still a physical delivery component to it. So I think that in that instance, for example, the blockchain only gets you sort of half the way there. I mean, in the end, if you have a futures contract that has a delivery date and a settlement date, then you still actually have to. There still has to be a human component to it. Then you've got NFTs, which are non-fungible tokens, which is basically like a crypto collectible. So they're going to be 21 million Bitcoin out there eventually, but there's only one of a certain Van Gogh or Rothko or whatever. And so there are all sorts of digital assets that are similarly very scarce. So digital artwork, collectibles, assets inside of ecosystems, like inside of video games, et cetera. So all of those things are NFTs, are singular and unique assets, which is a fascinating category. And then the last category would be the stable coins, which can take various forms, but generally are like collateralized dollars, basically. And so like what Facebook is potentially planning on rolling out is sort of a stable coin that's going to be pegged to the US dollar that can be used inside the ecosystem and maybe outside the ecosystem. That's all to say that that's 7 different types of crypto assets. And each of those different types could have a very big impact on the financial industry. And I actually think if you look at the ICO revolution, a lot of companies, a lot of projects backwards engineered themselves into a utility token when probably what they should have just done was issued equity in their startup. But the mechanisms didn't exist at the time. You need the technology infrastructure, which I think is growing quite quickly. You also need the business infrastructure. And then most importantly, as other panelists have said, you need the regulatory infrastructure. So I think as these different, until that scales, I think it's going to be tough to make this full transition. But when it does, there's no reason why you can't clear and settle transactions and financial assets peer-to-peer in the same way that you can do it today with crypto assets, because the technology tools exist. And so as more and more assets get put onto the blockchain, as more and more assets become crypto assets, you'll begin to see markets migrating from their current analog sort of format to a fully digital format. And to me, that's very exciting because it means reduced settlement time, it means reduced costs, but more importantly, it means broadening access to financial services for people who maybe don't have access to bank accounts today because they don't have an identity or they can't, get access to it. So to me, that's sort of like the long-term, positive outcome of all this is that it means greater participation and growth in the economy.
Interesting. Thank you for that. So again, I'm enjoying kind of jumping from the future and the promise and for the need for trusted and regulated organizations to do real stuff today and to ultimately break stuff, right? Really figure it out and break it and continuously move towards some version of that vision and how it evolves. And I think it's important to note, and I think you'd agree, is that vision continues to evolve as we learn as a capital markets ecosystem, as a broader crypto based ecosystem. All of our mental models continue to shift and evolve. And the one thing that I can probably say with certainty is that the only thing we all ultimately know is that we will continue to evolve and shift and shape our mental models as we move. We have just probably a minute left. Kind of wanted to do some quick closing thoughts, and maybe we'll start, Puneet. Maybe some closing thoughts on your end, and we'll go around.
I think I can agree. This is a process of evolution. We have to see what you can implement now, what is available vis-a-vis technology now, what problems you're going to solve, but then effectively, step by step, moving towards what is ultimately possible. We're not there yet. I'm sure a lot of work which is happening across the industry, across fintech world, across regulated financial institutions world, broadly everywhere, which effectively will enable a lot more progress. So definitely align with that.
Great. Andrew, anything to
Yeah,
add?
I mean, I think, Alex mentioned market access. I think there are a number of places where financial products don't exist, and, blockchain and other technologies combined can bring that. I think from a regulatory perspective, there are market access opportunities that the technology brings where there actually is not a regulatory framework yet because that market has never been accessed before. So that'll be an interesting thing to watch and see how that develops and how we can influence that process.
Micah, any last words really quickly?
Yeah, going on the evolution, I definitely see it happening, especially the mindset around it. Where when we were looking at this about 3 or 4 years ago, everybody was coming to us saying, we have this blockchain solution that does this. Okay, does it really do that? May do it, may not do it well, but okay, we'll take your word for it. Now we are seeing that mind shift to, I have the solution that does this, does it really well, and oh yeah, it uses blockchain in the background, which I think is a great way to see this technology moving and start getting a lot more adoption because of that. And so a lot of that mind shift that has to happen and focus on what the product is and not necessarily what the technology is.
I really like that. I think to close it out, there will come a day when no one is going to care whether it's a blockchain or a token or anything else. Is it user friendly? Does it do what I need it to do? So with that, thank you for your time and thank you to our panelists.
Thank you to our speakers this morning. Now we are going to take a 30-minute break. Coffee is available in the exhibit hall on the ground floor in the networking zone sponsored by Discover Financial. And thank you again to our coffee sponsor, Onum, for the much-needed rocket fuel. The program will reconvene at 11:25. See you on the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, please begin to take your seats and silence your mobile devices. The program will begin momentarily.
Welcome back. Up next is Joe Boniface, the Vice President of Business Technology for Discover Financial Services, to the stage. Joe is responsible for emerging technology solutions at Discover and has had a long and influential career driving technology innovation at the company. Discover is not only a global leader in payment processing networks, but also a valued member of the Chamber's Executive Committee. We are delighted that he can join us here today. Please welcome Joe to the stage.
Thank you, Cindy. All right, good morning, everyone. So the first thing I have to do, the company reminded me to make sure that I'm very clear that I'm appearing here in my own capacity, giving my personal views, not necessarily the company's views. So I wanted to make sure that I cleared that right away. All right, so what I'm going to speak on is really giving hopefully a very good perspective on the way that we deal with emerging technology, the way we think about blockchain as one of our emerging technologies, and really kind of exploring that as we kind of move along in the future. I have a little arc of my presentation. You can see it here. So these are the main topics that I'm going to talk about as we go forth. But let me give you a little bit of a background more into what my role is. I'm not only a vice president at Discover, but I'm also the founder of Discover's Technology Innovation Office. And what we seek to do is gain authority over emerging technology so Discover customers can benefit through their use. And I think at the time when we created this, it was somewhat innovative. I hope it's a model that a lot of large companies really look to follow. And it's really examining first and foremost technology through the technology lens. What can the technology do? And then finding and matching up the appropriate business cases. You know, for years, right, we probably are educated in business schools and it says find the business problem and then fit the technology solution to that problem. And I had a different thought and was able to sell in the company. I said, we need to turn that on its ear, right? Think about something like, in the metaphor that I was able to kind of pull in, was to think about tropical storms that eventually kind of flow and become hurricanes. And when you think of it in that way, right, there's a tropical depression becomes a storm, and some storms become hurricanes, and some hurricanes ultimately end up, you know, creating some level of destruction. And what is the problem when the hurricane hits the shore, right? It is the hurricane itself and the effects that the hurricane brings. And if we can think about emerging technology under that domain, under that lens, it really means that we should first think about the technology, and as it kind of sweeps over and washes over the company, you know, how do we kind of embrace that and make sure that we are prepared for the problem that that technology is going to bring? Now, let me also give you a little bit of background on Discover. Micah, in the previous panel, they touched on it. A lot of people know Discover from what Discover ultimately kind of gives today in the consumer business. Many people have a Discover credit card. A number of people with students have gotten a Discover student loan or maybe have experienced us through the deposit products. But there is an equally large business, and in many ways kind of even kind of a larger business when you look at how many institutions we touch, is our network business. Discover owns not only the Discover network, which is the main one that you see here in the US, we also own the Pulse Debit Network, and we have the Diners Club International Network. And with that, we have thousands of participating financial institutions here in the US and around the globe. And so when we think about our technology, and our emerging technology, we're not only doing exploring that technology for our B2C businesses, but we're also exploring it for our B2B businesses. And also in my role, I come into contact with many other innovation groups that are around kind of the US and the world. So today I'm really speaking to you kind of under that domain, that perspective that we've had. So my first topic here that I'm going to talk about is blockchain really is a contact sport. Now this is a play on words. You know, what do I really mean by this? In that we really benefit by having the contact with others in the industry. Blockchain is unique in all the innovations that my team looks at, in that it requires an ecosystem to work together. So we've worked on artificial intelligence, and we can come up with a great chatbot or natural language processing. We can experiment with it. We can deploy it to a select unit within our company, and we can gain the value, right? Similar to augmented reality and things of that nature. But when it comes to blockchain, what we can do internally is really something fairly limited, right? Because we need an ecosystem ultimately of participants. We need those contacts. We need to work together. I love the comment, earlier that talks about the fact that, we're kind of a frenemy ecosystem. I think at this point we're a cooperative ecosystem. We need to ultimately get all of our contacts working together today in order to kind of make that change going forward. The next observation that I wanted to put forth is that this innovation paradox within large institutions is kind of always at play. Many of our organizations want to be disruptive, right? We want to have disruptive technologies. But as soon as we start to kind of work on them, the organizations that we work for, kind of the antibodies come out, right? The antibodies really were designed with the control processes, the regulation, the legal frameworks to really reduce risk and control risk. And especially with organizations like ours that deal with everything at scale, we're very concerned when we all of a sudden want to introduce something that we don't really have necessarily the expertise on, or the expertise at scale. So if you take just an example like with blockchain, when we first were trying to do some stuff with blockchain, even within Discover, all of the Innovation Council, which is the senior leadership of our organization, is intellectually behind it, right? They say, let's do it. And then we come up with a very specific idea, and even our CIO and others are saying, well, wait a minute, do we have all the expertise to scale? Do we have a center of excellence office? Do we have, and all of the barriers that you have to hop over just start to rise, right? They get in front of you. So the innovation paradox becomes in play that we want to do it, but we want to do it at scale, and our expertise, we can stack resources, in the hundreds and the thousands on some of these legacy technologies because they're so well known in the marketplace. And so this is just a general problem that we have to deal with regardless of which technology, but blockchain in particular, I think, suffers a little bit from this hurdle because of the first problem. We have to work together kind of in an ecosystem. The next item, and blockchain really suffers from this, I'm going to say kind of uniquely with the innovations that I look at. And I've mentioned some of the innovations, by the way, like whether it was artificial intelligence or augmented reality or Internet of Things, a lot of authentication and identity. But blockchain really struggles in the business cases that we're looking at today. We can't really kind of change the end result. So when we're first kind of experimenting with blockchain, we're showing somebody what can happen with a new technology that they're already experiencing kind of in an existing way. And you don't get really that aha, gee whiz moment, right? You're trying to express that says, hey, blockchain somehow can improve the experience. I'm fortunate where I live at home is right by an estate called the San Filippo Estate. And San Filippo started a company called the Fisher Nut Company, and he was a collector of all these years of these mechanical systems, right? So how do kind of automation work, player pianos, and a lot of the musical systems, kind of cool things like player banjos and things like that. And what strikes me is that what he did with a number of the pieces is they put a piece of glass over the part of this, so you could see the inner workings, like how in the world does the magic actually happen. And so what we had to do with blockchain is we had to put blockchain under glass. And this is, I think, an observation that I've seen a couple of companies do is you really got to somehow celebrate the mechanics underneath. And when the mechanics aren't visible, it's very hard for people to get excited. So spending an amount of time trying to express the value that is presently hidden is a real art that I think we benefit from, within our companies if we can display indeed how that works. All right, let's see if I can. Okay, the next observation I have is being ahead can put you behind. Now, this really probably comes a little bit uniquely from the perch that I presently stand on and sit on. And that is we're driving technology innovation from first and foremost the technology leadership, understanding the tech and how you can actually marry it to the business problems. This works very well in actually getting the right match, right? That says we haven't kind of given a business unit necessarily false hope. But where it really struggles is trying to get now into the manufacture process, because there still is this belief that somehow this new thing has to create enough value and be able to be worth it against projects that are known and deliver. I don't know how many organizations are using some method of agile processing, right? A lot, right? As you go look out there, a lot of organizations use agile. And I've mentioned that agile kind of kills innovation. And it seems a little bit counterintuitive, because agile as a philosophy is one that you can move, adapt quickly, and you can make small incremental batches, and you can move. But what it really relies on is an expression of value. And what is easy to value is things that are known and near. What's difficult to value are things that are unknown and far in duration. And so after we have a good idea, and we can kind of fight our way into the manufacture process, we still have to now kind of fight the way up the manufacturing processing priority list in order to get stuff done. So in a weird way, as we're ahead of the game, it really puts us behind in the manufacturing process and really requires kind of heavy internal sales that we have in the organization. All right, the next piece that I want to kind of express is really not so much of a singular observation itself. It's really what we were able to do as an organization by matching blockchain to the right business problem. So as mentioned earlier, Micah mentioned it in the previous panel before the break, Discover is very strong in business-to-business payments. It's one of the things that we do. And in particular, commercial payments is a place where we operate helping organizations, payers, and payees kind of connect and move their funds. And as part of this business payments coalition, which we were members of, we were introduced to an industry problem of really trying to think about how we could make that payment system more efficient for payers and payees to discover one another and effectively kind of complete a payment. And so in working with that, we said, blockchain really seems to have a lot of the solid characteristics, because it's not one organization that's connecting payers and payees. Payers and payees today actually work through their own financial institutions and kind of join a broader ecosystem today through all of the member banks in the organization. And looking at what we wanted those independent organizations to do, which are known as the kind of credential service providers, is they have to do things like anti-money laundering and know your customer and those types of issues. But we were able to figure out a way that says this is kind of a federated model. It's distributed across a number of financial institutions and those who want to play the role of a credential service provider. So in working with the BPDA and a number of other organizations, you'll see them here. NACHA and Cognizant has helped us. We have been able to structure a kind of a nice working model of how payers and payees can discover each other and effectively complete a payment. So with that, better than I can kind of express the rest of it, I've got a 90-second video. I understand that it's got a couple maybe louder pops in it, so for those who are kind of drifting off, you'll get a kind of a shock here and there. So why don't we go ahead and roll the video.
The current state of B2B vendor onboarding is quite inefficient and challenging for both buyers and the suppliers, increasing both costs and risk exposure for related procure-to-pay and order-to-cash processes. The Business Payments Directory Association and NACHA partnered with Discover and Cognizant to create a proof-of-concept solution, the Business Payments Federated Directory, a safe, efficient, and secure platform where buyers can simply look up the information that they need for vendor onboarding. The directory is a federated network of credentialed service provider subdirectories, where verified supplier information is stored and accessed. These subdirectories are connected together through a blockchain network which stores the cryptographic hash of the supplier information. Buyers can find suppliers over the blockchain network and receive permissions to access their information. The permissions and notifications for the buyers are managed using smart contracts on the blockchain. The actual information exchange happens using standardized and secured APIs between the respective credentialed service providers. The received data is then validated against the cryptographic hash stored on the blockchain. The Business Payments Federated Directory is thus a completely reliable and faster way of obtaining the supplier information. To know more, please visit www.nacha.org/B2B directory.
Okay, so once again, this is a really nice collaboration model between the companies that you saw on the slide. And I think what's next for us in this space is really to get even more collaborators. As Nacha begins to kind of scale and roll this out, right? Other members are going to be participants in this, other banks that are going to become credential service providers, and they're going to play the role of bringing on corporations who are ultimately going to be a payer or a payee. So I think that's really kind of a great advancement to say, here's a business problem that we need to look at. The other thing that was in this video, and I'm not sure how well it was highlighted, is there's really kind of two aspects of the blockchain, right? We said there's going to be public information that organizations want to be discovered, right? Today, think about that as just a phone book, right? Where, hey, I'm willing to put my phone number out there, my physical address of my location, things that are very public. We want that on the blockchain, right? The ability to kind of discover and says, where is kind of, that company? And then there's private information, things maybe like your bank account information that you want information shared from. That's off-chain, right? That's still kind of locked up in the secure repositories and functions that organizations use. So we've really got this combination of kind of on-chain and off-chain. All right, so that's a little close on that. So let's, next slide is really what I talk about, is what I'm kind of referred to as a manic future. This is really a bit of a play on words. We had a mnemonic. Actually, I created this mnemonic well over 20 some years ago in the organization to represent a value chain that works within the payments industry. And you see the words on the bottom. It's a merchant and then an intermediary known as an acquirer. Then there's a network, which Discover is typically playing in these roles. There's an issuer, which is an issuing bank, and a card member. And it's these entities that ultimately need to work together in our ecosystem in order to kind of complete a chain, right? And so, when I kind of think about, blockchain, these are the collaborators in my direct industry that have to work together. And how do we think about some business problems that really fit naturally across this? They're not necessarily easy, but if you think about something about kind of a card member kind of purchase followed by a dispute, right? Somebody who later on says, hey, I was unhappy maybe with the goods that I've received, and they want to kind of dispute the charge, maybe supply some evidence. That is a very kind of drawn out, slow process, right? We collect the evidence from the issuer that's shipped over to eventually to the merchant. The merchant either substantiates it or says, wait a minute, there's a different part of the story, and it kind of goes back and forth. And you would say something like this is really kind of ripe, recognizing it in the value chain for reinvention. It's going to take time because in the model that I just gave you, there's tens of millions of merchants, right? There's thousands of issuing banks, right? There is, tens of millions of card members, right? So, the scale is kind of enormous. But we have other businesses that have chains. So if you think about something like I'm close to also is the student lending space, right? The student lending space, it seems to be, well, what is it? A student and a lender. Well, students generally don't have enough credit, so there's a cosigner, and there's a financial institution that's going to be the lender, there's a school who wants to get the money, and there's an intermediary. I thought Onum yesterday presented another really nice kind of value chain, which was all around cars and cars and the licenses, and I think they had 7 different actors in there and kind of collaborators. So this is just really a way to say that we're always thinking about our future and thinking about the fact that we have this kind of complex value chain. This value chain requires these organizations to work together. And really a way for me to kind of wrap it back around is I mentioned at the beginning that blockchain is a contact sport, and we really do kind of appreciate the contact that we're able to have here today, with this group, and really what the this entire kind of blockchain summit is able to bring leaders together who are thinking about the organization. And we also have issued in the bags, I've seen people carrying the different bags, you'll find a little card in there that talks about how to get a hold of us. If there's something that you think we can do together, we're certainly willing to listen and explore and see where it goes. So thank you for letting me share the observations and perspective, and I hope they have a great conference. I'll let you jump in.
Thank you, Joe. So as the Chamber's Director of Technology Policy, I get very excited about companies like Dragon Chain that have developed a blockchain platform that addresses some of the difficult challenges with blockchain, and they make it easier to deploy real business applications. So please welcome the CEO of Dragon Chain, Joe Rhodes.
Hello, hello. So I'm the founder, chief architect, CEO of Dragon Chain, and today I'm here to talk about robust enterprise blockchain solutions that are actually buildable today in the real world. So my background, I'm a longtime software architect, 25 plus years, all over the place, all different industries. I love technology, love software. That's what I'm all about. And I went in 2014 to Disney, and while I was there, built out a team to build a platform to use all across the enterprise. And really, for me, it was a great platform to learn really about the real adoption struggles in an enterprise, because we're talking all of the different divisions, all the different potential applications, and we learned a great deal there. And in 2016, we open sourced the platform, which was, again, really interesting because we got to a lot of feedback from the real world. And I left in 2017, left Disney to commercialize the platform based upon everything we had learned and what needed to happen. Since then, so we've been about a year and a half out commercial, and we've built a great deal of actual core tech. It's been really valuable, really interesting, and we've built some very unique interchain interoperability applications and capabilities that we were actually awarded a patent in November last year for a pretty broad patent on interchain application, and we also own the trademark for interchain. So today, I figure we go over what are the actual issues, what are the actual problems with current adoption for enterprises, for serious business. And the number one issue absolutely is flexibility. That in most of the platforms that are out there available today for building blockchain applications, there is no flexibility. It's a very risky it's a very risky path to building out real capabilities, and we knew that we had to have a philosophical focus on addressing that flexibility issue. That is, when you try to build on most of the platforms, you don't have the ability to make mistakes easily. It's a very expensive process. And we, as an example, provide interchain capability to allow you to actually leverage new tech as it comes out. Nobody knows what technology is going to be available in a couple of years. And with this capability, you don't lose what you've built. You're able to leverage new tech as it comes out, whether it's a purpose-built chain, whether it's another platform, It's a very important point because it's otherwise too risky for serious business to attempt right now. High performance, another piece. Everyone knows that blockchain is basically a very slow database, right? And it takes time to get worldwide consensus, right? It's not easy. So we have applied a hybrid architecture to allow a company to leverage the public blockchain, to leverage that worldwide consensus, yet at the same time, on the business side, follow a model that their devs already know, security model that their security staff already knows, and to actually provide the scalability and high performance at the business level. The other big one is time to market. And as everyone sees, all of the prototypes that are being built out there are usually 6 to 18-month endeavors, very expensive, typically toys, typically not actually used operationally, right? And what we've seen on Dragon Chain, because of our architecture and because of the things that we actually have already available, we're seeing weeks to an operational system. Of course, depending on the complexity of the system itself, but the integration is radically simpler on a number of fronts, and it's been really valuable. And as we roll these systems out, it's always very interesting to us because it's just a surprising thing that we're able to get things out more quickly. So most blockchain protocols currently aren't suitable for serious business integration, and we see that not necessarily as, it's not a bad thing. I mean, it's a very complex issue, but we see all of these, this proliferation of all of the different chains, some of them that are purpose-built for, specific things, or whether they're just different protocols, quantum resistant consensus, that we leverage them and we allow our customers to leverage those capabilities and the new capabilities that come out for whatever business need they've identified. It's a huge deal. So we're going to talk about enterprise solutions that are actually being built today, that are actually available today, the capabilities. And we recently announced a partnership with MetroEdge, which is a micro data center company that provides edge computing for enterprises, which is focused on really high performance compute, high performance storage, HP hardware with a Dragon Chain backbone that allows them to do a whole variety of implementations that are focused on IoT, on healthcare data, on supply chain, all the typical pieces, but providing a purpose-built solution that is on-site and very quickly delivered. So why did they partner with us, right? That when you look at the things that they need to deliver for the customers that they have, it's heavily focused on security. We offer the ability for them to leverage the security of the public networks, Bitcoin, Ethereum, and anything else that's needed, at the same time providing the flexibility so that in the future, more capabilities can be added with that interchain component. We offer, because of our hybrid architecture, an unlimited scalability. That it's a cloud-based scalability both on the network side, and if you're talking about the business nodes, they're scalable with classic scaling tech that you can pretty much do anything you could do on any Linux, Unix system. Sub-millisecond latency, that as soon as that business node accepts a transaction and your logic approves it, it's there, it's usable. You aren't needing, because it's your own data, to wait on the worldwide consensus. So they're a bunch of very interesting pieces, on-premise capabilities that containerized, scalable, and very fast time to market for their customers. So we were pretty much the only option for doing what they need to do with the customers that they have, right? And an example of, they're building out multiple solutions, but an example of something that is pretty clearly the same pattern applied to multiple industries. They have a real estate and property tracking and potentially tokenization for private and public sector that basically provides all the security, all of the any privacy data components, and all the capabilities on site, and yet gives them some control to do some manner of the verification in our Dragon Chain network, yet still leverage the community network nodes, verification nodes, and the public notary capabilities. So they're already building these components out, and they're working on multiple different industries, customers, and generally, that's us. That's Dragon Chain, and I have 4 minutes. I don't know if anybody have any questions. Am I supposed to ask for questions or not? So, but one question only, I'm told, right? So yes.
Who's the one person that you have personally helped the most? Hi, Mike Hansen, Discover. Who's the one person or enterprise that you've helped the most, and what did you do for them?
Gosh, I'm not into naming, right? It was like Metro Edge we can talk about. Everything we do is very philosophically focused on these capabilities where everything is about flexibility because you don't know what's going to be available next month. You don't know whether certain networks will fail. You don't know where 51% attacks will happen. And we try to focus on all of these different things in abstracted ways. We have a stable pricing mechanism so that enterprises can come in and treat us just like they would Amazon, where they don't have to worry about our token price flying up and down or anything else. We have a very interesting but very abstract, probably hard to describe in a couple of minutes, scarcity model where we use time as the scarcity in our consensus. And we because we can do that, we don't need to worry about the number of nodes you apply. We don't have to worry about 51% attacks as much because they're a lot harder to do, and they're a lot more. You're basically broadcasting this fact over time because everyone can measure that you're taking up more and more of the time. And what that allows us to do, though, is for an enterprise. One of the, and I didn't mention it in this, but one of the interesting pieces is that you have a deterministic fee structure. That even if, because we use time as scarcity instead of hardware, that even if you see a multiple order of magnitude increase on our network, that all of the boxes, all of the existing infrastructure can handle it because it's all multi-cloud and on-premise based. And how do I say that means that our network won't fall down? Because like most, if you have hardware resource as scarcity, and all the competition is based on how much hash power I apply or how many nodes I run, that you have this concern that if I'm a business, my fees will go up radically, right? Which is bad, but the real bad part is that my transactions won't even get on chain, right? I can't even with a really high fee, guarantee that my transaction will be accepted and put on the chain. So with us, we flipped that on its head and said time's the scarcity model, and we can maintain that if you apply time, you can reduce your fee per transaction and have a much more flexible and safe platform because you won't have to worry about what the rest of the network is doing. You can focus on, okay, I expect I'm going to have this many more transactions this month. I might apply a little more time so I can reduce my fee, but you'll be able to at least calculate that, right? It won't be some random figure you can't possibly guess. So, yes, I'm good. Thanks.
Thank you. Would like to take a moment to thank our marketing and branding agency, The Grove, for working alongside the Chamber throughout the year to help bring our mission and vision to life. Here's a quick look at how they work. Please watch this video.
At The Grove, we're taking our decades of experience in business-to-business and consumer brands and combining that with our inside knowledge of blockchain and crypto.
One of the best parts of our job is getting to engage with our clients, whether that's collaborating on a large campaign or simply talking through a few ideas.
We know that everything that leaves our shop is not just a reflection on our client, but a reflection on everyone here at The Grove. That personal connection is what drives us to make all our work the best it can possibly be.
At The Grove, we're serious about branding, and we love working alongside passionate people with innovative ideas.
As some of you know, I lead the Chamber's working group on smart contracts, where we have focused on smart legal contracts. The nexus of code and law is truly a fascinating area to examine, and that is what we will hear about from our next panel on the rise of smart legal agreements, moderated by Hal Marcus, Global Legal Evangelist for DocuSign. Please welcome Hal, who will introduce his panelists.
Hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. There we go. My name is Hal Marcus. I'm Global Legal Evangelist for DocuSign, as Paul said. I am trained as a lawyer, practiced as a lawyer, and then saw the light and moved into a career about 25 years ago in technology, always focused on what struck me as cutting-edge legal technology with companies like Thomson Reuters, LexisNexis, OpenText, and then last year I joined DocuSign. Very happy today to be here moderating this really interesting panel on the rise of smart legal agreements. As you can see, what we're going to be focused on to a large degree is how do we get from here to there? Some really promising technology, how do we see it through to adoption? So let me walk you through an introduction of our panelists. Their accomplishments are broad and varied, so I need my notes for this. To my left, in alphabetical order, Peter Hunn. Peter is founder and director of the Accord Project, an initiative for the development of open source specifications and libraries for smart legal contracts, which include some of the world's leading law firms and enterprise blockchain providers. He's also a founder and CEO of Clause, a maker of smart technologies that integrate contracts with enterprise applications. He is a UK-trained lawyer. Let's try not to hold that against him. I don't even know which part of that statement I'm referring to. With a background in private equity in London. And Peter is also, just in case people are misinterpreting, Peter is also a member of the UK government's Law Tech Delivery Panel, comprising experts tasked with developing the UK's strategy for emerging legal technologies. Olga Mack, to his left, is the VP of Strategy at QuantStamp, the first decentralized security auditing blockchain platform. She has served as general counsel for ClearSide and has also worked at Visa, Yahoo, and Wilson Sonsini. She's an adjunct professor at Berkeley Law School, her alma mater as well, and serves on the California Law Revision Commission appointed by then-Governor Jerry Brown. She was instrumental in developing California legislation, defining blockchain and forming a working blockchain group. She has also recently co-authored Fundamentals of Smart Contract Security, to be published next month by Momentum Press. To Olga's left is Heather Peterson. She is the head of trust strategy at DocuSign and also serves as the executive director of the XDTM standard, which drives standards globally for digital transaction management. Her career in software and cloud technology includes founding roles in startups, a consultancy, and a nonprofit. At DocuSign, Heather leads strategy, marketing, and sales enablement related to areas of legal, privacy, risk management, compliance, and security. She also spearheads DocuSign's cross-functional initiatives around blockchain and smart legal agreements. And to Heather's left is Margot Tank. She is a partner in the intellectual property and technology practice at DLA Piper, as well as co-chair of DLA's financial services sector and its blockchain group. I can probably summarize Margot from my perspective as I'm pretty confident she has forgotten more about e-commerce law than I have yet learned. I'm working on it, though. Margot's accomplishments in the field of digital commerce are just too numerous to list here, but I'll mention a couple. She co-authored the last 8 editions of the Law of Electronic Signatures and Records, published by Thomson Reuters. She's counsel to the Electronic Signatures and Records Association, and she was instrumental in the creation of the seminal e-Sign Act in 2000. Please give a warm welcome to these panelists, if you would. So we're going to structure our conversation just a bit into 3 sections. We want to talk about, there we go, the opportunity presented by smart legal agreements, legal considerations, a little bit of legal expertise on this panel, that might take a while, and practical and risk considerations. So let's start with the opportunity. And let's start out a bit with definitions, a bit of level setting. This is a very knowledgeable audience, and I imagine those that are streaming or watching the stream remotely as well. But let's level set a bit, because while there's a lot of expertise here on blockchain, people are not always on the same page about smart contracts. So Marco, let's start with you for this. What are we talking about when we talk about smart contracts?
Sure. Thanks, Hal. So you ask the lawyer a lawyer legal question, you're going to get a legal answer, which is a smart contract is a legal contract is a smart contract, or the converse can be true. It might not be a contract at all. There you go. So we can spend days
clears
debating,
everything up.
right? Clears everything up. I think what people need to really think about, and the best way to do this is to go kind of to home plate. Think about the paper world. The paper world paradigm, contract formation. There's been hundreds of years of judicial precedent, debating and discussing what is contract formation and looking through the elements: offer, acceptance, mutual assent, intent, attribution, authentication. Was it really that party? Is there a writing requirement? Is there a signing requirement? All of those elements are still going to be true whether you're in the paper world or whether you're in the electronic world. So I think the focus should start to move beyond, is it a contract? Is it smart? How smart can it be? Is it legal? Into what do we need to do to ensure that business can be done and commercial transactions can be formed, executed, implemented in a way that's meaningful.
And I think intentionally or not, we've just stepped into a central issue, and one of the reasons it's important to do some level setting here, in that what we call smart contracts in this space, inevitably by that name delves into the world of legal contracts, legal agreements, legal enforceability. But at the core of it is smart contract code. Right, is the actual code that will self-execute and perform aspects of agreements. So let's spend a little time on that before we go too far down the legal road. What are the advantages? Why do we care about that? Peter, let's start with you on that.
Sure. So for any of you that have used sort of CLM platforms or managed contracts before, you'll know that it's an incredibly resource-intensive process. And what smart contracts enable us to do is to begin to compress that life cycle down so we can extract more value from our contracting technologies. And that's really, really important. You can do that with blockchains, you can do that without blockchains. But once we've got this ability to automate certain aspects of a contractual agreement, that means that we can effectively use machines to do what humans do today. And that gives us huge range of efficiencies across any type of agreement. So we can look at supply agreements where you can pull in data from FedEx APIs, for example, or logistics APIs that enable us to compute the state of a particular agreement at a particular point in time. And we have then visibility into that agreement. And that's really a game changer here, is that once we can see the state of the agreement effectively in real time or near real time, we can do a lot of interesting things with that. We can compute the state of a contract and use that in external systems. So we can raise invoices effectively in real time without having to go to finance to do that. So I think these efficiency benefits are a real game changer, and smart contracts enable that.
And is that also enabling agreements to happen or transactions to happen between folks that probably wouldn't have been transacting before? Does it rise to that level? Let's turn to Olga on this one. What are the use cases we're seeing today? And what I just asked, does that feed into that? Are we seeing use cases where transactions are happening that probably in a previous model would not have happened?
So smart contracts are, let me take a step back, they're pieces of code. They're not smart in the sense that members of this panel are very smart. They're not that smart. They may or may not be contracts in the legal sense. They're pieces of code that store rules, verify rules, and self-execute. So many people compare them to vending machines. A vending machine stores a rule, verifies that the rule is met when you put $1, and voila, there is a beautiful self-execution moment when you get your snack of choice. That's what smart contract is. It's an if-then scenario that is executed, and it's a piece of code. There are many applications in the business world for an if-then scenario. So for example, probably one of the most widely used application of it has been through ICO. To set up an ICO, to execute an ICO, to mint token, to distribute tokens, you need a bunch of smart contracts. CryptoKitties. We talked about it yesterday. Those cute, somewhat fluffy things that is a joke of many people who touch crypto and blockchain. They're essentially, behind that cuteness is a bunch of smart contracts. Now, increasingly, many businesses, when they build things on blockchain, they're essentially a bunch of smart contracts. So, for example, supply chain that has been mentioned many times here in various industries, from stores such as Walmart to pesticides to hardware. A lot of it is a bunch of smart contracts that execute if-then statements. So there are no limits. It's a very powerful technology. It essentially encompasses if-then business logic that makes the business world go round. So it's very powerful, very important, and there are many applications of it. I'll give you a more concrete example, the project that I find very interesting. My company, QuantStamp, we collaborate with World Economic Forum to solve corruption in Colombia using smart contracts. Now, understand, it is a back-end technology, and it's one of many pieces in this big social problem called corruption. So to solve a problem of corruption, you need a lot of stakeholders. You need people who actually victims of it. You need people who monitor it. You need people who punish people who don't do the right things. And smart contract is a small piece of it that verifies that corruption, for example, happened and some actions have to take place. So to solve a social problem of any size or a business problem, you may have a piece that is a smart contract, but there are other parts, there are legal parts, there are business parts, there are other technology parts such as data that would be part of it.
And that gets us to forward-thinking use cases, because you're talking interestingly about how you can sometimes solve a human problem by taking the human out of the equation, at least for a piece of it. And that's really intriguing. I think that bodes interestingly for the future. But as we look forward, I mean, right now, is it appropriate to say that the use cases, you were saying there's no limits, but the use cases right now are limited compared to where they could go, aren't they? Isn't there a great deal more that could be done?
Our use cases are limited by our imagination. I find when I talk to people and they say, I cannot imagine, I tell them to work on their imagination.
There's too many lawyers on this panel for us to be encouraging imagination. This doesn't fit. No, we'll delve into some of those challenges in the next phase here. But first, let me turn to Heather. As we look toward the future, what is the broader range of use cases we might be looking at over time?
Sure. So, everything from CryptoKitties to these social change agents and mechanisms and everything in between. And as the only non-lawyer on the panel, I can use my imagination and say, let it run wild and say it could be just about anything. So from small to large transactions across the enterprise, across public sector, everything from some of the things we've talked about at the conference in terms of supply chain to IoT to financial transactions, crypto and traditional, across the board. So just about anything you can think of that you want to have an agreement around. I think in the future, as we talk about the future of smart legal agreements and things that we're even doing today, we can make these transactions, these documents smarter. And for DocuSign, the company that I'm at, we see a future where there's going to be hybrid agreements. And by that I mean agreements that have both the smart contract code, which is really the execution engine to make things happen, coupled with natural language. So kind of written documents that we're all used to. And today, many of which are in digital form. So coupling those together, we think makes for appeal to a much broader set of use cases over time and enables people to start to think about this in a broader way. Some of the power that comes with natural language is just that humans can understand it, right? So when you're entering into an agreement, you can understand the natural language component that can be in tandem with the executed code from the smart contract, and it can capture things that we don't necessarily want to capture in code or can't capture in code, and sort of round out the contract. So it could be something as simple as in good faith. Well, that's better probably lent towards written, a natural language than trying to put that into code, because that could mean so many things to so many people. And so we see a broad range of use cases in the future. For the federal government, some of these things may start to seem a little bit far off, but they're here and they're coming more and more. And the foundation of this is really starting today with a big push towards government, law firms, folks getting into digital contracts and being really highly encouraged to do that.
I want to raise one more question related to what you were just saying. As we look at this, at plugging smart contract code into all sorts of existing kinds of transactions, is this about cryptocurrency? Is that really what this is all rooted in? Or is it broader than that? I'll throw that open to anyone.
I think it's much broader. I think it's much broader, and cryptocurrency is one of the first use cases of smart contracts that have been executed to date, but I think that's just the beginning.
Yeah, it's certainly a great way to, if you're going to automate performance on a transaction, crypto gives you a very easy way to do that. It's not the only way to do that, and we've had a lot of content here about tokenization and other ways to use that. Let's move on to the legal aspects, legal considerations. Oh, actually, a quick note before we do. Heather, do you want to address this?
Sure. So I was touching on the federal government and this, we've got this bright, shiny future around smart legal agreements. A stepping stone towards that is getting agreements digital. That's really the foundation, because once they become digital, they have a chance at becoming smart. One area that the government itself is encouraging federal agencies to move into is modernizing websites, forms, and adopting electronic signature. Just in December, Congress passed the 21st Century Integrated Digital Experience Act, which actually mandates this for the federal government agencies and requires agencies to, as a first step, come up with a plan by June of this year. And so if you are with an agency or working with an agency, one thing you should be aware of is this shift, and it's really, again, the foundation. It's a great thing. It's going to help reap immediate benefits in terms of user experience, efficiency, cost savings for the government, but also provide this platform to start to get smarter interactions as we move forward.
Yeah, I think it's going to be great as a way of raising the education level within the federal government about what some of these possibilities are, because they're going to be looking ahead to them in this context. So, as to those possibilities, let's talk about some of the legal considerations. And this gets again to that central issue of, is a smart contract a contract? Is it a legally enforceable contract? Is it a legally valid contract? Many aspects to that. Let's just start with validity, core legal validity. What's our foundation there? Where do we stand? Margo, let's start with you on that.
Sure. So there are two laws in the United States, the Federal Electronic Signature and Global and National Commerce Act and the Uniform Electronic Transactions Act, which has been adopted in about 49 jurisdictions to date. These laws have been on the books since 1999 for UETA, roughly, and 2000 for the Federal e-Sign Act. Both laws enable the use of electronic signatures and electronic records where you otherwise would have ink signature or paper, writing requirements. They act as overlay statutes, and without getting super duper technical, but just to give you the baseline, they act as overlay statutes. So you're still going to see in place in the laws in this country, both state and federal, you're going to see the words writing, you're going to see the word signature, you're going to see the word original. And you then need to look to these two laws to say, okay, if you play by the rules of these laws, you can replace all those requirements. The way that an electronic signature is defined under both laws is super broad, and it's any sound, symbol, or process executed and logically associated, executed with the intent, which is key, and logically associated with the record. The definition of an electronic record is exceedingly broad. Both laws, when enacted, had smart contracts in mind. There are definitions of electronic agents where machines can talk to each other and can enter into an agreement. So an electronic agent, a contract may be formed, Section 14 of UETA, and e-Sign has a comparable provision. A contract may be formed by the interaction of electronic agents of the parties, even if no individual was aware or reviewed the electronic agent's actions or resulting terms or agreements. So this has been happening, and there are cases that actually support the use of electronic agents. There was a case in South Carolina, it was in 2016, where a customer had bought insurance on a website and agreed to purchase with an electronic signature the insurance and declined uninsured motorist coverage. Gets in an accident, there's a lawsuit, she says, I didn't sign, and the court says, well, yes, you did, that you interacted with the company's electronic agent. It was pre-programmed, you checked boxes, and website accepted, agent accepted your application and insurance, therefore contract form. So the law is there. There are other elements, again, as we started, that always need to be addressed in forming contracts, including intent and knowing your parties and all of that, and creating the evidence so that you can prove it up in the event of a dispute. But the legal baseline is absolutely there to enable smart legal contracts to move forward.
So we can actually have a meeting of the minds when there isn't always a mind there.
Yeah, I mean, right. No, exactly. I mean, again, there is, the law enables it, but there have been years of whether the minds have actually been met, right? It's going to be about the human interaction in programming and coding, the timing of that interaction, and it's not that every single contract is always going to be judged as formed or enforceable. Again, it's going to be the same principles that we've adhered to in business for years.
It's a Zen moment of a sound of one hand clapping.
Philosophical and imaginative on the same panel. I have to quickly call out, though, some more from Margo and others in putting together a document which, for anyone interested on this, the Chamber has put together, and it is an excellent piece of writing to walk you through what you just heard and a great deal more about the legal foundation for smart contracts. Let's talk a bit more, though. I mean, there's always more nuance to this sort of thing. In fact, there's more nuance in legal relationships generally. Contracts are full of, force majeure, best efforts, all sorts of terms that are not captured by if-then statements. So how do we address those and still get the benefits of smart contract language? Peter.
Yeah, sure. So Heather raised an important point about what do we mean by a smart legal agreement or a smart legal contract. Well, our view is that that's natural language bound with executable logic in some way. And we look at that as essentially a triangle of sorts. So you have natural language on one corner, you have executable logic on the other corner, and at the top you have a data model that binds those two together. And that's really important because what we need from a smart legal agreement is certainty. We need certainty that that code is going to execute in a way that the parties intend it, and also that it reflects the natural language as well. So essentially a smart legal agreement is a concept for automating business transactions and business processes that today are done manually by humans and typically contract managers. So what we want to do is have that certainty between the terms, and it's really important we have the technology that enables that. And that means that today we have the ability to execute certain things on a blockchain. It means we have the ability to execute certain things off-chain that may not be suitable for running on-chain. And it also means that we're not necessarily going to have this ability to execute the entire contract. And that's really important. There are operable terms and non-operable terms. And the operable terms are where we're looking at today. So things like payments, for example, things like automating the calculations of prices and supply agreements, for example. All of these things we can do with very limited code, very limited sort of primitives, legal and financial primitives. But that means that in the future, we may have the ability to do more. It's really important that we delineate between those two types of provision and what's possible or practical today and what's possible and practical in the future.
Now let's take it one step further. Even if we have those terms captured and we have a meeting of the minds around them and we have agreement that the smart contract code is going to do what the natural language says and all of that is well established, there's still some additional enforceability challenges here, aren't there? There's the factor of identifying the parties to the agreement, which in blockchain transactions are often pseudonymous. There's choice of law, jurisdiction. If these can be complicated transactions, it's hard to figure out where those are going to be rooted. There's the issue of remedies. If something is automatically performing, what remedy do we have if someone is wronged? If, by the way, I have to raise this one, Olga. I love your analogy of the vendor machine, but how many times I've had my candy stuck, in that little spiral thing that doesn't finish turning. So when that happens,
and that's the time you see people go like this.
Yes. So I'm that guy, and I'm trying to enforce that smart contract. What do we do then if we have automatic performance in a purportedly immutable smart contract that's going to execute? What remedies are available to us? So I've just thrown a lot of things out there to basically everyone. What are your thoughts on how we address these things?
So I'm not going to give the answer how we address it, nor will I pretend that the current, so first of all, smart contracts don't have to be legal. Majority of applications will not be in legal. But since we are focusing on legal contracts and whether or not they could be partially or entirely automated using smart contracts, understand that there's probably going to be a continuum between things that are completely automated to things that are kind of hybrid to things that are completely not. How many people have ever negotiated a contract? Lots of you. So where the action is, well, that's usually things like indemnity, or things like who is responsible for what, right? So those things are very complicated. You get into really granular if-then statements, and a lot of it is you end up with reasonable type of language, and a lot of murkiness. A lot of legal contracts are not all that clear. So let's not overestimate the current system being perfect and clear and working well. That's why we have contract disputes. We also have a very lengthy process called courts that help to mitigate this and resolve this. And sometimes that takes a long time and a lot of money. So the solution, so this technology comes with different sets of challenges. They're not necessarily better or worse. They're just a different sets. And so we will over time evolve into how we address them. We will build templates for certain clauses that we know work in a certain way. We will build in mechanisms that help us resolve it. We will have a culture of negotiations in the same way when I negotiate with another lawyer and we somehow understand what reasonable person means. But really, I have no idea what that means. A few of my clients actually called me out and asked me to explain what that actually means. And that discussion often graduated to a bar with a drink.
Were you more or less reasonable people after the training?
There is no preview of that. There is only one way to find that out. But all of that is say the system we have is not perfect, but we found a way to deal with it. We have another system that is not perfect, addresses some challenges. We'll find, I trust in people and technology and their imagination to solve complex problems.
Yeah, and we need to move on, but I do want to call out one more thing here, because we are seeing some of that evolution you're talking about with, for example, dispute resolution, arbitration capabilities, finding their way into this world. Peter, do you want to talk about that?
Sure. So I think what's really important here is to look at the design patterns of a smart legal agreement. So what do we actually want a smart legal agreement to do? Do we want it to be self-executing in its entirety? My answer to that is probably not. We want certain things to execute, but what we really want is that state, that computed state, that visibility that I mentioned before, to be able to see what is the current state of this agreement at a particular point in time. And that means that we're not executing necessarily every single input that comes into a contract and we execute an output. And that has ramifications, I think, for dispute resolution. So if we execute everything on chain and we execute all of these agreements automatically, that has ramifications for how do we resolve disputes pertaining to transactions that have already occurred, and particularly pseudonymous transactions on chain. So if a digital asset has been transferred pursuant to an agreement, how do we wind that back? What if there are issues in the code, mistake and unjust enrichment issues touch upon this a lot. So I think we really need to look at the design patterns here and what we want to get out of smart legal agreements before we make the choice of how those are implemented and how we resolve those disputes.
Very good. I've got one last question before we move on to our last topic. I want to make sure we have time for it. But we have to touch on this, certainly, especially in such a policy-focused organization. We have already seen 2 states, if I'm not mistaken, it's Arizona and Tennessee.
3.
3 have passed. I thought the third was only a working group, but I'm maybe out of date now.
Nevada.
Okay. Yeah, I'm out of date. So we're seeing a lot of, and several other states are already pending with smart contract legislation. So what do we think of this, given the legal foundation that you raised earlier, Marga?
Sure. I think it's adding complexity to the process that's already complex enough. I mean, we could sit here and talk for hours, right? What's a smart contract, what's not a smart contract, and so on. And you have states that are wanting to be thought leaders, which is great, but the definitions are different. They're different in Nevada than they are in Arizona, than they are in Tennessee, than they are in the various states that have legislation that has been introduced but not enacted yet. They're very technology specific. I mean, the idea of e-sign and the UETA and other related e-commerce laws is to be technology neutral. It's a tenet that we should abide by. If we're going to try to move forward with commerce, we need uniformity, we need certainty, and not as much confusion. So I think there should be a lot of time and care put into the state legislation.
And if it's underscoring
If
the
at all.
existing structure that you've spoken about, perhaps valuable. If it's defining very specific use cases that are permissible for smart contracts, is it casting doubt on potentially all the others?
Absolutely. It's, the silence in other states that haven't enacted might lead companies and courts to think, well, there isn't something express on the books in this particular state, so therefore you can't, use smart legal agreements. It just really does cause unnecessary confusion and blocks commerce from going forward.
Sure. All right. Well, we've got limited time left.
And I will say, just not to say that there might not be a time and place, okay, for additional clarification in certain contexts. But right now, as this, when let 1,000 blossoms bloom type philosophy and not be technology specific would be very helpful.
Some closing thoughts before, and then one last question at the very end if time permits. about practical and risk considerations. We have issues around the reliability of the code, making sure that candy comes out of the machine as we expect.
That's right.
Auditing to achieve that, data privacy implications, standards. Let's just address a couple of things here. And first, Olga, you're the expert on this. What can we do to ensure that the code is achieving what it needs to?
So remember, blockchain as a platform may be fairly secure, but there is a few more layers, and at the very top of it are application level layers. Smart contract is at that top layer. Remember, it's a piece of code. Humans write code. Humans make mistakes. They make very important mistakes that can lead to lots of losses. Smart contracts hold a lot of assets. They're very lucrative targets. They attract criminals. They're essentially crown jewels of many companies that will hold assets on blockchain. So it's important to also understand that unlike the traditional code that is usually not viewable, things on blockchain, especially if we're talking about public blockchain, is open. So once you deploy, it's really hard to change. It's written by humans who make mistakes. Everybody can see it. And you have lots of assets in those applications. So imagine what could possibly go wrong. What could possibly go wrong is what we're familiar with. What could possibly go wrong is hacking on steroids, given the powerfulness of this technology. Right? Cybersecurity crimes is not new. We've seen them. We've seen that, well, even before internet, really, before it became cybersecurity, it was just theft, really, and crimes. But basically, security is a challenge. And because this technology is so powerful, and even little mistake can be very detrimental. So it's very important to proceed with caution. It's very important to create and build tools like we're doing to make sure we can address this problem in scale, because we imagine a world where we're going to have lots of smart contracts and lots of blockchain applications that will be transformative. So security is a challenge. It's an absolute privilege to solve that challenge, because it will be an important challenge to solve.
And what role can standards play in all of this? Nice, open, broad question. Peter, why don't you jump in there?
Sure. So we're obviously here talking about a particular technology. But for smart legal agreements, it's important that we don't talk about the technology to an extent. We're talking about the business and the legal ramifications of using these agreements and the benefits that accrue from doing so. So we were spoken about the business benefits from automating certain types of transaction. But what we don't want to do is have to agree on what technology we're using, why we're using it, how we can reach agreement on the technical level. We want to reach agreement on the business level. So having a common specification for what a smart legal agreement is, how we bind the natural language and logic together, how we execute that, even across different DLT platforms, is really, really important. That means that we can expedite this technology into production environments. It means that we get all those benefits sooner rather than later. So that's really the role of standards in this space, is to ensure that we reach agreement on the business level and we don't talk about the technology anymore.
And the standards and templates are frankly important for security. For those of us who ever drafted a contract, remember how many times you cut and paste. Well, part of it is driven by laziness, at least on my case. But part of it is also driven by the fact that certain clauses have been tested by court and their opinions about it, and they've worked in the past, and they withstood litigation. So same thing for this technology. We need to develop smart contract templates that are essentially pieces of code that do certain functions that have been proven to be secure.
Heather, you have any thoughts on standards role?
Well, just to add that, what we've seen in, at DocuSign in this space that we've traditionally been in around digital transaction management really is the value of standards in accelerating adoption, in defining commonality of terms, in raising the quality bar across providers. And so we're excited about standards coming into smart contracts, smart legal agreements as well.
Great. We've got about 90 seconds left, and we're not going to stand between these people and lunch. So I'm going to jump ahead to the one last question that I think is quite important that I do want to ask everyone. Let me quickly call out, though, the SCA. It has implemented a survey on smart contracts. If you haven't filled it out, I encourage you to. And they're also working on a governance agreement that addresses some of the things we've been talking about. So we're proud to be working with them on these projects. Here's my last question for everyone. What is the one thing that everyone in this room should be doing to prepare for the coming age of smart legal agreements? Why don't we go left to right? Peter, I'll start with you. What are your thoughts?
Sure. So my answer would be read around this topic. This is really the spreadsheet moment for lawyers. This is starting to automate legal agreements. So just read up around, obviously the core project specification I will call out, but there's a lot of great literature out there.
Okay.
Do read, but don't stop there. Actually do things. Most people learn by doing. You will appreciate the extent of this tool if you actually build something on the periphery of your business. Even if you fail, even if it doesn't perform the way it's supposed to, it will most certainly not give you an ROI. The reason you do that is not for ROI. The reason you do it is so that you can learn.
Heather.
Get digital. Get your agreements into the digital realm. Modernize your system of agreement. That'll be a base for all of this goodness to come, and you'll get ROI benefits and efficiency benefits today from that.
Heather, sorry, Margot, our last 10 seconds.
Okay.
Lightning
I'd
round.
say develop bring together a multidisciplinary team of lawyers and technology and business. You need all those disciplines. Education is critical, and rely on experts, both internal and external, and don't boil the ocean. You don't need to solve world peace in one day.
And with that, thank you to this panel. Thank you, everyone, for being here and attention. Appreciate it.
Hello again, everyone. It's time for lunch. Thanks to Tata Consultancy Services, lunch will be served in the Shea Commons on the first floor and on the colloquium on the fourth floor. I know you've been waiting to network some more, get a bite to eat, and have great conversations. So also be sure to check out the Discover Networking Zone and the Exhibitor Zone. Also, the Digital Asset Standards Association, DASA, which promotes standards for equity tokens, will be meeting during lunch. Please join them in room 415. Sounds like a really interesting talk. And we'll see you back at 1:50 p.m. for a fireside chat with Tom Jessup of Fidelity.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats and please silence all mobile devices. The program will begin momentarily.
Welcome, everybody. Welcome back. We now have a fireside chat featuring Tom Jessup. Tom is head of Fidelity's digital assets and head of corporate development for Fidelity Investments. In these roles, Tom is driving Fidelity's efforts to build a full-service enterprise-grade platform for digital assets. Joining Tom on the stage for the discussion is Kate Rooney, market reporter at CNBC. Please welcome Kate and Tom.
All right, everyone. So we're going to try to move quickly because we have a pretty limited amount of time here. So I don't see the shot clock, but if we're whizzing through answers, just bear with us. Great. So Tom, Fidelity. When people hear Fidelity, they usually think 401k, retirement.
Right.
You guys are probably the oldest tech company out there. And I feel like that's sort of a misconception that you guys are old school. You're spending a ton on AI and blockchain. Maybe you can tell us a little bit kind of behind the scenes what Fidelity is doing in crypto and blockchain as a broader company, not just the digital asset company.
Yeah, so the company, most people don't know this, the company has a very long history of innovation. We have several hundred people that I would say sit strictly in innovation roles where they're not tied necessarily to an operating P&L, but they're really trying to figure out things like AI and blockchain. And our journey started in 2014 where our CEO became very interested personally in blockchain technology as an enabler for financial services. Again, people think of Fidelity as either a retail broker or an asset manager, but we're the largest provider of benefit services in the US, and we also service about 13,000 financial institutions as an institutional broker-dealer. So, something like blockchain has wide-ranging implications for all of our businesses. And the way we did that is we hired cryptographers and folks that were, nascent in the space. We were running nodes of the Bitcoin blockchain and the Ethereum network back in 14 and 15. We've been mining Bitcoin since 2015. And so what we've been doing is really, cultivating and incubating some of these capabilities, and it was really waiting for the market to catch up when we decided to actually launch a business, which we announced in October.
And so what about the structure of Fidelity allows you guys to do that? Because I think some people would also think, okay, is there crypto being invested in my retirement fund? What about the structure lets you kind of do that separately?
Yeah, so what we tend to do is we incubate these ideas to a certain level, and then, more often than not, we'll stand up a new company, which is what we did with digital assets. And I think we do that for a couple of reasons. Number one, ability to move quickly, ability to have what I would say is a pot of capital to focus intently on a specific outcome. when you're in a big business, you can find other ways to use that money. So having that sort of a dedicated focus in terms of people and capital is a real enabler in accelerating things to market versus sticking it somewhere in an existing business.
And
Where
Abby
they're
Johnson,
more immediate business priorities.
Right. And that seems to come from the top. Abby Johnson has been one of the most vocal CEOs, I think, about crypto and innovation. What about her as a leader lets you do that?
Yeah, I think it's the lineage of the firm. We've been it's funny. I in the modern age, I try to tell my children how Fidelity's innovative, and I say back in the in the 60s or 70s, we allowed people to write checks out of a brokerage account. And they look at me like, well, why is that interesting, right? Or before the internet, we were distributing 3.5-inch floppy disks so people could trade online before there was a web interface. So there are examples throughout our history where we've done this, and I think we're a private company. Closely held, and we fortunately have the ability to do these things and take a longer-term view.
And so when did it hit a point that you decided that you needed to launch a separate company? And sort of maybe your background and how you're not a lifer at Fidelity, you spent time on Wall Street.
Right.
How Fidelity as a company decided, okay, we need a separate company here. This is big enough that we can finally do it.
Yeah, so I think I've been involved in the crypto blockchain space since about 2015 at my prior employer. And I think it was, we started to see signs that institutions, maybe not so much there, but I've been with Fidelity for a year, and I think it was pretty obvious when I joined that more sophisticated institutions were thinking about allocating to this as an asset class. They were trying to understand the blockchain. They were thinking through the macro implications of an asset that's finite in quality and has maybe the attributes of potentially of money. And so it was pretty straightforward for us to say, let's assemble these things that we've built, our cold storage infrastructure, our walleting, and everything that goes around that into a business for institutions. And I think at the time, it felt like the retail segment was very well served, but no one was really addressing the needs of institutions, which are, as folks in this room know, quite different than the needs of your typical consumer. And so that's where our secret sauce is taking all of this learning in the crypto space and combining that with this expertise we have, processing millions of trades per day, managing or administering $7 trillion worth of assets, taking people that ran those businesses and bringing them into our business and combining the old and the new in a way that was very familiar to customers. And that's resonated quite well with our clients and prospects. And I think the timing's pretty good in terms of uptake, current price activity notwithstanding.
Yeah, there's certain things you mentioned about Fidelity that make the company unique. It's private, it's well-funded. What are some of the things that sort of put you guys in a position to be able to get into crypto in a serious way?
Yeah, I think, again, it's the learning that we've done as an early adopter of the technology, but I think more importantly, coming back to what I just said, it's that, we deal with family offices, registered investment advisors, broker-dealers, hedge funds. We understand the current market infrastructure from not only someone who participates and services clients, but, as an active participant ourselves. Our capital markets business is doing institutional trading in various asset classes. We have a prime services business. So it's how do we extract that DNA and bring it into what we're doing to inform our roadmap, and really balancing the need to move quickly and with full intent while we leverage all of the great things we have in the rest of the organization. And that's really, I think, our sweet spot. We are approaching this asset class as an institution looking to bring the asset class into an institutional setting, not from the perspective of a startup trying to become institutional. And we think that's a fairly significant distinction.
So maybe bring us back to the moment where the company decides, they either hire you and say, okay, this is huge, we need to start another company or branch out from Fidelity. And what was that decision-making process like? It
was really quite streamlined. Again, one of the nice things about working at Fidelity is, you can make these decisions quickly. The initial decision to do this was not something where you had to bring it to a 40-person committee. And it was, getting things moving and then bringing in the infrastructure as we moved. I think the biggest challenge for us was the mindset for moving from, research and development and experimentation to, wow, this is real. We have to build a commercial business. There may be things we want to do to continue to explore the technology, but we have to spend more of our time thinking about how to adapt the technology for business use. And so the transition from R&D labs to commercial, I wouldn't say it was challenging, but that was the mindset we had to put ourselves into.
There are some challenges. It's totally different from any other asset class. You guys do clearing and custody for typical assets, but what about crypto made this even harder to launch?
Yeah, I think, clearly as folks in this room know, the storage around and security around private keys and key management is extremely important. And again, we didn't just wake up last year and say, let's figure this out. We were doing this key management and storage several years ago because we were mining our own Bitcoin. And so that obviously took a lot of work. I think, the other part of our solution, which is around execution services, institutions want something resembling a best price experience. In the current market structure, to do that, they'd have to open and fund accounts at several exchanges. That's not really user-friendly. And so, we've had to build relationships with LPs and other sources of liquidity and figure out a way we can bring that to the customer in a very easy way. And again, fortunately, because we do this in our capital markets business, connecting to 40, 50 equity exchanges and ATSs, we had the DNA. We just had to transfer it.
So what does that look like? I mean, you've got cold storage, I assume. Sort of, how are you actually doing this for the average person that doesn't know how you actually store these things?
So there was a Mission Impossible movie with Tom Cruise where at one point he's hanging on wires over a floor, and if a drop of sweat falls off of his nose, it sets off an alarm. I mean, it's a little bit like that, to be honest.
That you or Abby doing?
Oh, it's definitely not me. But we have secure locations in multiple global jurisdictions. In order to move assets, there's a very prescribed process. We have different groups of people involved that don't know what other teams do, so there's separation of information and duty. And for cold storage, as people in this room probably know, the keys are stored on devices that have never touched a network. And we built this, and there's a lot of proprietary technology in that stack. We've also worked with accounting firms and auditors to come in and, on a regular basis, audit our policies and procedures, participate in some of these key ceremonies. And we'll be getting the requisite security audits probably as early as April, and then again before year end, where we can demonstrate from a third-party perspective to our customers that we've built a state-of-the-art platform.
So another misconception, you guys said you were launching in the first quarter of this year. You're live.
Yes.
There was no press release. You weren't announcing it, but you've been working on this. So I think that's another...
Yeah, I think there was an expectation that, okay, we're going live in Q1, that we would issue a press release saying we're live. That would be the shortest press release ever issued. But yeah, so we're live. We have a number of clients on the platform, and I think we'll scale that, largely as a function of our ability to service the customer. There are clients, for example, that want us to service certain types of assets that we're not ready to service. And then, as some folks in the room might know, we need licenses in every state we want to operate in and other jurisdictions. So the idea of being live is really a function of who you are and where you are. But we have clients on the platform. Hopefully they're happy, and we have a nice pipeline we're now executing on.
So we probably can't name names, but if you could give us sort of a profile of the typical institutional client that's on the platform, some examples, whether it's hedge funds.
Yeah.
What do you guys have?
Yeah, so we've seen an interesting maturation of interest. So when we started this, I would say that the interest was largely around crypto-native hedge funds. And then I think you probably moved down the risk spectrum. So then we started seeing interest from traditional hedge funds that wanted to allocate, family offices, increasingly registered investment advisors, and we've even had inquiries from a few pensions and endowments. I think less so that they're ready to allocate, but more, this is real, we need to understand this. How does a custody and trading solution work? And so our pipeline is quite diverse, and certainly more diverse than it would have been 9 months ago.
And here we are in crypto winter, as a lot of people are calling it. You guys have seen interest despite that, and you have some empirical evidence. I feel like we hear that anecdotally, that there's still people that want to buy in, but you guys have done a bit of research, so maybe we can talk about that.
Sure. So obviously we've been looking at a lot of the indicators of health sort of under the price, whether it's network activity, Lightning, venture funding in the space is up 3x year on year. And then all of the anecdotal stuff about who's involved in, trying to triangulate interest. But we also commissioned a study where we spoke to about 450 institutions of exactly the type that I just laid out. So a nice cross-section of institutions. 22% of them currently allocate to crypto. I think there's a strong correlation between folks that have allocated or want to allocate and their self-professed level of knowledge of the space. So for those of us, working with institutions in this room, we still have to kind of wear the education card and bring people with us. Of the folks that have allocated, they intend to double their allocation over the next 5 years. I don't know how much stock I personally put in that metric, given it's 5 years away, but again, pretty interesting. And then I think the last thing I'd mention is, what are the 3 reasons why folks who might be interested in investing won't? One is market volatility, which is a problem that will be solved as the market structure matures. We're confident of that. The second one is regulation, to be honest, and regulatory uncertainty. And others in the room may have a better view, but that seems to be pretty challenging. And then the third one is really around track record. So is there enough data information that I can continue to develop my thesis and feel good about this? And I think problems 1 and 3 are solvable with time, and problem 2 probably with continued engagement with the right people here in Washington and elsewhere.
And a part of that seems to be education. People wanting to buy in and not knowing about it. Maybe we can get into that a little bit. And that seems to be a role that you guys are able to play and go to some of these guys and educate them, whether they're reaching out to you or the opposite. What does that look like for Fidelity?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. We've developed this, it's not a formal framework, but like we've met so many different types of people that, like I would say, like at one level, if you're talking to people that know nothing about the space, like my family, I would equate sort of the public key and the private key as like your email address and your password. And then describe, you're not moving money, you're not moving, data from point A to point B with something of value, and that's where you start to lose the trail. But it literally goes from that level of elemental discussion to let us describe to you how key management actually works, how you can have reasonable assurance that we can safeguard your assets, or let's help educate you on market structure and why what we're doing may be more beneficial to you than opening accounts at multiple exchanges. And so, we're like educating across the entire spectrum. And my hope is that over time we start pulling up towards the top end of that.
Is that what it's going to take for more? So you said 22% of these institutional investors are brought in. So if there's 80-ish% of those investors still looking to buy, what closes that gap? What would make them warm up to?
I think in addition to the education, I think everyone has to come to their own view about why the asset's useful to them, right? You have folks that are taking a macro view, more from a monetary standpoint. You have folks that are taking an asset allocation view. A little bit of crypto improves the risk-return profile of an equity portfolio, at least for now, because it's uncorrelated. And other people are trying to figure out, like, is there some fundamental way to value Bitcoin, one of these other tokens? And I think, it's not just educating them about the technology or the space or a product, but them having their own exploration and there being enough information, whether it's research or what have you, where they finally feel confident to pull the trigger.
And so this is really only for institutional investors. Why should the average retail crypto investor care about this? Because there is a lot of interest, but should there be? Why do they?
Well, I think, so look, we're talking to a lot of customers that, they're developing fund products that my guess at some point they would like to offer to consumers. So I think that, we're trying to focus on the aggregation of activity, and if we do that properly, the benefits of that will filter down to all types of investors. Folks that may not want to deal with their, they like the asset, but they don't want to deal with their own wallet, or they may want a diversified basket of assets. So, by going after intermediaries, we think we can actually touch the consumer segment in a way that, perhaps may be a bit more user-friendly than, having to, download a wallet and wonder if, what password you used and so on and so forth, because it's not particularly user-friendly at that level. But that's what I would think about, if we do this correctly, that would be the impact on the average retail investor.
Got it. And we're here in the Capitol. What are you hearing from regulators, or what do you want to hear from Capitol Hill? There seems to be interest. Would it be new legislation? What are you looking for?
Yeah, I mean, I think, again, we have this vision that this is in some ways, a better technology stack for financial services than what exists today, right? And it may take a long time for that to play out. And, there's something for everyone. If you're about financial inclusion and payments and lowering the friction of money movement, there's something for you. If you want to refactor existing capital markets so we can settle trades in a short period of time without settlement risk or credit risk, there's something for you, and so on. And I think, part of what we have to do with the regulators say, look, it's not just about whether this is a security or not, or this, point issue, but how do we develop a framework where over time, our economy, our government, our people can take advantage of this technology in many ways, whether it's supply chain finance, whether it's payments, whether it's identity, it sort of goes a bit further than just financial services. And so I'd personally like to see more engagement on this as an enabling technology over a longer period of time, not just the point discussion around, what bucket does the thing fit into? which seems to be some of the discussion, and then other things of that nature. And I think, you know, my estimation is that based on a few discussions, we're starting to see signs of life in that direction.
So maybe some last thoughts here. I know we're out of time. Predictions for 2019. I know you don't do chart analysis, but anything you're hoping for in the new year?
Nothing other than hopefully we'll successfully implement our business and have some very satisfied customers at year end. I'd like to see the institutional space mature, and for folks that are thinking about the space, have the tools to develop a thesis and get excited about what we're doing, what others are doing, and just really seeing this become more mainstream. Because I think if we can get to that initial level of feasibility, I think we start to create a bit of a flywheel effect. So, no predictions about price or anything of that sort, but we're encouraged by our own experience and the research results that we're on the right track, and there's real interest. And it's up to all of us to make it happen.
Good stuff, Tom. Thank you. All right, appreciate it. All right, thanks, guys.
Good afternoon. I'm Tanya Woods. I'm the Managing Director of the Digital Chamber of Commerce Canada. And I'm very pleased to stand in front of you today to share with you that on February 5th, the Digital Chamber of Commerce and the Blockchain Association of Canada made global history, announcing the first merger and acquisition in the advocacy space for blockchain. I am delighted to celebrate this major milestone, and I believe it is absolutely important that we are thinking in a globalized manner about our policy and advocacy efforts. And in fact, to that end, I have the distinct pleasure to invite Abhishek Banerjee from Emergent Technology Holdings to join us in just a moment. 85% of the world's population resides in emerging markets. Our next guest knows that there is a strong need for payment solutions and efficient and reliable financial infrastructure in these markets. As Managing Director and CTO for Emergent, Abhishek sees firsthand the exponential opportunity to elevate global commerce in these markets using blockchain technology. Please join me in welcoming Abhishek.
All right. Can you guys hear me? Great. Great crowd. All right. So let's get started. Today I'm going to talk about a growing concern in the industry that blockchain is all theoretical. It's a good idea, but where is it actionable? So we're going to talk about how we're going to deploy blockchain-based solutions and solve real-world problems that are affecting humankind together. We at Emergent Technology Holdings, we believe that we're looking for we've created a solution by looking at a problem first and not having a solution ready and looking for the problem to solve with it. So let's get to it. The first topic I'm going to talk about is gold, that precious metal all of us know about. When you think of gold, you think of your Tiffany jewelry, your iPhone products, beautiful gold bars. But all that gold comes from mines, then gets refined, and then gets vaulted somewhere. Gold today in emerging markets, in mining practices in Africa or Latin America, is facing some serious challenges. There's child labor involved. There's conflict gold that are financing wars. And then something very close to my heart is when you look at the Amazon rainforest, the environmental practices in producing gold, not everyone is being environmentally friendly. They're dumping mercury in our Amazon rainforests, and these images are gripping. So this is a real-world problem where we think the usage of blockchain can really revolutionize this industry. The second topic I want to discuss is in emerging markets, we're seeing a continued problem in countries like Venezuela, Zimbabwe. We've also seen other countries go through currency devaluation, be it Argentine peso or the Turkish lira. In Venezuela, there are hardworking people that are working hard, making their money, saving their money, but their buying power is just decimated. They have to carry bags of cash to buy that 5-pound chicken. Someone told me this, that to buy this piece of chicken, they have to spend 15 million bolivars. That's over $2 million. What is the impact of that? 91% of families are below the poverty line, and 65% are facing extreme poverty. Now, this hyperinflation that has been created in a lot of these countries, how can we solve this with innovative solutions involving blockchain? We're going to get into that and see how we can really help the financial system to make sure that hyperinflation can be checked at the roots. The next topic is identity. This is something all of you are very aware of, but I'm going to give you a different flavor of identity today. We all know that identity in the US, there's 16 million people that probably lost their identities in 2018, $17 million were lost. You know, you took some measures, you know, you might have a LifeLock subscription, or you're doing some corrective measures to protect your identity. Even if your identity gets lost, you're taking some measures to fix the problem. We are all worried about our credit scores. Now, let me give you a different flavor of this problem. Imagine the 1 billion people that have been unseated in the last 20 years from their homes. Imagine these refugee camps everywhere in the world where, what if you don't have a means to prove who you are? What if you either lost your identity during the mass migration that you were subjected to, or you never had one because you were unfortunate? These fellow humans, they work hard, they have pride, they have integrity. They need to be included in the financial system. People challenge me saying, okay, why can't they take microloans? It's not about microloans. How will someone give you a microloan if they don't know who you are? We've seen in Ghana and Kenya, M-Pesa, MTN wallets. These are ways to help the unbanked population in getting into the financial world, getting included. Even the unbanked can be financially included. But the centerpiece of that is you have to prove who you are. Your identity is at the center of this. If you don't have your identity, you can't even participate in the mobile revolution. So we talked about some serious issues that need fixing. And we at Emergent Technologies, we're trying hard to find a solution using blockchain for the ethical supply chain, for tackling hyperinflation, and tackling the problem of how to help people get financially included for lack of identity. We worked in Africa to include 90 million people over the next decade using our proprietary hashes. There are problems where biometrics can solve something, taking facial selfies and others. But what if you have for religious reasons, your face needs to be covered? So we have artificial intelligence-driven identity solutions that we're writing into our blockchain that can be used, reused, deduplicated to make sure that people from all walks of life can be included in the financial system. So let's talk about the ethical supply chain. So we have built and deployed, there's a responsible gold standard that we work together with the World Gold Council, the LBMA, and all these bodies to make sure that certain ethical standards are followed at the mine mouth. They're followed throughout the process. And we've deployed a supply chain solution that attracts attention to the handover of custody. It's all about how can you irrefutably prove that gold was mined at a responsible mine. It was then passed on through logistics operators to a refinery for the refining process. And finally, those pretty gold bars, when they're vaulted in some bank, they are vaulted, and when the ultimate sovereign wealth fund wants to buy it, or a Tiffany jeweler wants to use it, we can prove provenance throughout the supply chain. So we built cryptographic seals that use NFC, and they write to our blockchain, and we've tracked provenance. And it's a transfer of asset. So what we have done is made sure that every place in the supply chain where asset is being transferred, we have an end-to-end irrefutable record in the blockchain. It's a permission network, so node operators are all over the globe, and it cannot be hijacked because everyone has equal voting rights. And at the end, when you buy your jewelry, you buy your gold bar, or you buy the digital asset that I'll get into next, your blockchain explorer can exactly tell you where the gold was mined, which logistic operator was it passed through, where was it refined, and where it's being vaulted. So this just shows the application that we've created at the mine mouth, and how the actual gold industry in their process is using our applications in mines in Africa or Latin America and writing to our blockchain and then transferring the asset to the logistic operator, which then gets on a plane, transfers it to some refinery, let's say in Switzerland or in North America. And then we have also innovated on the gold bars. Let's look at what's happening at the refining site. So this is the entire refining process, the mining process, and the logistics operators, how they are passing it through. Now here's where, after the refineries are done and these beautiful gold bars are produced, we've taken our application to one step forward. We have a unique hash. We're using biometrics. When the gold bars are cooling off, the unique striations that are created on both sides of the bar, we're using our artificial intelligence algorithms and creating a unique biometric and storing that into our blockchain. It's so unique that it can only be repeated once in 1.3 quadrillion combinations. So when it goes in and out of our system, if it's tampered with or someone files it, there is beyond a shadow of doubt, we will find out the delta in that biometric that's stored in our blockchain to prove that this gold bar indeed was processed through our supply chain. This shows exactly how the refiners, after the gold bars are created, they are put in the gold bar cases, and they go through our unique, we're using Google Glass, and we're using the biometric solutions, and they're passing through our AI solutions. And they're going through our responsible gold supply chain before they end up into the vaults. So this is how we're making sure that consumers are driving this, right? When a consumer walks into a Tiffany store, or a sovereign wealth fund wants to invest in gold, or someone buys an Apple phone, consumers or investors are demanding proof that this was responsibly sourced gold. And that's what our usage of blockchain is proving beyond doubt. Now let's talk about Gcoin. What is Gcoin? Gcoin is a unique solution that we have come up with. It is a digital certificate to 1 gram of gold. The gold bars are kilo bars, and every kilo bar can produce 1,000 Gcoin. Now, what is the need for us to create G-coins? We want gold to be liquid. We want to be able to let people who buy their golds. I've seen cultures growing up in emerging markets where people buy gold and they keep it under their pillows or in bank vaults forever, and it's never used. But it is the ultimate hedge for stocks and other assets. So with the introduction of G-coin, what we have done is give the ability for an investor or a consumer to buy title to 1 gram of gold and then use that gold to send, spend, transfer, gift to each other. What we've created is a unique combination of a stable coin and a crypto. Transfers of G-coin can happen instantaneously from our wallets. You can transfer G-coin from one place to the other, from one wallet to the other, instantaneously and at zero cost. At the same time, we want to make sure that people can use their gold when they're traveling, purchasing. So what we're also doing is issuing prepaid cards where you can either spend your digital gold, your G-coin that you're holding into your wallets at retail or using your contactless mobile payments, as well as use it online to buy. Now, what is this trying to do? Take an example of the Turkish lira or the Argentine peso. If you give a consumer the ability to transfer their savings into G-coin, into their wallets, what you're helping them do is preserve their buying power. So their buying power now is preserved in the price of gold rather than these emerging currencies that are devaluating. So the other use case that we're also working towards is for treasury functions. If you look at how gold has fared historically against G10 currencies, which are stable, gold has fared pretty well. Now imagine a multinational corporation, the treasury function, how complex it is when you're buying your goods and services out of emerging markets in Ghana, in Brazil, in Argentina, wherever. You have to find out a way to transfer your money just in time to pay your supplier, or the revenues that you're collecting from these emerging markets. You need a way to get out of those emerging currencies, those volatile currencies, into something stable. G-coin is the best solution for that. You can come out of your positions in those emerging markets and then hold your positions in G-coin. And then when you want your money back, you can always transfer it back to G10 currencies and cash out into the USD or euros. So this is, apart from helping consumers preserve their buying power, G-coin also can help corporations get out of their positions of volatile currencies and hold their positions mainly in G10. Now let's talk about identity, because the identity aspect is something that we spoke about at the beginning. What we've done with identity is use a unique one-way hash. We take a secure selfie when we open up our wallets, because what we want to do is make sure that our wallets are completely bulletproof in terms of RegTech. So we take a secure selfie, we have proof of life, we have 512 combinations while taking the secure selfie. We convert that using our AI algorithms into a one-way hash. And that one-way hash, it can be reverse engineered. It helps you overcome PII problems that you have, again, for GDPR and other issues in Europe and other PII regulations, because at the end of the day, you can't reconstruct the identity. So once you have that and you store that as an identity key in your blockchain, you can prove beyond doubt the identity of a person that is coming to you for the first time. You're recording that. And then every time that the person comes in, you make sure it's deduplicated in the identity lake in the blockchain. And that is our solution to make sure that even if somebody doesn't have an ID, we can take secure selfies and biometrics and create our unique hashes, one-way hashes, and store that in the identity lake, and store multiple combinations that can be constructed to form the concept of identity. That for us is very important because when we talked about cultures where the whole face is not there, you can only have the retina scans, or you can take parts of your arm as the identity solution, you can use our same AI algorithms, create those one-way hashes, store into the blockchain, and then prove beyond doubt that certain person is who they say they are. And now you can financially include them. Even if they're unbanked, underbanked, doesn't matter. You can offer microloans, you can offer mobile wallets. We have a business in Ghana. We see how a whole generation has leapfrogged the laptop era into mobile money. The M-Pesa revolution, or the Vodafone and MTN wallets, mobile money that are used today. So that's how we are tackling these very important social problems that are affecting our world today, be it environmentally friendly mining practices in the gold industry, tackling hyperinflation by introducing something that is liquid but at the same time stable, to battle hyperinflation around the world, especially in emerging markets, helping the more unfortunate populations. And then obviously helping people who are less fortunate to get into the financial system by proving who they are beyond a shadow of doubt. That's all I have. Thanks for your time.
All right. Jesse Spiro serves as the Global Head of Policy for Chainalysis, a company at the forefront of solutions designed to prevent, detect, and investigate cryptocurrency, money laundering, fraud, and compliance violations. This afternoon, Jesse will discuss how transparency can lead to unprecedented insight into how and why people move money across the world, the positive implications of regulation, and how financial institutions can safely and responsibly integrate cryptocurrency into their systems. Welcome, Jesse.
All right. Well, good afternoon. Thank you for being here today. I'd like to take a minute to thank the Digital Chamber. I've been here the last 2 days, and I think it's been a fantastic conference. And it really proves, the fact that blockchain in relation to application has so many use cases, and there's real potential. So as it was announced, my name is Jesse Spiro. I'm the Global Head of Policy with Chainalysis, if you're unfamiliar. And my background is in financial crime and compliance. I've worked in this industry for many years, and one of the things that attracted me to Chainalysis was the fact that there's real potential application there in relation to compliance and regulation. And so that's one of the things that I want to talk about today. So, when we talk about building trust in blockchains, we talk about the boom in relation to cryptocurrency in 2017. We talk about the bust in 2018. What many people are defining kind of as the current crypto winter. But I think it's important to take a step back and note the fact that it is already increasingly mainstream. There's a staying power here. And what we've seen is that this industry has been kind of pugnacious in how it's been able to survive this. When we talk about, $100 billion of approximate exchange-traded volume per week, and $25 billion of approximate on-chain Bitcoin volume per week, it shows that there's a substantial volume there, and that my expectation is, and our expectation is, that it's going to survive and eventually to thrive. And with distributed ledger technology in relation to cryptocurrency and the blockchain, there's massive benefits for financial services. Accessibility, we're talking about accessibility, and providing access where previously there may not have been for individuals in relation to moving money. Efficiency. Obviously, efficiency is also something that is going to be able to be streamlined and expedited more quickly. Collaboration is something. When you talk about, from a compliance standpoint anyways, the fact that collaboration occasionally is very difficult for many different reasons. When you're talking about cross-border transactions and then you start talking about data protection and data privacy and other issues, this can be a serious sticking point. Traceability, for me, is a big one. Traceability, when you're coming from an investigative standpoint, from a compliance standpoint, from anti-money laundering, the fact that the traceability is available in relation to cryptocurrency is so important and is a real value add. Somebody likened this to me once, and I'm sure some of you have heard the same thing, that if you take $1 and you put that into a bank, it is very difficult, if not impossible, to trace every cent. But that is not the case for cryptocurrencies. And being able to identify all of those touch points is very important. Security, obviously we are all familiar with distributed ledger technology, so I'm not going to take too much time talking about this, but added security is another benefit. Audit trail, again, this is something to me that was very attractive. When we're talking about compliance, again, one of the important points when you're talking about technology is there's a lot of technologies that exist, but justification is an issue in relation to engaging with the regulators and identifying why a decision has been made and how it has been made. And that has slowed a lot of the potential progress that we've seen in relation to reg tech. And then finally, transparency. The transparency that is afforded in relation to cryptocurrency, the transparency that Chainalysis provides is something that is so attractive. So there are massive benefits, obviously, but it is important for me to note when I'm talking about this that a lack of regulation, or as a caveat, a lack of global regulation has led, and oversight has led to systemic abuse. Right? I think everybody in this room is probably familiar with a lot of the stories that you've heard in relation to cryptocurrency being used for illicit purposes. Darknet markets, peer-to-peer exchanges, mixing services, stolen bitcoins, scams, ransomware, child exploitation and sex trafficking, terrorism financing, and sanctions evasion. All of these things have been identified. Recently, the scandal with Quadriga, I think we can all probably agree, if you've been following that more will probably be revealed in relation to that. And it's been difficult, for the industry. It certainly has given a bad name to the space. For me, what's important to note is, having worked in traditional financial services, this is not a problem that is specific to cryptocurrencies. This is a problem that traditional financial services has faced also. And they've just been around far longer, and they have had to, patch the fence. Bad actors, when we're talking about them, are always probing to find vulnerabilities and to exploit them in relation to how they move illicit money. And this is no different. And as a result of some of that illicit activity, there was an opportunity for innovation. And that is how Chainalysis was born. You're all probably also familiar with the Mt. Gox hack when that happened. To date, and hopefully going forward, it was the largest hack in relation to cryptocurrencies that we have seen to date. But as a result of that, one of our co-founders, Michael Groniger, decided that enough was enough. And some kind of solution needed to be identified and developed to effectively combat that. And so that's how Chainalysis was born. And Chainalysis makes blockchains more accessible and more transparent. And we do that by operating uniquely within this ecosystem. We provide products and services to all of the entities that exist within this ecosystem. Law enforcement and regulators, cryptocurrency businesses, and financial institutions. So the way in which we do this is as follows. And I should add, if you're looking for kind of a deep dive into the technical, I'm not the guy. I can certainly put you in touch with the folks that are. But what you see on the blockchain in relation to a transaction is this. And what you see in Chainalysis is to the right. Even if each service, each of these, what we call clusters, has millions of addresses within them. And how we do that is by clustering, as I just mentioned. Cryptocurrency funds are situated on millions of alphanumeric addresses tied together in transactions. And we use human analysts and analytics to identify patterns in the way that these entities transact, and then we label them. And the end result of that is giving us a complete view of how those entities interact with the cryptocurrency ecosystem. When you're talking about illicit activity, that's really powerful, right? Because what that means is in relation to transaction screening, you can identify this information in real time, which historically has not been a capability. And in relation to investigations, there's more transparency and clarity than we've ever seen before. So in saying that, it seems that there's a real opportunity in this space for things to change, to move forward, to mitigate a lot of that risk that has prevented, cryptocurrency from being adopted more by mainstream financial institutions. So the question that follows is, how do you move that needle, right? How do you move that needle, and how do you get all of the players within that ecosystem to participate when it comes to the exchanges and the services that provide this information? And the answer is regulation. Now, I said that there had not been global regulation, and this is true, but we've seen incremental movements that are very positive in relation to global regulation that is coming. In 2013, FinCEN issued its first guidance on virtual currencies and their regulatory responsibilities. In 2014, NYDFS proposed the BIT license, which was formally launched in 2015. 2014, the IRS also issued their first guidance on taxation of virtual currencies. 2016, noticeably, is fairly absent. There was not a lot of regulatory activity. In 2017, the SEC introduced first regulation on ICOs. And in 2018, we saw a lot of promising activity in relation to regulation. Particularly, OFAC designating two addresses, two Bitcoin addresses related to Iranian cyber actors. So those kinds of designations or sanctions are going to be really important, because what we know is when regulation is developed and adopted, and in reviewing this language and seeing what that's going to look like, sanctions are going to be coming for the exchanges and those actors that are not compliant in relation to their laws. And as sanctions are applied, and we see this, it is going to make it far easier to screen against that, and again, to cut off a lot of illicit activity. Also in 2018, the EU lawmakers agreed and adopted the fifth AMLD, the fifth Anti-Money Laundering Directive, which has to be applied by EU member states and specifically referenced, regulatory AML and CFT compliance regimes had to be in place. And finally, for 2019, what we're seeing is that FATF, Financial Action Task Force, if you're unfamiliar with the Financial Action Task Force, is going to release their formal standards and regulation in relation to virtual assets. And that's really important. It's really important because the Financial Action Task Force is an intergovernmental body. The G20 is going to adopt these standards. And in meeting with other global regulators, they're all waiting for this. And the expectation is going to be that that regulation is going to be applied and enforced very closely in line with what FATF puts out. So I believe we're going to see a lot of follow-up activity in 2019 when that occurs. And that's really encouraging for the industry. So the last thing that I'm going to say is obviously, that's going to be critical. Regulation is going to be critical to institutional and mainstream adoption. And I've listed a number of the value adds that the folks here are probably, again, already going to be familiar with. Things like financial inclusion, decreased underground banking, which is a big issue I think for law enforcement, for regulators, for governments, the last thing that they want is underground banking. In traditional financial services, we call that de-risking, and it is a huge problem. It's a potential pain point, and a lot of effort goes into avoiding that. And again, there's potential here, if this is applied, that there will be less of that. Frictionless payments, I've heard that discussed many times here. Again, there's value. A decreased cost of compliance. This is also very important. It ties back into what we're talking about when we say, potentially de-risking. One of the reasons that occurs is for institutions to be compliant. The cost of compliance in those high-risk jurisdictions is too high in many cases. And the cost of compliance will be decreased if distributed ledger technology can be applied effectively, cryptocurrency specifically. So what I'm going to leave you with in my last minute is I think that in relation to how Bitcoin and cryptocurrency is seen, we'll say cryptocurrency, in relation to which it's seen by financial services, that narrative already exists. But I think it's very important to add the potential for this to be a RegTech technology when it's applied. The fact that it's immutable, the fact that real-time screening versus batch screening is available, and the transparency that it provides makes it in many ways more effective than what you're going to see in relation to the tools that are currently employed and deployed by traditional financial services. And to me, that is one of the things that is most exciting. It's one of the things that's most exciting about our company and what I do and about the future of this industry and what we're going to see in this space. So that is it from me. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time. If you have any questions, please feel free to stop me when we wrap up. So, thank you.
Excellent. So I just took a minute to have a little bit of a chat with Ganesh, who's about to come out and speak with all of you. And I made a script, and I'm going to just go off it for a minute, because I have to say I was so impressed. Like so many of the entrepreneurs here today speaking with you, whether you're intrapreneurs or entrepreneurs, it's impressive who's at the table, and Ganesh is absolutely no exception. He's a serial entrepreneur who's sold companies to Qualcomm and Twitter, and he is now the president and chief executive officer of PeerNova, where he spends a considerable amount of time designing practical blockchain applications for financial institutions. So he has a main point. I won't wreck it and give you the punchline. You'll have to listen for it. But I would absolutely at this moment like to welcome Ganesh to come out and join us.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks to the Chamber for inviting PeerNova again. Very happy to be here and having a chance to present to this audience. Lots of great themes. Just a quick introduction. Thanks again for that introduction that we received. Who we are, I run a company called PeerNova. And we are a Silicon Valley-based enterprise software company, and we build blockchain DLT platforms very specifically to solve complex problems in capital markets. I'm going to share with you some of the problems we look to solve. And just a brief history about how we started the company. We started the company in 2013 when blockchain, Bitcoin, these were really very early times for those. Very few people even use the term blockchain actively in those days. We started mining Bitcoins, which was about the only thing that was really available at that time for us to do as a way to learn about this very exciting technology. Very soon, we ended up operating the largest Bitcoin mining network in North America. We were mining, at scale, 10 megawatts of power, thousands of machines around the world that were mining Bitcoins. During this time, we actually mined 47,000 Bitcoins. And I have to tell you, we bootstrapped and started this software company just from the Bitcoins and selling those Bitcoins in the market. We sold about $22 million of Bitcoins at that time and used as the seed money for starting the software company. Now, what's interesting about this was that at that time, because we operated a Bitcoin mining network at scale, it allowed us to learn what it is that Bitcoin really does under the hood. How does it work? What are the trade-offs in the system? What works, what doesn't work? And practically had the experience of writing some of the foundational pieces of code that are very common today. Wrote Bitcoin wallets from scratch, wrote some things like Bitcoin mining protocols and pool mining protocols from scratch. So this allowed us to figure out how this network operated and can it be applied for large financial institutions. So applying this knowledge, we went off and tried to build a software platform. Over the last 4 years, we don't mine Bitcoins anymore. We liquidated a lot of our holdings. And like I said, it's been a good venture, and we learned a lot in the process. But what we do today is build the software platform primarily targeting financial institutions. And I'm going to talk to you a little bit about how the journey was and some of the problems that we've identified within the financial industry. Very specifically, the type of things we solve for financial markets are things that I've listed here. How do you actually make data inside a financial institution golden? We'll talk a little bit about why this is important. How do you get an end-to-end view into transactions across the network in the financial markets in real time? How do you do automated exception management on those transactions? Thank you. Improved capital controls and liquidity management. I was thinking he was giving me something else, but I realize now that the microphone's making noise. Fair enough. And so we'll talk a little bit about this now. Now, one of the things that's been very exciting for us at PureNova, we're a Silicon Valley-based startup, and most financial institutions are around the world in some of the biggest cities around the world, mostly in New York, London, Zurich, Singapore, Tokyo, and other places. There's been a massive amount of interest from the global financial market in experimenting and playing with blockchains, cryptocurrencies, trying to understand this technology and actually adopt it. Now, why is this happening? Why are banks, some of the largest players in the market, with the threat of disruption, why are they really interested in this? And this chart is an illustration of the concept that's sort of behind, in our minds, what's driving financial institutions to think about blockchains. If you look at this blue bar on the extreme left, before 2008 financial crisis, the average return on equity for the largest financial institutions around the world was 15%. This drove the stock prices of these financial institutions. So before 2008, if you held a portfolio of large bank stocks, JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, they were amongst some of the most profitable companies in the world, and they were really, really good investments to have. They were growing, and the return on equity was great. Post-2008, with all the regulatory challenges that have happened in the market, this return on equity has come down to roughly in the 4 to 8%. Now, where is this reflected? This is reflected today in the stock prices of some of the biggest banks. At some point, Citi was one of the high-flying stocks. Over the last 10 years, if you'd been holding on to Citi as a stock, your stock hasn't done that great simply because of this factor. And what's been driving this? Well, it's because of all the regulatory frameworks, not just in the US from Dodd-Frank, but from around the world, Basel II, a whole bunch of EU regulations, around the world regulations that have come in. And this regulatory regime is not going to stop because we are seeing newer and newer regulations coming in. For example, GDPR just came on last year. There's more stuff from Dodd-Frank that's actually being rolled in. And so there's no real respite for banks from this regulatory framework. So if banks have to go back in terms of their return on equity back to this 10 to 15% range, what are things they can do? Well, one, they'll have to drive new product innovations. And two, they'll have to reduce their costs. We're going to now talk about what that means and how they can actually achieve it. Now, the real challenge in the market has been about how do you try and figure out how to optimize this for the entire network. Now, conceptually, I'm going to show you a simple
view of what's called the market infrastructure. On the left-hand side, we have investment managers and end clients. Who's an investment manager? An investment manager might be someone like Fidelity. Fidelity is someone that comes in and buys stock in the market to adjust their mutual fund portfolio. There could be other types of investment managers, all kinds of players, private equity funds, hedge funds, mutual funds. These are all some of the big investment managers today in the market. When they want to buy a stock as part of their portfolio, they have to place orders with what are called executing brokers. The executing brokers may be someone like a JP Morgan, could be someone like a Credit Suisse. Some of the largest financial institutions around the world are typically acting as the executing brokers for this trade. Now, this market infrastructure, if you look at it on the right-hand side, is made up of a complex set of entities. The trades are exchanged in exchanges. There are other institutions that are part of the trade, and I've written some acronyms there. CCP stands for Centralized Clearing Counterparties. Post-2008, the government basically came in and mandated that when two parties trade, they have to bring an intermediary called a CCP, someone like an escrow agent, CCP, to so-called remove settlement risk of that trade. Because in 2008, when Lehman Brothers and Bear Stearns went out of business, their counterparties were liable for some of the trades that they had entered into. So to remove this counterparty risk, CCPs have been mandated into pretty much all the major financial instruments today that are traded. Equities, futures, credit derivatives, interest rate swaps, and all the different types of instruments today that you trade on. CSDs are entities like DTCC. You were earlier hearing from a speaker from DTCC, and they act as the final holder of records in the US. Similarly, there are similar entities around the world. Euroclear acts as the entity in Europe. So you have lots of different entities that need to exchange the messages before a trade gets executed. Lack of timely access to data leads to serious problems. Each of these vendors has multiple copies of data, and the data is siloed across these entities. Each party has multiple redundant copies of data. This means that this data needs to be reconciled. And reconciled means that when a trade data enters one of the parties, they need to update all their different records and ledgers. And this is an expensive operation. And the workflows are extremely complex. If one party needs to make a change in their software, it might more than likely affect many parties in this pipeline. So there's an extremely complex workflow, and it could take a long time. Of course, there are fees. Every one of those parties charges you fees. There's an exchange fee, a custodian fee, there's a CSD fee, there's a CCP fee, and this leads to a high cost for the end user. Even more important is that each of these parties result in creating big amounts of capital buffers. Because there are exceptions potentially that can look anywhere in any of these parties, each of these institutions have to have capital reserves today in their balance sheet to mitigate against the risk of these exceptions. So each party needs to hold high amounts of capital buffers for exceptions on the entire infrastructure. Now, I'm going to break this in a little further. This is a slide from one of our clients. One of the parties in that system, in the diagram that I showed you earlier, this is a view of their internal software systems. This is an international bank, and they have literally hundreds of applications running inside. Why? Because they're a global bank. They are globally located around the world. If they have a European entity, it's governed by European legal laws. If they have an office in London, it's governed by British laws. They have an office in Singapore, it's governed by Singapore laws. Of course, in US, Canada, everywhere they have separate legal entities. Each of these legal entities results in creating separate books or records for them. Obviously, they have to reconcile. So when a trade enters them, what's shown as a trade database, when a trade is entered in, literally it has to update all of these different systems around the world. Not all of this happens in real time. Not all of this happens instantaneously. So a lot of the settlement today globally happens in T+2, T+3, various types of models. And it's primarily because even internally in the financial institution is a very complex web of problems. And if you look at the problems here, it's exactly the same as what I showed you in the prior slide. The prior slide showed some problems, and this slide will show you exactly the same problems. So the problems in the market infrastructure don't extend only to all the different parties and their standards, but it actually extends beyond that. It actually goes inside a financial institution as well. So inside a financial institution, they end up having huge capital buffers and very, very expensive infrastructure they have to maintain. So what's the solution for this? The idea is that you can actually use a DLT, a blockchain, and solve this problem. One of the challenges, we are a blockchain DLT vendor working with large financial institutions, that we are running into is that there are many, many different blockchain networks that are being built today. And each one of these is not yet standardized. It's very early in the technology. We built a platform called Cuneiform. There are other platforms in the market, Hyperledger, Enterprise Ethereum, R3, Coda. These are all platforms that are available today. But one of the challenges is that how do you make the existing financial networks interoperate with such new blockchain platforms and with existing infrastructure? Certainly, these are some of the reference data sources today in the market. People like New York Stock Exchange, NASDAQ, all of these provide information to all financial institutions that need to use that information for their own trades. Exchanging data with a blockchain node is particularly complex. For those of you that are interested, I'm going to walk you through a very simple idea of what exactly a smart contract is. So in this case, we're actually trying to show a very simple smart contract, and most of you have heard that blockchains and DLTs use a concept called cryptographic hashing to guarantee mathematically that the trades are valid. Well, out here, there's a simple smart contract, and it basically says the notional value of some underlying security. Let's say it's the stock value of Berkshire Hathaway. When it reaches 10,200, I want you to do an action. Maybe we want to sell something, we want to buy something when this event happens. The hash of this object is represented below. It's this series of digits, which is really what the hash of that object is. If you go to the next slide, the hash of the object actually isn't the same. If the hash of an object is simple, then you'd be able to solve this problem. But in real world, you have lots of different databases. There are databases from IBM, Oracle, various different companies build databases. There's various different formats for this data. Data can be represented as a decimal, can be represented as a floating point, can be represented as a string, can be represented as a character in software. Each of this produces a different hash. So the same number, 10,200, when it's represented with a comma, with two full, as a decimal, as a float, all of them result in a different hash. Let's say it's JP Morgan, that's my counterparty. JP Morgan can be encoded in any number of different standards, hex, binary, UTF-8, base64. These are all technologies in the internet that allow you to represent the data in different ways. They all result in different hashes. So there is a lack of standards today that's going around in the blockchain world, because even though the hash is supposed to be a mathematical formula that guarantees that the answer is correct across all parties, it's very hard to get to the same answer because each one of us is using different databases, is representing data in different ways, and is encoding our data in different ways. So writing a smart contract isn't as easy as just writing a piece of code. Now I'll have to guarantee that my smart contract has to interoperate with my existing systems and has to interoperate with all these new and emerging systems. So one of the things that PeerNova has set out to do this year is drive interoperable standards of smart contracts. If I have smart contracts written in Ethereum language, how do I actually execute it in a Hyperledger network? How do I actually execute it in a PeerNova network? How can I do the reverse? How can I make contracts written in one network to be valid on another network? All of this means standardization, normalization. And the particular term that PeerNova likes to use for this is called canonicalization. It's a canonical representation of all financial instruments and the life cycle events on those instruments we want to standardize. Once you standardize, then you'll have seamless interoperation. You can today take a mobile phone, travel anywhere in the world, and your phone will connect to the network. You may have to pay high fees in various parts of the world, but your phone will work. The reason why that is so is because they're built on what we call an interoperable network standard. So for the financial system to truly adopt blockchains and DLTs, you have to start building such interoperable standards. And just wanted to share that this interoperability has been particularly challenging in the early days because of the fragmented nature of all of these different systems, applications, networks, and crypto standards. So thanks. Pinova has a booth downstairs. If any of you want to talk more about interoperability, the challenges, and what we're doing this year, we'd be happy to share our vision with you. Thank you.
Hello, it's me again. You know what that means. Thank you to our coffee sponsor, Onum. You have been lifesavers. Coffee can be found in the Discover Networking Zone and an Innovators Zone on the first floor. It's your last chance to check out the exhibits, so please return to the auditorium by 3:25. See you then.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats and please silence your mobile devices. The program will begin momentarily.
Hello, welcome back. My name is Eric Friedel. I'm the Vice President of Member Services here at the Chamber and just a few months on the job. So I'm thrilled to have the opportunity to meet and speak with so many of the Chamber members here at the Summit. Member Services is a team of 3 now, including Dan Spooler and Aaron Ball, and our role is to make sure all of our members are actively engaged in the Chamber's work and maximizing the value of their membership. If we haven't spoken yet, please say hello before you leave the summit. I'd like to introduce our next keynote. It's a joint presentation on the key trends impacting token sales and token trading. Please welcome to the stage Val Dahia and Kari Larson, both partners at Perkins Coie LLP. Valerie's practice focuses on securities regulation, including advising clients seeking to register and operate ATS or exchanges for trading security tokens. Her professional experience includes over 10 years service at the SEC. Kari has extensive experience advising and building businesses operating in highly regulated sectors, including digital assets and blockchain solutions. Her past experience includes serving as general counsel at the Digital Currency Exchange, and prior to that, the Green Exchange. Please welcome Val and Kari.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
So Kari and I are here today, and we are very happy to be here with you all to talk about secondary trading for digital assets in a pretty regulated space. So I will be talking about it from the securities perspective, and Kari will be talking about it from the commodities perspective. Start off?
Sure. So first, why don't we start to explain what is secondary trading? What does that mean? And what it really is making a distinction between primary trading or initial trading and secondary trading. So in the commodities world, an example of primary trading would be just peer-to-peer purchase and sale. So just buying and selling crypto, where you actually deliver the crypto to the person that has purchased it. That can be immediate, or it can be a delivery for some time in the future. But as long as someone actually gets the product that they bought, that is called the physical market in the commodities. The Commodity Futures Trading Commission still has jurisdiction over that, but they're limited to just anti-fraud and anti-manipulation. So that's not the secondary market. And Val, can you tell us what the not secondary market is in the securities world?
So in the securities world, it starts off with the initial offering of the security, which either has to be done pursuant to registration or an exemption from registration. Generally, the exemption from registration is called a private placement. And there are a host of different regulations that allow you and walk you through kind of what the requirements are to issue a security without it being registered. So the initial offering is considered the primary. That's the distribution. And then once that initial distribution is done, the secondary trading is what happens. And my primary expertise is really in the 34 Act. In securities law, there are 3 primary acts that govern. The 33 Act, which is the Securities Act of 1933, and it covers what is a security and the offering of the security. And then the 34 Act comes into play when you're dealing with the trading of a security and then the intermediaries involved in the trading. So you're talking about broker-dealers, transfer agents, clearing agencies, and exchanges. And then the 40 Act, which is when you're dealing with investment advisors, investment companies, and, for instance, mutual funds, any type of fund complex. So when you're thinking about in the digital security space, we've seen recently, probably in the past year, you've seen digital securities being offered via private placements. And as the lockup period starts to run out on some of those, you can look to Section 4 of the Securities Act and find exemptions for secondary transactions. So that lately we've been getting a lot of questions about how does that work in the security space, but also in the commodity space. And Kari can go a little bit further in the commodities.
What we're really talking about is that we're reaching a point of the maturity of the markets on both sides. From the CFTC's perspective, they have jurisdiction over commodities. The Commodity Exchange Act is a legislation that covers, so commodity side, just one, not three. And that act, they've made clear, applies to digital assets and cryptocurrencies. That started from some early on cases. One of the best examples is a 2015 case called CoinFlip. That was an order about an entity that was offering Bitcoin options online without being properly registered. And the CFTC issued a cease and desist and made clear that these assets were commodities, and if you're going to offer derivatives, which is what we get into in the commodities world as a secondary market, you have to be properly registered and offering them in accordance with the act. But we are starting to see now registered entities, regulated products being offered, and the secondary market in the commodities world growing. The secondary market with commodities, what we think of as derivatives, would be futures or options or swaps. And those are traded on specific platforms or traded with specific types of sophisticated parties if you're trading bilaterally. And we have the evolution where we now have all three of those products on different platforms. We have options in Bitcoin, we have futures in Bitcoin, and we have Bitcoin swaps. And now are we seeing them on platforms on securities?
So it's more complicated in the securities realm because for a national securities exchange to list a security, it has to be registered. And to date, we haven't seen the SEC approve registrations under the 33 Act. So that is one of the, and that's something that I think the Commission is very well aware of. It's something, it is definitely a pressure point, it seems. And I keep hearing that there's an expectation that you will see an S1 or an F1 approved sometime in the near future. But I think that it's getting that first one out the gate because then it's a template for others who want to go down that path. It provides instruction on what the Commission will be looking for to approve those. And until you see the approval, the registration of a digital security, you're just not going to see the interest from the national securities exchanges because they can't list them without them being registered. So that's that's definitely a bar to entry and something that has to be addressed in a meaningful way for us to really get traction on a large scale, I think.
What about trading on ATSs?
So on an ATS, there is a process for quoting privately placed securities. And there are a lot of questions around how that would work. One, the technology. Two, with regards to broker-dealers. Broker-dealers, ATSs can only be operated by broker-dealers. Broker-dealers have a myriad of rules that they have to comply with. And some of these rules just aren't consistent with the way that digital securities currently trade. So it's not that it won't happen. I think that it's just having the meaningful conversations with the appropriate people at the regulators to address the operational issues so that broker-dealers have comfort that they can, in fact, transact in these in a meaningful way and on a larger scale. One of those issues that a number of people have raised during the conference, custody. Broker-dealers carrying broker-dealers have to custody. They have to have physical possession or control. And if they don't, then they can keep it in book entry, but they have to have a good control location. And the SEC has been unwilling to recognize, a lot of the current iterations for custody as good control locations for broker-dealers. So that's something that I know there are a number of people currently talking to the SEC about, finding some type of relief for specific custodians to meet the requirements so that broker-dealers can address the custody issue.
Why the concern about custody? What is the SEC getting at with that requirement?
Generally, when you look at the custody rules, you're thinking about customer protection, in one from potential theft by people working at broker-dealers. If the broker-dealer becomes insolvent, that's another issue. Those are usually the two primary concerns. It's definitely a customer protection issue, but it's also a market integrity issue, making sure that one of the things that I think is a significant disconnect for many people who are venturing into the security space is the number of intermediaries that are involved in a securities transaction. And something that you notice is that you can't just go and transact in a security. It is all done through broker-dealers or investment advisors, and even investment advisors are going through broker-dealers. You don't have individuals with direct access to our markets. No individual has direct access to the New York Stock Exchange or to CBOE or to NASDAQ. It is all done through broker-dealers. And there's this customer protection piece. They have suitability requirements. They have custody and control requirements. They have requirements to monitor and surveil for potential fraudulent activities. If there is a trade that is done erroneously or by error, there are processes for that. So you start off with the broker-dealer, and then on the back end you have the clearing agencies that ensure that money is delivered and that securities are delivered. So you have the clearing agencies as another intermediary, and they provide also an important utility to the overall market because they take on central counterparty risk. And that is a substantial issue when you're dealing with a multi-trillion-dollar market. You're worried about your counterparty risk. So when you have an intermediary that is willing to stand between you and your counterparties to offset that risk, it goes a long way to providing confidence and a check and a balance in that system. And then you also have transfer agents, which work on behalf of issuers to record who all of the record holders of securities are. So when you see billions of transactions occurring, you have transfer agents in the background, very quietly tracking every single one of those to make sure that the issuer knows who holds their security. So if there's a corporate event, if there's a dividend, if there's an interest payment, they know who that payment belongs to. And so there are a lot of checks and balances built into the system. And I think that when you look at the trading of digital securities, it's fitting it within that framework so that all of those checks and balances, even if they're not done in through the traditional mechanisms, that all of the protections have been accounted for and meaningfully addressed.
I think one thing that's so interesting is that, if you ask, the average person, they are very familiar with securities because they understand stocks. Maybe they have an E-Trade account. And so you sort of think about the stock markets, but there's so much behind the curtain, and very few people do know how the sausage is made. Right. So a lot of the complexities are a surprise. The commodities world, people just are less familiar with it generally. So I think it's also a surprise, but you wouldn't expect a person who wasn't a commodity trader to know that much about the market. And that is because I think the directed audience is very different, and it gives some perspective and some understanding for the views of the various regulators. So the SEC is very concerned about the retail market because regular people buy and sell securities all the time. Investment, pension, retirement. So
529s.
Yeah, so they're concerned about mom and pop. from in the commodities world, the traders tend to be very sophisticated. They're institutional, or they're commercial, or they're coming from a very knowledgeable place. So, so certainly the CFTC is concerned about your average retail customer, but it's a much smaller percentage of their market, and they're overall concerned about fraud, that they're not being ripped off. From an innovation and a product perspective, the expectation is this is being marketed to people that know what they're doing.
Right.
So there's a little bit more flexibility about accessing the markets in the commodities world, particularly if you are a sophisticated trader and meet the various requirements. But their platforms are also different. Some platforms allow direct access from the customers. They don't have to trade through a broker. They have exceptions for a couple different platforms that have clearing, but require full collateralization. So you can trade, you have to put your collateral up front, and then participants can access it directly. So that allows people to have a little bit more flexibility, and can get into it. As long as they meet the exchange's requirements, they can get right on and trade themselves, as opposed in the securities world, much more used to you just have a relationship with your broker, and you don't know what happens after that.
Right, nor do you want to know often. So one of the things that is you find in the on the security side is SIPC coverage. So it acts almost like FDIC insurance, but for your funds and securities that are held at broker-dealers. Is there something similar to that on the commodity side?
Well, in traditional, yeah, because you're trading through your broker. So your broker has all the protections. And if you don't, then you have special requirements or special dispensation, like full collateralization or other kinds of requirements for it. But there are certain products that are required to be cleared. Futures have to be cleared. Certain swaps have to be cleared. And if you're not clearing, then you have to be a sophisticated entity, essentially, sophisticated person.
Right. And on the security side, there aren't clear, direct rules saying that you have to centrally clear. Broker-dealers can choose to do bilateral clearing of securities transactions. However, most securities that trade, especially the ones that are high volume, high liquidity, they're not held in actual person's name. They're held in street name, which is usually Seed & Co., to facilitate the back office transfer. And usually broker-dealers, they hold the securities in book entry, and then the custodian actually has whatever the underlying representation is. And so that's something that is also figuring out what is the security and what does it entitle you to on the digital asset side is something that has to be, especially to the extent it's security, is something that has to be worked out, and there has to be a lot of attention paid to the specifics of it, because for instance, when you're clearing a transaction, if you decide to do a central clearing, it's through either, for options, it's the Options Clearing Corp. For equities, it's NSEC. For fixed income, it's FIC. So you have these very specific entities, and it's based on the actual type of asset that it is. So you have to get into the specifics of, what is it? What does it represent? What type of interest? Does it act as an equity? Does it look more similar to an equity? Does it look more like a debt instrument? If not, does it look like it's some type of derivative product? So getting into all the minutia and figuring out how to address those types of issues.
To take a little tangent, crypto funds have been around for years now. Mm-hmm. And they've straddled a little bit of the two markets, because a lot of the funds initially were just trading straight out crypto, either bilaterally on platforms or otherwise, but they were offering securities in the shares to the funds. And funds are starting to evolve, and we're starting to see more sophisticated offerings, more sophisticated funds. What about exchange-traded funds? This has been a challenge for the industry for the last couple of years.
Right. So we've seen the SEC disapprove a number of Bitcoin ETFs. And I think that there's a lot of confusion about what the SEC is actually doing when they disapprove. And it's highly technical and probably really boring. But what you're seeing with those disapprovals is that it is the SROs, so all exchanges, all national securities exchanges are also self-regulatory organizations, which means that they have to have rule books and they have to enforce those rule books against their membership. So before they can list a new derivative product, they have to file under Rule 19b-4 of the Exchange Act with the SEC, and the SEC has to make a special interest finding before they can actually list and allow that, that asset to trade on their exchange. So what you're saying is it's not the SEC disapproving the product. It is the SEC disapproving the exchange's ability to list and transact, which it has the same result, right? But it's not them saying generally the response is the SEC is not a merit regulator. They just want to make sure that you're following the rules. And so what they're saying is that the exchanges aren't meeting their obligations under the Exchange Act, and that they don't believe that the rules that the exchanges have in place adequately address the concerns for fraudulent and manipulative transactions, or that they will prevent them. And so it's rather technical, but if you want to create an ETF, then you go through the Division of Investment Management. They first have to approve the actual product and the structure, and then it goes to the Division of Trading and Markets if an exchange wants to list it. And the exchange goes through filing their 19b-4 rule filing, and then the staff goes through the process of determining whether or not to approve or disapprove it. And you saw with one of the more recent ones, where the staff used delegated authority to disapprove it, and one of the commissioners sent a notice to the secretary pursuant to the rules and said that I want this to go before the full commission. So then the chair has a choice to make. Do you do it seriatim, or do you send it before the full commission for a vote? So seriatim is just where you circulate. It's still going before the full commission for a vote, but it's just done paper passed from office to office. When it goes to a meeting, then you have a public meeting where you have all the commissioners present and they vote. And it also gives people an opportunity to speak with regards to why they're voting a specific way. So for strategic reasons, you may see something go seriatim as opposed to going to a full open commission meeting just to contain maybe,
some of the comments.
So yeah.
And from the commodity side, where we're starting to see evolution is in the products, and Val's point of the concern about manipulation is the same on the commodity side. I think the crypto markets regulators are very tentative and very conservative, and what they're looking for is the underlying market and how robust and how, in CFTC terms, how readily susceptible to manipulation they are. So there's Bitcoin futures, and we've heard some CFTC staff and the chairman talk about these products where they've looked at this market, they've analyzed it, they've been familiar with Bitcoin for years, and it has the largest market cap. But we're starting to move into the next other types of assets, and the CFTC recently published a request for input on Ether and Ethereum, presumably as part of their evaluation for listing of products, listing of Ether derivatives. They're going to be looking at other tokens and other digital assets as well. And at heart, their review will be focused on how likely is this market, how likely is it to be manipulated? And they're sophisticated. They're going to be looking at things about like the consensus mechanism. Is proof of stake more susceptible to manipulation than proof of work? And these kind of questions are things that the industry will have to address and have to be prepared for those that want to list those kinds of products. And there's a number of exchanges that have products in the pipeline. There's a number of exchanges in the pipeline.
Right. And you see that next. And I think that on the security side, there's a significant amount of regulation. I think it's definitely a smoother path on the. Kari and I have these conversations frequently.
Daily.
about just comparing and contrasting the two regulatory regimes. And it's just, the security side is so heavily regulated that it takes more time to get to where you need to be to really have a robust market on
There's
the
a lot more
security.
layers. And both markets, I think we're running out of time, so we're going to wrap up. But the end result is both markets are heavily regulated. The commodities market may be a little bit further ahead from the SEC simply because commodities products are very varied. They're used to seeing different delivery mechanisms. They're used to seeing different types of consumers be involved. And they are prepared for different types of nuance. They already have derivative products on products that are traded electronically and settled on a digital registry. That's carbon credits and renewable energy certificates, and those have been around for years. So they, seeing this, I think there were less hurdles for the staff to grasp it and have a level of comfort with these products. There's still some nuance to work out. For example, you can only offer leverage to retail customers if the product is delivered in 28 days and the product has to be actually delivered. There is a question of what that means in the digital space. That is another question. They've issued a proposal on it. They haven't finalized it, but those types of things I think you would put in. They're sort of like they're getting a little bit into the nitty gritty. For the securities, we're still understanding how digital assets and crypto assets do not fit neatly within the current multiple tiered regime.
But I think that there is a clear path forward. I think it's identifying the key issues and working together to come up with viable solutions, but you have to recognize what the policy goal of the particular rule is and come up with a meaningful solution to present. Be flexible. There's a good chance that you probably won't get everything you ask for, but you want progress. The goal is to get closer to where you need to be. So I think that on all fronts, that it will, in 5 years, in 3 years, even in a year, I think we'll be in a very different place. Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. How's everybody doing? So next up, the Chamber of Digital Commerce is honored to welcome Stephen Pear and John Betcha to the stage. Steve Pear is the co-founder and CEO of BitPay, which was launched in 2011 while Bitcoin was still in its infancy. The blockchain ecosystem as a whole, BitPay has been growing ever since and has paved the way for merchant integration worldwide. In 2018, BitPay processed more than $1 billion in payments and has added numerous customers, including the state of Ohio. Mr. John Betcha is the co-founder and CEO of FS Vector, a provider of regulatory and compliance solutions for financial services, fintech, and cryptocurrency firms. He was most recently General Counsel and Chief Compliance Officer of Circle Internet Financial. And everybody, please join me in welcoming Steve Pear and John Betcha to the stage.
Great. Well, great to be here, and thank you to the Chamber of Digital Commerce for having us today. And so I feel like this panel is a little bit of back to basics, and so talking about payments. When you think about the original white paper and the layout of what cryptocurrency and Bitcoin at the time could do, it was really around a peer-to-peer payment system. And it was about how we can move value through the blockchain, through distributed ledger technology, similar to the way you can move any other type of information over the internet. And I think that was what excited a lot of us to get into this space. And up on the stage, I think you have two veterans. Stephen, of course, I think has been in it longer than most people, back to 2011, and I started at Circle in 2013. But when we talk about payments, really, you're talking about a $100 trillion industry, cross-border payments, about $27 trillion, a lot of opportunities. And we've come a long way since 2008 in terms of the technology, in terms of the way the industry has evolved. And I think we still have a ways to go. But I think what's exciting is I think the conversation has kind of migrated back to the real good use cases around in the payment space. I think we had this kind of period where we had a lot of hype around cryptocurrency and the ability in the investment side, the price going up. the different types of investment vehicles in the space. But to me, payments, especially the cross-border piece and remittance, there's a lot there to examine. And so I guess I'll ask you, Stephen, where do you see the real opportunities, the good use cases, and what is your perspective, having been in this for so long?
Well, obviously, we're believers in the payments use case. But when we look at the blockchain as a technology, we think most databases will become blockchain-style databases in the future. And so we're just at the very beginning of this sort of token economy. But for us in particular, sometimes I think we're the most, one of the most boring companies in the space in the sense that we just build tools to allow people to do payments using a blockchain. But we have two, sort of fundamental theses at BitPay. One is that most digital assets will ultimately be issued on a blockchain, and that second, that most payments will be conducted on a blockchain. And we just aim to build the best platform for letting businesses conduct those payments. In our, the type of customers that we see using the platform today, they run the gamut of every kind of business that you can imagine, but we see a lot of traction in like international supply chain type of payments where there's a company in one country that needs to pay a vendor in another country, and they find great value and efficiency in using our platform to do it. But those payments, are anywhere from the few tens of thousands on up to hundreds of thousands of dollars in value.
In terms of breaking down, in terms of what do you see as the real benefits? I mean, when we look at the existing payment system and some of the pain points, where can some of the technology really benefit, and who can it benefit?
Well, the answer to that question is different depending on which blockchain you're talking about. But if you talk specifically about the Bitcoin blockchain, it's the most secure, most widely used blockchain out there. And if you want the most secure, most final payment, the blockchain, the Bitcoin blockchain is the one to use. And so where speed and finality are really important, in a lot of cases you have two companies located in two different countries that where that finality of the payment is really important. That makes our platform much more compelling than a lot of other options that they have available.
Do you think in terms of the merchant piece, do you think we're going to get to a place where that kind of adoption picks up again? And there's, what do you see that? I mean, there was a lot of early days. There was a lot more in terms of merchant use cases, and and people considering using cryptocurrencies for different types of transactions. How do you see that evolving going forward?
Well, I wouldn't agree that we've seen any kind of drop off on the merchant side of it. We're processing more merchant payments today than we've ever processed.
What kind of numbers are we talking about?
Well, about 40% of our volume is more the B2B use case. The remainder of that, probably 30 to 40% is really a merchant style payment, and that could be an online e-commerce payment, or it's predominantly online and e-commerce type payments. We do have tools for in-person payments, but that's more of a strategic initiative for us to make sure we're on all the platforms and we can handle the in-person payments.
Yeah, and then in terms of like the other use cases, or where do you see a lot of value? There's, when I was at Circle, we were talking more about the P2P use cases, and obviously I think there's a lot of ability to reach underserved, underbanked areas and remittance. How do you see that? Where do you see that? Where has that been, and where do you think that's going as well?
Well, certainly P2P payments, all the blockchains support that. You don't need BitPay to process a P2P payment. Our focus is on building tools for an e-commerce company, for example, to integrate with their platform and build a great end-to-end payment experience. In terms of remittance, I've always thought there are a few companies that came in and have since gone away that were trying to build in-person services for remittance and then incorporate Bitcoin or blockchain technology into that some way. And that seemed kind of silly to me when you can just send, a Bitcoin from one person to another, no matter where they are on the internet. And, all you need is like exchangeability on either end to convert that in and out of your local currency. So it's kind of the system already supports remittance, as it is. You don't need a company to actually implement that. We do see it. We have a debit card, a Visa debit card that our wallet customers can use, and that allows them to convert cryptocurrency into dollars on that Visa card. And we do see cases where you might have parents that are have got this card for their children that are in school in the United States, and then they'll use Bitcoin to top up their debit card so they can spend it while they're here. So that's a great use case.
Yeah. I'm also interested in what you think. I mean, there was some discussion yesterday here at the summit around JPM coin and around, I think one of the other big pieces when we think about payments, it's not always the B2P or the P2P, it's really the back end, right? Or the interbank settlements, which is really clunky and as problematic in terms of, payments taking 3 days to process and to settle. And now we have some pretty good experiments out there. We have, JPM coin, we'll table for what you think of that, but, we have Signature Bank, we have others really trying to experiment in this space. And of course, Ripple is, has a whole business model around this. And there's questions around, what is the best play here? But from your perspective, how do you look at it?
Well, blockchains are built differently, right? You've got on one extreme, you've got the Bitcoin blockchain, which is probably the most decentralized blockchain that exists. And it's got thousands of nodes that are building that blockchain and securing it. You can go all the way to the other extreme and have a blockchain that has one computer securing the whole blockchain, and then you can have everything in between. So when we look at like a Ripple, for example, that's something that has fewer nodes that are securing it, and fewer organizations that are actually securing that blockchain versus, say, Bitcoin, where anyone can help secure that network. I think there are use cases and scenarios where both of those are kind of needed. And you asked about JPM coin. If that takes off and is adopted, then sure, we can add it to BitPay's platform, if they'll let us.
Yeah. We'll shift gears in terms of just thinking through adoption. And, I think we spent a lot of time collectively as an industry thinking about kind of what's going to really have a impact from a consumer perspective. And I think consumer behaviors have changed a lot, and consumer perception is important in this space. And stories like the one out of Canada where, private keys were held by a CEO and couldn't be recovered. And then when they were, they found there was no money left. Where do you think we are in terms of, from an ecosystem, in terms of perception, and how will that impact adoption over the coming years?
Well, I think the adoption is coming. Everybody would like to see it more faster, but it's happening. When we started in 2011, we were happy to get 5 or 10 transactions a day. And today we're processing over $1 billion a year in transaction volume. So it's happening. I think there are common objections that people have. One of the biggest is the volatility of cryptocurrencies. And most companies that want to do payments, they want to conduct those payments either, regardless of whether they're receiving or sending, they want to conduct them in their operating currency. They don't want to deal with Forex when they have to transact and use a payment system. So it's usability, things like that need to get worked out. BitPay has traditionally been on the receiving end and helping companies receive payment done in Bitcoin or other cryptocurrencies. But for our customers, they don't actually have to take Bitcoin onto their balance sheet, and that's really important. Our customers, by and large, and an interesting statistic, when we started out in 2011, over 90%, probably 93 to 94% of our customers took their settlement for their payment processing in some national currency, whether that's euros or dollars or pounds, and not in cryptocurrency. And if we look at that stat today, it's exactly the same. It has not moved at all from 2011. By and large, most of our customers want their national currency. And the reason is that because that's their operating currency. And their accountants don't want to deal with having, some cryptocurrency that can go up and down, and have to account for that on their balance sheet and have to account for gains and losses of that. So we are working on those issues, coming up with solutions that don't require, customers to hold a cryptocurrency and don't require, and don't require them to do the accounting work that's needed for that.
Yeah, well, certainly a lot of opportunities. What do you see as on the risk side, and how do you see as regulation still impacting your business and business in general?
Yeah, you know, the regulatory framework applies to our industry just like it does every other industry. And I like to tell people regulations apply to people and to companies. They don't apply to networks and things, you know. And so we have to make sure that we always follow those regulations. But I think we can actually be better as an industry than the legacy, you know, banks and payment providers at providing that compliance and addressing those concerns with, you know, criminal activity and money laundering and such.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think, you know, it's just another financial services industry, and it's a kind of a, you know, taking a risk-based approach and really understanding what the unique risks are. And that's the same thing when we have conversations with policymakers. It's the same thing we discuss in terms of where should the regulation be placed. And I think it's really on those type of activities and not to regulate the technology, right?
Yeah, that's right. And, you know, regulations aren't perfect, but what I do tell, you know, everybody at BitPay and others is that by and large, they're put in place for a reason. And you know, and they're usually very good reasons that they're put in place. And, you know, we never like to go out and sort of communicate that we're doing something because the regulations say we have to do it. Mm-hmm. It's usually a good thing to do regardless of whether there's a regulation there or not. And oftentimes we're going above and beyond what the regulations strictly require because it mitigates the risk for our business, right? And it's important, you know, for us as a company that we address those risks. And so, yeah.
So I guess final question, if you were an investor in this space, or if you're talking to an investor, what advice would you give them in terms of the path forward, in terms of the real opportunities and how to look at payments in general?
Well, I was going to talk about more blockchains more broadly. I mentioned earlier that as I see it, most databases, most transactional databases will eventually become blockchain databases, and they need some kind of token to incentivize the security of that database. We don't see too many outside of Bitcoin that are starting to address other use cases beyond payments. You know, Ethereum is interesting. It's doing token issuance, you know, well, different kinds of tokens. So that's clearly a use case. But I would look to, you know, new blockchains that enable, you know, new kinds of use cases that might be replacing an old business that was based around that had a business model that was built around a centralized database, and now you're introducing a blockchain to handle those protocols that people use to coordinate with each other, and be an investor in those tokens that are solving real use cases.
Great. Well, I think we're out of time. Thank you, and thank you, Stephen.
All right.
With all the information about blockchain and cryptocurrencies, CoinDesk is a market leader. Since 2013, CoinDesk has been a leader in blockchain and crypto news. I've had the privilege to chat with our next speaker in the green room for the last 30 minutes, and you'll want to stay for this. Nolan Bowerly is CoinDesk's head of research. He has been instrumental in growing the organization's leadership through the development of the organization's anticipated blockchain research report. Please help me welcome Nolan to the stage.
Down. Welcome, everyone. Thank you. Nice to be here at the end of the day. So this talk, really, the story behind this talk really starts when the DAO guidance came out in 2017. And when I first read it, as it was sort of hot off the presses that afternoon, it struck me immediately that there had been a real leap in the facility that regulators had with the data sources in the industry. So as I was reading it, forget about what it was saying about the DAO. Everyone kind of knew that. That was not interesting and a little boring. But when I saw them ripping around Etherscan, and when I saw them ripping around all these data sources, I said, hold on, they know what they're doing. This is something else. They are tapped into the data sources and are finding out how these networks are growing. Of course, this work has continued over the years, and we've seen a whole new level of sophistication of regulators being able to navigate this industry. It's no longer, of course, what is this? It really is, how do we judge and benchmark some of these qualities of decentralization that are so important and vital to this industry? So the goal of this talk is really to go through some of these data sources and show how these decentralization benchmarks can be established and can be judged and can be viewed. So in order to even do that, though, we have to have a quick conversation about crypto economics. So it's not a fancy word. I'm not trying to create something totally new that is as abstract of economics. It's economics like we all know. Vitalik really got the conversation around crypto economics started. I think that cover of the paper here is from about 2015 when he was already talking about it. MIT has opened a crypto economics lab. A university in Canada recently has added a whole crypto economics division to their business school. So a lot of people are around the formal study of this subject. And so what is it exactly? It's the economics we know and love. It's just about choice. But it's not a subcategory of economics. It's really a subcategory of engineering and mechanism design. So crypto economics become really a study of the forces at work that are shaping the growth of decentralized networks. There is no CEO in charge here saying, you go do this, you go build this, this has to happen here, we're going to allocate some budget to this development. It doesn't work like that. Bitcoin, of course, developed extremely organically and itself acts as a benchmark for what decentralization means and is and can be measured in this industry. So it is the economics we all know. There's nothing different about it. But it's about the choices that different groups make, the incentives they face, in order to be incentivized to contribute to a project and grow a decentralized network without this godhead of a company at the middle that is directing everyone's actions. So it's really just about those forces that shape it. But of course, how do we measure it? So the easiest way we can start to frame how to measure it is to take a bit of a look back and have a look at the market cycles and the data winners in each of those market cycles. So we'll go through this really quickly. So the 2013 price spike, a really important market cycle in the history of cryptocurrencies. That was a time, of course, when Bitcoin first went above $1,000 in its first meteoric rise. And that really produced two important data winners. CoinDesk was one of them. CoinDesk did something really unique in that we created the first ever indexed price of Bitcoin. So we just took a simple average of the spot market price in London, the spot market price in New York City, in Hong Kong, and in Tokyo, and we said we can divide by these four different spot prices and create a globally indexed price of Bitcoin, so something that hadn't been done yet. So that was what we did in 2013, and it of course was our #1 product and is still the reference price for Bitcoin in the Wall Street Journal and Yahoo Finance and several other publications, but was really the sort of backbone of early CoinDesk. The other major data winner was blockchain.info. Blockchain.info really looked into, it's a wallet, it's a great wallet, I'm sure a lot of you have used it. Blockchain.info really got into the metrics around the performance and throughput of each of these blockchains. They were the first data supplier that showed the importance of the hash rate and the growth of the hash rate, the mempool, the difficulty, block times, all of these things were really important. They were measuring constantly and creating the measurements by which we can see the performance of the network. Who's contributing, who's using, how many transactions are happening. So this was a really important benchmark that happened. So we can summarize what both of these data winners were in 2013. So CoinDesk provided this globally indexed price, and blockchain.info was really the performance metrics. In the years that followed, the flat market, you saw a lot of copycats. You saw a lot of people trying to capture and bottle the lightning that CoinDesk captured with the price of Bitcoin for other coins, or really the predominant thing was people trying to bottle that lightning that blockchain.info did for Bitcoin, but for other chains. So you saw a lot of different block explorers come out. You saw a lot of different data sites that were really trying to measure the throughput of Ethereum and other chains. But there wasn't a ton of innovation. In 2017, with the ICO boom and with the multiplicity of coins that were released, there was a major winner, and that, of course, was CoinMarketCap. CoinMarketCap was kind of abstracted. Everyone else was siloing the data they had per chain. I can even remember early debates in CoinDesk. Will we put the Ethereum price up next to the Bitcoin price? And there's all kinds of time wasted on this. The truth was, in the end, the market was demanding information about all of these prices and chains. And CoinMarketCap supplied that. They were the first data provider that was sort of agnostic about which chain they were following. They were saying, we're going to follow everyone. And we're going to really follow an important thing when you have that multiplicity of coins out there. The most important thing really became the market cap and the exchange activity. So they started showing the exchange flows as a really important data point in all the exchanges for all the coins. So we were doing it pretty well for Bitcoin. Others were doing it pretty well for Ethereum. They were the first that went out and said, actually, we're going to see all the exchanges, all the flows for all the trade pairs, for all the coins that actually have liquidity and are traded. So that was remarkable that they had done that, and that became by far the biggest data winner in the 2017 boom. You saw a lot of copycats after, immediately, in fact, but of course they set the standard at the time and were the great winners and trendsetters of this data set. In 2018, in the bear market, we saw two really important trends. The first one was really all around finding out what was going on in GitHub. So that was kind of a reaction to promises made for the great ICO run in 2017, and then you wanted to find out if the people who raised the money were actually building stuff. So you saw a ton of data providers that came out and started looking into GitHub activity. So how many pull requests, how many merge requests, how many forks, how many people were watching, how many contributors, how many people were actually contributing code and other extensions on that platform. So there's been a few that have come out. This is CoinCodeCap. You've also got Crypto Miso, which is an important one that I've come across recently, which I thought was a really powerful one. Another service came out not long after. So they were really the GitHub trackers in the 2018 bear market, the other one. We've also seen in that same time frame a lot of social media data sites that are coming out to measure the traction that a lot of these chains are getting in social media. Really important because, of course, the buzz starts feeding into that cycle of crypto economics. People are talking about it, people are developing it, people are trading it, but talking about it is really important. So you're starting to see a lot of these sites come up that are really measuring what's going on social media. CoinGecko adds that to their site. CoinGecko looks at a few things. But really, in the end, when you add all of these things together, you start to get a sense of where this is headed. So the decentralization benchmarks really flow from these data sources. So we can really start seeing that every one of these market cycles has produced a new data source, a new data winner, and are really starting to capture each of these cycles. Now we're moving to a new era. And this era really has aspects of all of them. So at CoinDesk, we think about these things all the time, and of course, we're trying to think about what is the data service that will be useful for everyone to really judge how decentralized networks are growing. Once again, that is the definition of crypto economics for our world. What are the forces that are going to shaping these decentralized networks? So we came up with this bit of a matrix. So exchange data is a way to measure the extent to which this is being accepted around the world, the number of exchanges, the number of trade pairs, the number of economic activity, entrepreneurial activity, really about that coin which exists. And within that, you can see there's a ton of data providers. CoinCap is a good one. OnChainFX, which is really Coinmetrics. So Coinmetrics, until now, has been producing all that data for OnChainFX. OnChainFX is really the premier exchange data site today, so they even do much more than Coinmetrics and will be sort of growing further from that point of view. Nomics is great. CoinMarketCap is still great. All of these can help you give that sense of what's going on the exchange level and the data flows that come out of exchange activity. Network activity, once again, is on-chain transaction as opposed to the transactions that go on at exchanges. So that's really about user adoption. That's really about merchant adoption. Are people really transacting on this chain? Are people using it to help them create these digital relationships? Count of nodes, hash rate. You can add 24-hour wallets to this, the amount of wallets that have been used in the last little while to really understand more about user base. Social media, these are the ones that go into network data. These are the providers of a lot of good network data. So Coinmetrics is probably the premier in segregating exchange activity from on-chain transactions. It's actually quite difficult to do, and they provide the best numbers from what I can see. CoinGecko, of course, does the same. 1ML is a Lightning Network data provider about that network. So that's the number of stake channels, the capacity that can flow through it, DApp Radar. Another one that's about the number of dApps being run on each chain, so you can once again see who's building on top of that chain in a pretty efficient way. Social media, very similar. You know, it's Reddit, it's Twitter, it's Facebook. Once again, there's a couple media sites that are really focused on it. And developer activity, once again, it's the watchers, contributors, stars, forks, and all of these guys are really about, you know, proving what's being built and showing who's actually committing code and entrepreneurial activity to these things. So on-chain effects does this. Flipside crypto is a new one, quite powerful. At CoinDesk, what we did is we brought all these together and we said, okay, if we can start measuring these effects, if we can start measuring the effects of crypto economics to build these decentralized networks, there's one other thing we should do to that. In this world of blockchains and cryptocurrency, we certainly don't want people who need a Series 7 trading license to be able to understand what's going on. Things should be a little simpler. Things should be quite visual, in fact. So we took this and decided that it was, in fact, the spin wheel of crypto economics, so that if incentives are healthy in each of these ways and grow in each of these ways, then in theory, the perpetual motion machine of crypto economics will start spinning. And that's what you want. That's what Bitcoin has achieved. Bitcoin's crypto economics, of course, begin with the block reward. So the first time they paid out got people to mine more because they wanted the Bitcoin. That brought value because people saw it was secure, and so on and so forth. Here you can see Ethereum as measured against Bitcoin. So we know that Bitcoin is decentralized. We know it's a commodity. We know it's certainly not a security. That's pretty established. If you saw last June, Mr. Jessup from the SEC mentioned that he also thought that Ethereum had effectively mutated in its life from the moment it was issued. It wasn't probably a security when it was issued, but the crypto economic forces that went into growing Ethereum over those years allowed it to do something that no other security has done before. It mutated into a commodity. So basically abstracted itself and got away from SEC overview and really created a benchmark. So this product that we've released is still a beta. So we're missing a lot of data holes here. This is really a way for us to try to get our mind around this and add more data sources to it. But it does nevertheless provide an effective benchmark for what is a decentralized network. So we can measure several currencies against this. You can see Bitcoin Cash here. So Bitcoin Cash, heavily social. Not much else going on the network, not much else going on developer activity. Our data set is lacking, so we don't have all the measurements. But I would say that while this is probably not a super accurate picture of Bitcoin Cash right now, we're still adding other pieces. This is a sign you don't want in a healthy crypto economic environment. This would tend to suggest that this is much more centralized. And here you can see some privacy coins targeted against each other. Now, we also put something together that really gets into the 10-year history of Bitcoin. So it's a 2-minute video that we put together with 128 data sets based on all the data for Bitcoin over the last 10 years. There's a magnifying glass on it. There's a bit of a production value. I would love your comments after this because there's some debate internally at CoinDesk about whether this looks good or not. The magnifying glass will go away. So please, after this, if you think it was good, tell me. If you think the magnifying glass was terrible, please tell me. But this is Bitcoin over 10 years. And you can start to get a sense of... so 10 years plotted along these axes. And it's historically annotated. So in those 5 different data sets that I mentioned, you can start to see all of those data and news being plotted along these 5 axes. So anything that's social media, scholarly articles, what's going on for developers, what's going on for the first exchanges, when they started, when hacks happened, what's going on with the network. So you can see the hash rate goes to 1 gigahash per second, GPU mining begins, and of course the vertical straight up axis is price. So you're getting a sense of the price there. What these are also plotted on is 100% would be the all-time score for Bitcoin. And so whatever the price is today is a percentage of that. So when you see the percentage, what you're seeing is a percentage of the all-time high score. Satoshi Dice was a big network tool, transactions at 10,000 a day. I'm going to alert you to Silk Road being closed in a moment, and you'll find out what it did to the network. There it goes. Almost killed it. But of course, you can see from this the forces at work shaping a decentralized network. And this is what healthy crypto economics look like. And this is also a useful way to start benchmarking other chains and other coins that, of course, want to capture the forces of decentralization and crypto economics so that entrepreneurs enter this world, developers enter this world. What we're really talking about in the end is, we can't measure crypto economics or cryptocurrencies in terms of US dollar. I mean, are we being serious here? The point of it is that it does pose a competitive challenge to state-issued money. If people aren't aware of that, then I don't know what they're doing. It's definitely a part of the whole macro argument around Bitcoin. So what are we going to measure Bitcoin in 10 years or 20 years or 30 years? We can't keep measuring it in US dollars. The other thing we can use to measure it is simple. It's interest. Who's interested? Who's interested in investing their time? And that's really what it comes down to in the end. That's really what we're trying to measure with crypto economics and decentralization. How many people are investing their time? And yeah, things go a bit crazy, Things went crazy. They definitely did. It grew quickly. But that's really what we're trying to measure here. We're trying to measure who is investing their time. How do we measure who's investing their time, who's interested? That's it. That's all we're trying to do. So the benchmarks for decentralization in the end are who's interested. How do we measure their interest? We see where they're putting their time. If they're putting their time in social media, really good metric. If they're putting their time as a developer, excellent. If they're putting their time into the network, if they're mining it, if they're running a node, if they're using it as a merchant, if they're using it in any other kind of transaction, if they're using the network itself to formalize digital relationships, they're definitely interested in using it for their purposes. On an exchange, of course, we see those metrics as sort of abstracted from what a normal Wall Street way of looking at exchange flows would be. It's not just about volumes. It really is about how exchanges themselves see the coin. Are they listing? Are they creating many trade pairs? Do they see a lot of utility and usefulness in giving liquidity to this coin? Or is it really just a way to give some liquidity so that people can exit? You can actually start to see that by the dexterity and time each individual exchange puts into it. So in our tool that we have at CoinDesk, like I said, it's still a beta. We're still missing a ton of data sources. We really wanted to R&D the benchmarking of these decentralized data sources, combine all the data sources in the industry together, and then create a data visualization which would allow people to get a sense of the health of each network without having to understand every single obscure data point. We've also open sourced this methodology and these data sources on GitHub so people can actually contribute to it on GitHub and help us grow the tool and let us know where they're putting their work, their time, and their interests. So decentralization benchmarks, thanks for your time.
Our next presentation will be provided by Mark Fisk, a partner in IBM Digital for Global Business Services and the leader of the company's public services blockchain initiatives. Mark works with federal and state governments, educational institutions, and citizen advocates to bring trust, transparency, and accountability to business networks that serve the public. IBM is a long-term member of the Chamber and serves on our executive committee, and Mark has been a true pioneer in this space. Please join me in welcoming Mark Fisk.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. So I have the privilege of running the IBM Public Service, which is our federal and state and local government blockchain. So as I like to say, my 25 years of temporary residency in the Washington, D.C. area have finally paid off with the coolest job ever. I'd like to really thank the Chamber. I'd like to thank Perry Ann and Amy. This is my third year at the conference. I really get a lot of this conference. I clear my calendar and I really stay for all the sessions. So I just want to thank all the previous speakers and all the information that we've gotten. My calendar tomorrow is going to be terrible, but it'll be well worth it. So what I wanted to talk to you about was a little bit about how government is leveraging blockchain and really give you a little bit of a checkpoint as to where to go. So kind of polling a few folks about what they'd be interested in. There was kind of three topics I thought you'd want to hear about. So one, where is government? Where is government using blockchain today? Where is that happening? Two, we've heard throughout this whole conference the discussion about acceleration, right? And so what are some of the things that might help accelerate government adoption of this capability? And then third, kind of where do we go next? So let's start with kind of where government is today. So there was a couple times there was a timeline referenced of where blockchain has been. I think government is actually about a year off that timeline. That's not surprising. Sometimes, government really waits to see where some of the technology and capabilities are. But in my view, 2017 was kind of the education, was kind of the time to start to think about that. And I was actually sitting right about there, right at this conference, right, trying to understand and how to take some of these concepts to our government clients. 2018 was really the time of proof of concepts. And this is where I want you to think about that maybe everything you don't read in the press is accurate about where federal and state and local government is with blockchain. So if you read some of the articles, you look at some of the research, I think it grossly understates the amount of work that's been done around government and blockchain. So looking at what we've done in the last year at IBM, looking at what some of my compatriots have been doing in industry, I think there's been well over 100 proof of concepts done in government over the last year. There really is a lot of interest. The reason you're not seeing it is because not all those were actual procurements that went through and were put out into the press. Often those are being done on existing projects, or those are being done with investment from industry looking into this capability. So what I'm really excited about is in 2019, we've really seen some of those proof of concepts move into what I call production pilots. And the word production means a lot in government, right? But production means real production data driving real results. So I wanted to spend a minute talking about one of those projects that I'm familiar with. So first off, how many folks have companies that are registered in the state of Delaware? Okay, and half the people that didn't raise your hand, your companies are, and you just don't know it. Okay, Delaware has a huge history of interaction with corporations around both the initial registration and then ongoing processes. So I've been working with the Secretary of State's office in Delaware over this past year, doing some incredible things that do involve blockchain. And that journey started with some prioritization of what would be valuable for that business network. So if hopefully some of you got to go see my blockchain all-stars, Sean, Ann, and Luke, over in the display area, got to see a demo of that capability. But if you didn't, think about the overall business network in Delaware. You have the corporations, you have the state of Delaware, you have registered agents, you have legal firms. And they're all working together to make sure that corporations have the best capabilities experience, right, in being registered in Delaware. So that process started really by prioritizing across that business network where was the value, okay? And that's a key element there. They didn't rush into, let's just do a blockchain proof of concept or a blockchain pilot. Where is that value that needed to be established? And then using something we call design thinking, right? We turned that into a set of use cases that actually they went through. And they didn't just complete one, but they completed 2 proof of concepts this summer, okay? And I'm happy to tell you today that those proof of concepts are now are moving into production. So we're going to be moving into production for a project in Delaware around corporate stock authorization and issuance. So a little bit of the make it real. If you go see one of my blockchain all-stars back there at the end of the session and scan this query code, if you are a company in Delaware, you can participate in this pilot. Okay? Now, hopefully you're a private company in Delaware, not IBM, because IBM, we're probably not ready for the IBM-sized companies yet, but this is really exciting. This is real. And this is not the only production pilot that's going on in government, right? There's other projects that are moved forward to this point. So this is really exciting. So my view is that Delaware is one example, but that we are really moved past that, kind of POC, and we'll be moving into those production pilots. So the next point is, well, great. How do we accelerate it? How do we get it to move faster? I mean, we've heard throughout the last 2 days, right? There seems to be some real challenges around this capability. And what I would say in government is there's a couple of very specific challenges in government that I think would help accelerate. So the first thing is overall secure hosting of blockchain infrastructure, okay? So for any of the govies out there, you have specific security requirements around running and holding government data. FedRAMP, FISMA, right? Authorities to operate. So this is a big challenge. A lot of the customers and clients I talk to in government say, well, I don't want to be the first one that goes through all that infrastructure, pain to go get that done. So 2 pieces of good news there. As of December of last year, Health and Human Services, HHS, has a authority to operate blockchain on Hyperledger Fabric. Okay, so that is huge. There's an actual authority to operate that's been established in civilian government for that. And then secondly, I'm not sure if I see Sherry Sokol out there somewhere, but I'm sure she's out there. DISA, Defense Information Systems Agency, is now looking at blockchain as a service for the Department of Defense. So if they provide that capability, right, we can go to Department of Defense mission partners and say, here's a capability where you can focus on the business value and not have to focus on the infrastructure, right? And there's a DoD organization that is taking the mantle of running that secure blockchain infrastructure, again, off Hyperledger Fabric. So that is huge to be able to then say, no, that's not a barrier anymore. So I see both those initiatives really driving that forward. Another area is, well, I don't know how this kind of technology works. So there's a number of commercial blockchains out there. Food safety, supply chain, electronic health records. And don't take my word for it. You can listen to the sessions we've just had the past 2 days. Those all came up, right? These are kind of established commercial blockchains that are out there running today. Government participating in those blockchains is going to be another huge accelerator, right? So they don't have to have the lift of necessarily creating a brand new blockchain project. They can actually leverage and interact with that. And we saw some examples last year where there was some proof of concepts run, one run by Customs and Border Protection around integrating with the Walmart commercial blockchain. So those examples are out there where the government entities can learn, and then maybe they learn and understand what's going on in the commercial blockchain, and then they establish their own blockchain capability for their specific business problem. So that's another accelerator. The third area of acceleration is, we've got to protect our govies, right? You know how they always say, don't be afraid to fail. Well, a government employee has a little more pressure, right, when it comes to afraid to fail. So we need to make sure that the proof of concepts and pilots that are being recommended, number one, you need blockchain to use them. I will say my number is 4%. If I go talk to a client about blockchain, probably only 4% of the time, 1 out of every 25, is it something that can't be solved with the traditional technology? 2, is it of value to the overall business network? So the example in Delaware was a great example, right? Do you have value to the overall business network, not just to the one agency who's sponsoring the blockchain? And then third, do you have overall value to the network, and do you have that great use case? But you have a government superhero who's willing to go out there and deflect a lot of the things that they're going to have to deal with. Like your agency is trying to solve your problem with Bitcoin, right? I mean, that's the Washington Post article that you might get out of running one of these projects. So it doesn't surprise me at all that there's a lot of government entities that don't want to talk about what they're doing with blockchain because they're actually making great progress, right? But they don't want to necessarily have to go defend that work across the board. So there's some of those superheroes out there, and I really commend what they've been doing, and we need to continue to support them into next year. So where are we going from here? So the first thing is the Chamber of Digital Commerce, the Congressional Blockchain Caucus, ACT-IAC. These are organizations that have gotten industry and government working together to demystify, to educate, to provide value in talking about blockchain. And what I would tell you is that that has been a critical step. And we all, in industry side, government side, we need to continue to work together to drive that forward. The second thing is there have been requests for information, requests for proposals, RFIs and RFPs if you're in the business, that have come out talking about blockchain. I was so excited in January, several proposals and BAAs and things that are out there, research requests came out actually asking to consider blockchain technology. That's a major step forward. Now in industry, we'd like a few more RFPs and a few less RFIs. If you're in the industry, you know what that means, right? But it's great to see those. We need to have those continue. And then the last thing I'll mention is, it was brought up, I think, a couple times in the sessions. I call it and blockchain, but it's where the project and the initiative is what's important in driving the program, not necessarily blockchain. My number is 40-60, 40% blockchain, 60% user experience, other value, could be AI, could be robotic process automation, could be IoT, could be analytics, right? 60% of the value the business network is getting has nothing to do with blockchain. Blockchain is just the secure, more trusted information that's feeding that up. And so Jerry Como actually came out with a new book. I would really encourage you to read it. It's called Blockchain for Business. Jerry is one of my personal heroes in the blockchain space. I was able to spend some time in San Francisco with him a couple weeks ago. His number is 2080. He says it's 20% blockchain and 80% these other things that are going to come out. So I think more and more it's going to be and blockchain. And so my expectation is, and I think this was mentioned before, and I'll reiterate it. You're not going to be talking about blockchain projects. You're going to be talking about projects that are driving value with blockchain feeding in that value. So the last thing I'll say is, there hasn't been a ton of discussion on permission blockchains necessarily in this conference. But, I think it's an important part of what is going on in the blockchain community. And here's one of the most important parts. If you want government entities that are involved in regulation, that are involved in policy, that are involved in legal aspects to be, providing guidance on blockchain, they need to use it. And many of the use cases that are best for government are in the permission blockchain space. So just think about that, right? If you can get a project going on with blockchain, I think it will have personally, in my opinion, I think it'll have an effect on what's going on in the, permissionless and some of the other aspects of blockchain. So appreciate the time. Enjoy the rest of the conference. Thanks.
Up next, we will hear from Sarah Downey, Managing Director at Marsh, a global insurance broker and risk management firm. Sarah is a co-leader of Marsh's Digital Asset Risk Transfer Team, or DART, located in their New York City office. The DART team has successfully placed coverage for a number of blockchain companies, including cryptocurrency exchanges, digital asset merchant banks, digital asset financial services, advisors, blockchain technology incubators, and others. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage, Sarah Downey.
Hi, everyone. It's late in the day, and you saw insurance as the part of the heading, so thank you all for staying. I know when you see insurance, it kind of makes you run, perfect timing to go to the bathroom. But I'm glad you stayed. So I'm really passionate about insurance, and I think you'll be able to see why after I finish talking today. But we are really, really excited to be here to talk to you about why insurance is critical in the advancement of blockchain technology and digital assets. So my name is Sarah Downey. I'm with Marsh. I will explain who Marsh is in a little while. But for now, my plan today is just to cover three things. First, to explain who Marsh is and why we're here. Second, to explain why insurance matters to the advancement of this somewhat new technology and asset class, and actually why you all need insurance. And third, and equally as important, I want to explain why insurance needs all of you. Before I get started, I actually want to address two misperceptions that I've heard over the last few days, and my colleagues are probably sick of hearing me talk about them. So the first, which is the easiest one, is yes, there is insurance products that cover companies working with blockchain technology and digital assets. So that's the easy one. The second one is, contrary to what some people think, insurance does pay claims. And I thought the best way to do that was to try to personalize it for everyone. So I'm going to tell a short story. When I started college, I was a math major. I loved math. I loved numbers. I loved that there was an answer. Everything was black and white. Probably about the end of my freshman year, I decided math wasn't really what I wanted to do. I didn't know what to do, so I switched to psychology as a major. And I would just tell people psychology was so broad, it would apply to anything I decided to do in my future. So come junior year, my parents sat me down and had the inevitable discussion about how I really needed some direction in my life because I wasn't going to be on their payroll forever. And fortunately for me, that conversation coincided with my first constitutional law class. And I had the best teacher, Lee Epstein, in college. So in my con law class, we would have to read a new case or two before every class, and we would have to be prepared to argue both sides of the case. We wouldn't know what side we would be on until we showed up for class the next day. So sometimes plaintiffs would be in the front, sometimes they'd be in the back, sometimes on the left, or sometimes on the right. And what I learned through the whole constitutional law class that semester was that instead of liking things being black and white and always having an answer, I liked being able to figure out how to argue both sides. And also what I learned was that if you are prepared to argue both sides to something, when you actually do have to pick one side to advocate for, your argument is that much stronger because you could predict what the other person on the other side is going to say. So I ended up going to law school, and after law school, I totally randomly fell into insurance. And I was in private law practice, representing insurance carriers. They were all financial lines insurance carriers, which is exactly what I'm here to talk about. So we're not talking about health insurance. There's very little emotion involved. We're not talking about hurting a person because we're not providing coverage. But I fell into this, and we would represent insurance companies, and they wouldn't hire us to help them figure out how to deny coverage for a claim. But they would help us to try to figure out exactly what their contractual obligations were. So the way I look at it, an insurance policy is a contract. And sometimes insurance carriers pay claims because it's black and white. Sometimes they don't if it's black and white. And then there's this huge gray area. And being able to argue, whether you represent an insurance carrier or not, being able to argue why your argument should win is always really a great thing to have to do. So 5 years ago, I left private practice and I joined Marsh, which is an insurance broker. And I now get to advocate for companies like you. So I'm on the opposite side from insurance carriers. And I have seen nothing different than what I expected. The carriers aren't out to deny coverage every time. They're really trying to figure out how to apply the terms of their contract. So I tried to figure out how to make this seem more personal to all of you. So let's say you're a custodian, and we have some type of contract agreement, something in place. I give you my digital assets. A year later, the value goes down. That's fine. I can blame it on the market. That's not your fault. But when I go to withdraw my money, I'm really angry because there's no interest involved. I just get back the value of my coins or currency at the moment. And I ask you for interest. And you show me the terms of our agreement that say, I paid only for you to hold my assets, not for you to put it in some type of interest-bearing account. So just like your business, you don't want to pay for more than you have to pay. Insurers don't want to pay for more than what they have to pay for. So it's kind of the same thing. So that's a long way of saying insurers do pay claims. And in fact, over the last 5 years since I've been at Marsh, I tried to figure out how much I knew that insurance carriers had actually paid for clients that I work closely with. And I tried to figure it out quickly, and my numbers are very, very rough. The number is definitely higher because I really only added in like the bigger payments and things like that. But I calculated that for the clients that I've worked with for the last 5 years, we've collected over $700 million in insurance proceeds for those clients. And I'm pretty sure if I counted all the small payments, the clients that I've forgotten about, I'm pretty sure that number will be way closer to $1 billion. And I'm one person out of about 300 people in my division. And so think about the, the $750 million payment times 300. So the reason I wanted to share those stories with you is because if I can't convince you that insurance pays, or to at least keep an open mind, then the rest of this discussion is going to be meaningless, and I didn't want that to happen. So hopefully at least you can keep an open mind about insurance. So who we are. We're a leading insurance broker. We don't provide insurance coverage. We help clients find the right insurance partners, insurance carriers, clients. Insurance is a form of risk. Are exposed to various forms of liability based on the services they provide. Insurance helps transfer that risk away from the company's balance sheets onto the insurance carrier's balance sheets. Financial and professional lines insurance pays things like defense costs, settlements, judgments, various forms of liability exposure. Marsh, as a broker, helps clients obtain the necessary coverage. Based on your business model, we help you evaluate what coverages you need, how much coverage you need. We talk about policy wording, and we make sure you have what you need to protect your business. We work with public companies, private companies, nonprofits, companies of all different sizes. We've seen it all. But what I am so fortunate to have the opportunity to do, and the reason that I'm actually up here today, is I have learned that when you have a new asset class or a new type of technology, new exposures, you actually have to create an insurance market. So I'm not talking about new insurance carriers, because we have a whole bunch of traditional, old school insurance carriers that we know pay claims and are very financially solvent. But we have to explain to those carriers and educate those carriers about blockchain technology and digital assets, what the real risk exposures are, and if there are any different risk exposures than from a more normal or traditional company or form of currency or assets. So at Marsh, we formed our DART team. We love our acronyms. It stands for Digital Asset Risk Transfer Team. And those of us in this space, there's a team of about 15 of us in the US. We're focused on working with top clients in the digital asset space to help them obtain the coverage they need, but also to educate the insurance market so that we can create capacity for others in the space who will need it eventually. So now moving on to the fun stuff, blockchain technology and digital assets, the top 10 reasons why insurance matters and why you need insurance. So reason number 10, to manage your employee exposure. So unfortunately, with all of blockchain's innovations and benefits, the technology has not solved the employment-related issues that are out there. So think sexual harassment, discrimination, retaliation. And this, of course, is relevant across all types of businesses. But for companies who are new and who are focusing on blockchain and digital assets, they likely have little investment made into their employment-related policies, probably don't have a human resources department. They also probably have smaller balance sheets. Employment claims in general are really easy to file and to bring. Even though the costs of those suits are generally relatively small, they're so high in volume that the numbers add up very quickly. So for a new company, instead of carrying that risk on their balance sheet, why not transfer it to an insurance company's balance sheet? Reason number 9, key individuals need protection too. So here I'm thinking about kidnap and ransom insurance. So this is the most fun type of insurance to talk about, definitely the least fun type of insurance to rely on, because you never hope you're in this situation. But there is actually insurance for kidnap and ransom. So in this space, think about the fact that there's a select group of individuals who hold the private keys or who hold information that control access to digital assets. Plus, think about all the wealth that all these individuals have in the space right now. There is a very high probability that K&R coverage or kidnap and ransom coverage could come in handy one day. It's very affordable coverage. All of the coverages that I'm going to talk about are basically a year K&R coverage you can actually buy for 3 years. And it provides exactly what it says, coverage for kidnap and ransom situations, but a ton of other things like threat response and corporate and personal security experts, things that smaller, newer companies may not already have access to. Reason number 8, it could be required by contract. So here I'm talking about what we refer to as miscellaneous professional liability coverage, or errors and omissions coverage, E&O coverage. So professional liability, or E&O coverage, basically provides coverage for claims arising out of the professional services you provide to your clients for a fee. So there are many contracts that you might have with outside vendors or partners probably require that you purchase E&O coverage. So think about this. If you provide advisory services to startups in this space, if the company you advise were to sue you because your advice was somehow deficient, you would want your own protection. You would want insurance to pay for that claim. You wouldn't want to have to carry that cost by yourself. Similarly, the startup may require that you have your own E&O coverage because if for whatever reason you refuse to pay the claim or you become insolvent, they want to know that there's insurance there as a backstop. Number 7, tech errors happen. Should a digital currency or smart contract not behave as promised, a technology or software developer could face significant liability. The number of these claims has increased in recent years as technology investments have accelerated. And Tech E&O helps transfer the exposure for these type of tech issues from your company's balance sheet to that of the insurance carriers. Number 6, could be required by law or regulation. So depending on the structure of your company, whether you're a trust company, a 40 Act fund, or a broker-dealer, there could be requirements that you obtain certain kinds of insurance. And here we're thinking about types of bonds, whether it's FI bonds or financial institution bonds, ERISA bonds, or surety bonds. Sometimes certain types of insurance may actually be required for your business. Reason number 5, insure against business interruption and other breach issues. Cyber insurance does a number of things, including covering first-party breach, business interruption costs, and breach notification costs. So if you hold PII or personally identifiable information for your customers and there's a breach, cyber insurance could help you. Number 4, protect your customers' assets, and it could also be a great marketing tool. Here we're talking about crime or fidelity coverage, so think theft of assets or hacks. Crime coverage can protect assets in cold, warm, or hot storage, assuming the insurance policy is structured correctly. There's a ton of press about certain companies working with digital assets that use the fact that they have crime coverage as a marketing tool. Please read the policies at issue very, very carefully. They really can protect a customer's assets, but the typical crime policy is actually structured to protect the company who buys the policy's own assets that they're holding. And so the customers tend not to be the lost beneficiaries or payees. So when you see those articles, please do your homework. Protect your personal assets and attract top talent along the way. D&O insurance protects the directors and officers of a company sued if they're sued or involved in some type of regulatory action. It's often referred to as the last line of defense and best form of personal asset protection. So if the company you work for is unable or refuses to indemnify you, and you happen to be sued or involved in some type of regulatory investigation, you don't want to have to start paying your own defense costs. So D&O insurance is there to protect yourself. Plus, it's a great way to attract talent along the way. With newer companies, many of you are focused more on the tech side, so you bring in outside support advisors who have more business experience. Experienced directors oftentimes require D&O insurance, so why not show them that you already have this in place? Protect your balance sheet. D&O insurance can also protect the company itself. If the company does something wrong, if they're sued, if the company is involved in a regulatory investigation. So D&O insurance really protects the individuals and the companies. And finally, the number one reason why insurance matters to the advancement of blockchain technology and digital assets is insurance is involved in every industry. Because it supports growth and innovation. It's involved in every industry out there. Amongst other things, it helps find There's a stringent underwriting process which makes regulators, banks, and investors comfortable knowing that if they're looking at a company that has insurance, someone else tested their procedures and they're comfortable with this company. Banks and outside investors will see you as a better investment if you have insurance, so you can get the capital to do the things you need to innovate and grow. And if there is a loss, you have the safety net to stay afloat and continue to grow where others lag behind. And I've actually seen many companies thrive because they have the support of insurance, and I've seen smaller companies fail because they don't have insurance in place. I'll just quickly touch on why insurance needs you. Insurance underwriters like data. Because this is a new space, new technology, and new assets, there's very little lost data out there. Newer companies have very little financial history, so the underwriters are uncomfortable in the space. And when uncomfortable, insurers act very conservatively. Either they don't provide coverage, they price it really high, or they limit the coverage. And this is where great partnerships come in handy. So we've worked very hard to educate the insurance markets. We've brought in outside law firms to help us through educational events with some of the top US markets and London markets. We've also been fortunate enough to have some amazing clients in this space. Some of you are in this audience who have either helped with our events or through their own underwriting meetings, their own attempt to obtain coverage for themselves. They've really devoted the time to teaching the insurers about their technology and the exposures that are associated with what they're doing. And also with some in the audience too, we've already formed strategic partnerships, and we're in the process of forming a few more, to help work with companies who can help bring data to the insurance market and just more comfort in understanding the technology behind blockchain. So partnerships and relationships go a long way in the insurance industry. Insurance really is vital to growing an industry and business. It helps companies grow. Traditional insurers, like you think AIG, XL, Lloyd's of London, Zurich, for example, those big name insurers are very well funded and they know how to pay claims. What matters most when it comes to insurance is if they'll pay a claim. So there are a lot of new carriers out there who are advertising that they are focusing on the blockchain space. And maybe they are, and maybe they'll be great. But unfortunately, we don't have the history to show whether they'll pay claims, which is really what matters. We also don't know how well funded they are, so how many big claims they can actually pay out before they can't pay any more claims. So we work with the traditional insurers who meet certain financial requirements and will step up and who we know will pay claims. And we can all work together, whether it's with us, whether you work with other brokers or carriers directly, to help shape the underwriting process of those experienced insurance markets when it comes to blockchain and digital asset exposure. Believe it or not, the insurance carriers need you as much as you need them. So please take advantage of that, and we hope to talk to you all soon.
Thank you for that. My name is Kevin Batey, and I have the great pleasure of introducing our next speaker, Terry Culver. I serve as a policy advisor to the Chamber. I'm also a partner at Delta Strategy Group, and I'm also the CEO of a company called Jenga Advisors. And I sometimes get people say, "Oh, Kevin, you wear a lot of hats," and I thought that was true until I got assigned with this task. Terry wears more hats than anybody I know, and they're all very interesting. Terry's the Chief Executive Officer of Digital Finance Group, US, and a general partner in the DFG Fund. Digital Finance Group is a global firm that specializes in blockchain and digital asset investments and operations with more than $1 billion under management. He's also the Senior Advisor at the Columbia University School of International and Public Affairs, CEO of ETC, that's like ETH Class Labs, Blockchain Incubator, and a Director of Matrix Exchange, and a Director of Pioneer Financial Group. He actually has other hats that he wears. I won't go into all of them, or he won't have time to speak, but he's got over 20 years of experience in emerging markets, technology, and enterprise development. So please welcome Terry Culver to the stage. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. That was too kind. Let's get rid of that photo. There we go. Okay. All right. So I'm not going to talk much about our business. If anybody's interested afterwards, I'm happy to give you our spiel. I thought this would be a good opportunity to talk about what we see happening in cryptocurrency in emerging markets. We are a Shanghai-based company with more than 20 years experience there, not only in crypto, but in traditional businesses. And now, given that we're involved in almost every layer of the ecosystem, we feel that we have a good handle what's happening, not so much in the US, but outside the US. I think, the first trend that strikes me is diversification. We can see here that crypto is becoming a global industry. It's largely divided between activity in the US and Asia, other countries adopting. But this perspective, I think, obscures the true character of the market. It is not at all uniform. It is actually quite diverse. It's quite different across regions and countries. And you see very different uses in different locations. And I think that that diversification will continue for a long time. I think you'll see a proliferation of different uses, especially in emerging markets. And so, I would just highlight that we tend to think of it as one unit, as one thing, and it's not at all. The second trend is increasingly policy arbitrage. One reason for the diversification is that policy across the world is very different. It's literally all over the map, from highly regulated or restricted to no regulation whatsoever. There's been a lot of movement in the policy environment recently, with many countries trying to grapple with how to manage risk of this new asset class. However, I don't see any uniform policy across countries emerging anytime soon. In fact, I think it'll become even more diverse. And this will have two consequences. One is that you'll see a more bifurcated industry. Responsible actors will move to high standard policy environments like the US, while other actors will move to jurisdictions with limited policy requirements, lax enforcement, or no policy at all. And the second consequence is that domestic policy is, I think, going to be limited in terms of how much it can influence market behavior. It's a transnational asset that can move between jurisdictions quickly. And while we may regulate exchanges, for example, in the United States in a way that we think is appropriate, the majority of the 500 exchanges in the world at the moment are in unregulated environments. So it poses real challenges for creating a fair marketplace. And this isn't going to go away anytime soon. I think the third trend is immaturity. This is a fast-moving market that is maturing slowly. I sometimes think of it like a running toddler. It's not efficient and it's not rational. And it will be an emerging market for a long time, with all the qualities that you would expect in a traditional emerging market. High volatility, limited pools of capital, information asymmetry, and lagging policy. In the US, over the last year, I think there's been a significant shift of capital away from crypto investing to venture investments that focus on use cases and on-ramps between crypto and fiat. And that I would position as up in the blockchain application layer. However, in emerging markets, the focus is completely different. It's really still concentrated on crypto assets themselves and related businesses. Exchanges, exchange security, wallets, OTC exchanges, and then related businesses like gaming and short-term lending. I think for the foreseeable future, I don't think this focus in emerging markets, and particularly in Asia, is going to change. I don't think there is yet the institutional investment appetite for venture investments. And the focus really is, or the interest really is on crypto as a digital asset. There's less interest in blockchain as a long-term transformational technology. And by the way, this is how we view the blockchain ecosystem and its different layers. And I'm happy to share this with anybody at some point if they like. The fourth trend is really around usage. I think that the use of crypto in emerging markets is fundamentally different than it is in mature markets. Here we often talk about the transformational change that blockchain will bring in the future. This perspective, while enchanting, I think omits a fundamental characteristic of blockchain, which is that its potential, its community, the technological change it represents is actually a result of social changes that have already occurred. So while blockchain may inspire future technological innovations and even economic and social ones, the fundamental change that I see is a social one. It's a different kind of social contract that enables people to transact in a different way, negotiate in a different way, build trust and credibility in a different way, store information in a different way. I think we often take a deterministic view of technological change where we think that there's some sole inventor who creates something and therefore the world changes as a result. I think in this case, at least in emerging markets, necessity has been the mother of invention. And I think in order to understand the potential use of the technology, it's important to understand who's using it and why in those markets. In the US, I think that blockchain, the need is not yet clear. I think it's a solution that's in many ways looking for a problem. We run an incubator, as Kevin mentioned, and we see hundreds of proposals a month from entrepreneurs and investors, and they run the gamut. And you get the feeling that there's this incredible amount of exploration taking place about how this technology could be used. In emerging markets, it's already being used, it's already solving problems. One of those problems is financial inclusion. Some of the highest adoption rates are in countries where you have a relatively high cost of living, high levels of income inequality, you have limited access to the financial sector or to credit, and a stable internet. And so for young people in particular, crypto is viewed as a path to prosperity, as maybe the quickest or only means that they'll have to buy a home or create some kind of long-term financial future. The second is peer-to-peer exchange. In environments where you have high counterparty risk combined with weak institutions and no legal recourse, many people would rather trust a virtual technology than a bank or a financial institution or a third party to settle whatever transaction they're engaged in. And I think this is an important point. You know, you read in the news a lot about the illicit uses of crypto, especially in emerging markets, and that exists, and I don't think we should ignore it. But at the same time, there are lots of quite legitimate uses. And I think identifying and paying attention to those legitimate uses will offer a path forward for viable business and how those uses might be adapted here. I think another use is crypto as a democratic and speculative investment. And those two things go together. It has a relatively low barrier to entry, and it has, interestingly, the perception of control and self-determination. You don't need political connections to buy it. You don't need to compete to get in on the IPO. You don't need friends in high places to buy and sell crypto. And I think, that combined with the investment opportunity that the market has shown to people, at least in the past, it becomes very attractive. And then the last one I would say is financial stability. The highest adoption rates of crypto are in highly volatile political environments. You look at Venezuela, you look at Zimbabwe, places where the currency is highly devalued, it's suffering from hyperinflation, and crypto becomes a reasonable hedge against inflation. So when you get paid, instead of going and trying to buy a TV and waiting all day in line in order to protect your purchasing power, you can buy crypto. It's much easier, it's portable, and easy to liquidate. And so I think this potential use case is one that you're going to see over and over again. And even efforts by governments, Zimbabwe tried this and Venezuela tried this, to issue their own coin or regulate those coins has proven futile. So there's something about the market that escapes the governments in those scenarios and allows people to at least try to achieve some sense of financial stability. And then the last trend I'd like to talk about is adoption. So over the course of 2018, even while crypto prices declined about 80% and the market cap overall declined about 78%, adoption continues to grow. The number of new wallet users over 2018 grew somewhere between 18 and 20% per quarter. And the number of users, both qualified users and unqualified users, continues to grow. Last year, I think it was about a 92% increase of qualified users. That means people who've gone through KYC, probably on exchanges in the US or Europe, and about 63% for unqualified users. And these are folks who don't go through KYC and probably on exchanges in Asia. I think the number of qualified users will certainly increase over time, but the vast majority of new users coming into the market are individuals in emerging markets. And that means to say that, you know, let's not forget that the concentration of activity is outside the US, and I think it will remain so for a long time. And the market activity is really centered on individuals, not institutions. And I don't think that will change anytime soon. I think I'll stop there. We've had a long day. And thank you for your time and attention. And I look forward to seeing you again next year.
I am pleased to introduce our next panel, The Future of Blockchain, where we're delighted to have an impressive group of experts ready to analyze key trends and outlooks impacting the blockchain ecosystem. Richard Levin is the chair of the FinTech and Regulatory Practice at the law firm Polsinelli PC. Rick's has an extensive experience across all aspects of fintech operations, including the blockchain technology and cryptocurrency spaces. Please welcome to the stage our moderator, Richard Levin, and his panelists.
All right. Well, thank you to all of you. It looks like you are the hardcore blockchainers of this conference because you are here at 5 o'clock. So a rousing thank you to all of you. I'm Rick Levine. There we go. I'm Rick Levine. I'm the chair of the FinTech and Regulation Practice at Polsinelli, which is a national law firm. And I have to admit, I've been doing FinTech for 20 years. I got into this 3 years out of law school, quit a job and joined a trading firm that wanted to be a stock exchange, and then worked on Wall Street my whole career building trading platforms. And 8 years ago, when I left Wall Street and had 0 clients moving back to Colorado, I read the Satoshi Nakamoto white paper. And I said, wow, this sounds interesting. Called my dad, a professor of computer science, and he said, yeah, son, sounds pretty cool. Sounds like an Excel spreadsheet in the cloud. So I got into it and started focusing on how the heck this stuff was going to be regulated. So I'm very happy to have a great panel, and we're going to talk about the future of fintech, and we're all going to get to put on our Nostradamus hats, and I'm going to ask each of the panelists to introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Bernadette Kogler. I'm co-founder and CEO of Wristband. We are a data management and predictive analytics firm here in DC. Roughly 2 years ago, 2016 actually, a little longer than that now, we set up an innovation lab at Wristband to focus specifically on data validation tools and process automation tools that ultimately will feed into smart contract and blockchain technology.
Well, I'd like to thank the Chamber and Perry Ann for having me, and Rick for you to be the moderator for this great event. And I really am amazed that you're all here. It's late, so thank you all for being here. I'm Al Lin. I'm the Vice President of Engineering in Cisco. The areas I focus on are innovation, quantum networking, and identity. Prior to this job, I was working in the Department of Defense, former general officer. The last job I had was in the Defense Information Systems Agency. I was running that organization. It's a $24 billion network that interconnects Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marine Corps, runs the G route to the internet, does a number of things with identity, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. Also, cyber defense for all of the Department of Defense. So that's kind of my background.
That's hard to follow.
Yeah.
My name is James Putra. I'm with a company called TradeStation Crypto. You may know the brand TradeStation. The overall brand is an online retail broker focused on direct market access, multiple asset classes, futures, equities, options, futures options. My job under the TradeStation Crypto portion of the company is to lead our charge into the digital asset space. This, like my career in fintech, was kind of an accident. I was running the innovation lab at TradeStation, and we just sort of fell into cryptocurrency. We were talking about this backstage. We were at the MIT Media Lab in 2014, and we saw a presentation on blockchain. In the same presentation, we saw a Skype session where you could shake somebody's hand in Japan. We also saw a camera that could read a book without opening it. So we left there thinking, it's all future Star Trek stuff. We're never going to use this. And I kind of fast forward, we learned how to do mining, we learned how to do custody, we learned how to do trading. And so now they spun me out of the innovation lab, and I'm running the business to actually bring digital asset classes to TradeStation as an overall product offering.
Okay. So it's always instructive just to ask, how many people in the audience after 2 days here know what blockchain is? Just by a show of hands. Okay. And how many of you actually own cryptocurrency, digital assets, illegally offered securities or commodities, whatever you want to refer to it as? As the lawyer, and I promise I don't believe there are any more SEC people here or CFTC people.
They all left.
They all left. They're gone. Okay. So as we talk about this, Bernadette, we hear people, when I got into this 8 years ago, people said, oh my God, this is going to destroy central banks, clearinghouses, stock exchanges, topple governments, cure cancer and solve hunger. And I thought that was a bit pie in the sky dreaming. But do you think that there's a potential for blockchain to disintermediate traditional players in any number of industries? And if so, why?
So I've spent the bulk of my career in the mortgage and structured finance market. So everyone remembers 2007, 2008, and the crumbling of the financial system. So what we deal with in our markets are three main problems, how I think of it. Number one, nobody trusts the lenders. The data is unreliable, and there's a massive misalignment of incentives. So what happens today, in today's world, outside of blockchain, is there's probably, in a typical structured finance transaction, there's probably 15 or more intermediaries or roles that institutions play. Half of those are likely just there solely to validate a piece of data, validate that a document actually exists, that a signature actually exists where it's supposed to be. And all of those intermediaries throughout the process are extracting profits along the way. So what blockchain and automation, we don't think of just blockchain, it's blockchain plus automation, will enable the markets actually to scale. So today, just as an example, a lender will underwrite a loan, a car loan, a mortgage loan, what have you, in the consumer markets, and then an investor wants to purchase that loan either as a whole loan or as a secured asset, a securitized asset. So what they do is they actually pay someone called a due diligence firm to re-underwrite that transaction at an expense of roughly $600 to $1,000 per loan. So it's incredibly inefficient, it's very expensive, and that's just one example of the process. So again, what blockchain will enable ultimately is trusted data, transparency to the end investors, and a scalable business. So we do think what will happen is disintermediation. That will happen. That's not, the reason we're approaching this, the way we think about it, is that securitization can actually finally achieve what it was ultimately intended to do in a scalable way, which is the redistribution of credit risk.
So, I'm going to show my age. I remember my wife's first job out of college was the Resolution Trust Corporation, when all the savings and loans failed. And a lot of people got paid a lot of money right out of college to just crunch documents. If we put this stuff on blockchain, do you think that's going to help to relieve some of that, need for that type of work? Are we going to automate it all? Is it going to be more efficient in the future if we have another type of failure like the S&L failure or the financial crisis in
So
2008.
to the extent that you actually have a single source of truth,
Mhm.
then it will certainly help. It's not going to solve every remediation issue that continues to exist. So I'm not suggesting there won't be a need for accountants or lawyers, right? But roles will change. So a corporate trust, for example, or a document custodian may change their role or how they process documents. A lot of automation will solve those things. So in today's world, the private label mortgage-backed securities market has not. It's still practically non-existent, I believe, largely because there is no trust in the system or between counterparties, and it's inefficient. So when you think about housing finance specifically, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac here in DC, as you all know, they are paid by investors to guarantee mortgage credit risk. So what most people might not focus on is that fee today, called the guarantee fee, is roughly 55 to 56 basis points. 10 years ago, pre-crisis, it was 15. So when you begin to think about the combination of where housing finance is today and extracting those excessive costs out of the private label market, it begins to look really interesting what could happen in mortgage finance.
It's funny that you mentioned getting rid of lawyers. I tell young lawyers in my firm that for those of you that remember the old Star Trek, the young men usually in the red suits who were vaporized by the aliens, I tell the associates that we actually don't need them. Technology is going to replace them, but we need them to keep our insurance costs down. So the older, fatter lawyers in the firm, which now include me, that we hire them in order to help bring our insurance costs down. But I do see that type of disintermediation coming to the legal profession and other industries. But as we look at this, James, will traditional financial markets, if we're talking about disintermediation, we're talking about change, are traditional financial markets and the digital asset markets going to come closer together? Are they both going to evolve separately? How do you see that shaping up in the next couple of years?
So I think it's an interesting question. If you look at the promise of blockchain, we thought this was going to create a parallel financial system and basically shut everything down. And a lot of people ran down that direction to try to create this alternative financial system. And it turns out it didn't shut it down. It turns out it turned to be a great incubator for this technology and this knowledge base. And what happened was all these people ran down a path to create a financial system. They realized that they weren't able to do it without the domain knowledge of the traditional financial system. So what do? They pulled all the talent out of Wall Street, or as much as they could get. And at the same time, the main Wall Street banks and financial institutions realized that things are changing. Markets are moving 24 hours a day. Asset silos are not going to be really well received in the future. The new customers are coming in expecting to be able to have access to asset classes around the world. And so they need to change. They're losing talent. They need to evolve. So to your question, I think they come together and they are codependent on each other for survival. The new financial system needs Wall Street and big banks to be able to validate as well as provide expertise. And then the Wall Street needs the innovation of the blockchain to be able to drive out costs and make things more transparent. To your point about the mortgage finance, if you look at what happened in 2008, the banks are moving things off their balance sheet, reporting earnings and moving it back on. That can't happen. I mean, we need to be able to trust in that, and providing some level of information on blockchain and some type of transparency will definitely help that. In terms of how this is going to evolve, if you look at the digital asset space now, I think you heard from Fidelity today. TradeStation also we're here talking today. Ameritrade's also getting in this space. So together, those are three major retail brokers in the US. We represent about $2.2 trillion in customer assets. It's changing the way that the market structure works. So when somebody wants to work with us, if they're a market maker or an exchange, we're not going to work with you if you want us to communicate with you over Skype. It just doesn't work. Like our brands, we are expected to provide a specific type of experience to the customer. So we require a few different things. We're forcing evolution in the marketplace, whether that be technology or communication. We're causing fees to go lower because it's not the primary business for us. So we have other business lines. We are working to make things much more approachable for the larger customer audience, because it's our responsibility to make sure that things are some level of stability. That some of these are stable for customers to be able to access. So I think it comes together. We come up with a harmonic future, and we move forward in a
So we're all going to
Utopian way.
come together and sing in harmony.
I don't think
the
it's
crypto community and the traditional financial services firms will be arm in arm skipping down the road.
It might be a love-hate relationship.
Will we hear some CEOs calling it rat poison, garbage, and then not realizing that their own trading desks are actually trading digital assets?
And creating other coins.
And creating their own. I just wanted to see if you think that's going to continue. Or do you think, we were talking off stage. I think we both got into the industry in the 90s when electronic trading really got going. Mm-hmm. Do you think it's going to look like that? Do you think we're going to see, we're maybe in the second inning of this baseball game, and that 3, 4, 5 years from now, we're going to see many traditional financial services firms not just being involved with groups like the Chamber or R3, but actually embracing it as part of the backbone of their business?
I think they're going to have to, although it's really hard as an established player to integrate some of this technology. We've met a lot of really amazing projects that can revolutionize our business, take a lot of costs out, but they're incredibly expensive to integrate. It's like a spine replacement for us. So I think it's hard for a traditional player to adopt and integrate. It's going to be fantastic for an upstart to get involved and really create more efficient organizations. That's going to put a lot of pressure on the established financial system to move down that direction if we want to stay viable. But it's got to evolve over time.
So Al, you ran major infrastructure and networks for the United States government. And despite what people say, being an Air Force brat, I will say the military actually is more agile and nimble than people give it credit for. But looking at the closest analogy, I think, to large corporations, big investment banks and insurers and et cetera, trying to figure out, can they actually tear the guts out of their infrastructure and replace it with something new? Or is this something that is going to have to be an evolutionary process that's going to take years to implement that type of technology?
So if you're talking about a very large enterprise, it's going to take years because there's just so much equipment that you'd have to work through. But that doesn't mean you couldn't make some incremental changes to the way you run things. The size of the network I was working had 3.4 million users on it. Had 1 billion attacks a day, hackers. So the two scariest things on a very large network are hackers and then people with elevated privileges on the network, so your admins. Because both, if they don't, well, one's going to try to hack you and destroy something on the network. The other one might make a mistake on the network that could still cause you issues. And of course, all the digital currency, everything that you've got runs on the network, right? So all of it matters, all of it plays. But so how do you bring accountability to that type of function? So we had about every 6 minutes there was 1,000 changes to the network. Okay, there was all on logs, millions and millions of changes on logs. Now find the needle in the haystack for a problem. So there's some things you care about more than other things. Configuration, for example, the configuration of the system, the devices on the network. You could absolutely use blockchain to create a lock on a good configuration, such that if it's changed, now you know who changed it. Mm-hmm. And you'll be able to catch the admin that did the good thing or not, or you'll be able to catch the hacker because they were not authorized to be in that configuration. So I mean, that's just one example of some of the things that you could use blockchain for. If you wanted to actually track the network and where it went and how some transaction happened, and you wanted to make sure it didn't go to an unfriendly country, let's just say, it would be the truth that you needed all the way through the network to map that, to say, no, it didn't go through that country, so the chances of that hack that you talk about didn't actually happen. It might have been an admin. Go back and look at go back and look and see if that was actually the case. Or just the fact that somebody gets elevated privileges, because a hacker will come into your network and they'll try to get a password and then elevate their privileges so that they can change a configuration on the network, for example, using the same example. Well, if you see the fact that they've gotten elevated privileges and you had blockchained that, well, then you know the change has taken place. And then everybody's informed, then you can go look quickly. And so there's a lot of interesting capabilities that are more than financial, but impact finances on the network.
But I know this is an area of your interest, which I believe is identity.
Right.
And putting identity on blockchain.
Right.
Are we getting to the point where if we start putting identity and information of various types used by the military and health insurers and everybody else on blockchain, not to sound like a fan of sci-fi, but when do, and assuming we have algorithms monitoring all of these changes on the network that you were talking about, because I doubt you had human beings. We're not talking about the Chinese military tracking every change to the network. So you probably had algorithms tracking all of this and looking for outliers and alerts. When do we get to the point where we're using identity effectively? And what are the risks if we're putting identity on blockchain?
Yeah, so I think, so I'll coin a phrase and say that right now everybody's excited about the cloud. I think the next big thing is identity-centric networking, where your identity actually drives what happens on the network and how you interact with the network. Your identity is the thing that gets you on the network. It's actually kind of the original sin of the network, of the internet. Without identity, then hacking became a possibility because you could be anonymous and run on the network. The loss of PII, the ability to hack into finances, all of that lives because there's no identity. Once you get an assured identity, then you can actually go through the network as a known quantity and you're accountable now. So you get to hack once, and then with assured identity, you have those factors to prove you are who you say you are. One of the last projects I worked on was getting a 7-factor identity on what we thought would be the most ubiquitous device, which is your cell phone. And we had facial recognition, voice recognition, your gait, the assured network, assured GPS, so your location could be fenced. All those things could add up to a score that would be your trust score. And then you would know you are who you say you are. And as you entered the network, then you're accountable for all your actions on the network. So that was going to be the replacement of the 2-factor CAC card or PIV card, for those that know what that is.
So I'm not going to ask how many people in the audience actually believe in permissionless versus permissioned blockchains. I don't see anybody wearing hoodies or metal hats here in the audience. So, but to the panel, is it really a blockchain if it's permissionless? I mean, permissioned? Or is it, are you going to side with the people on the crypto, I would call the crypto orthodoxy side, who believe that a network that is a permissioned blockchain really isn't a blockchain? Just out of curiosity, what do you guys think?
For me, it's a tool to get a job done. And I think that if you have a good use case, you can use it in either way. I wouldn't say that I'm a purist by the sense of even just looking at my responses. I think we're going to hold hands and skip down the road. So you got a good use case, use the right tool. That's how I would answer the question.
Anybody else?
I mean, we think about just permission blockchain. So, you know, operating in large financial institutions, highly regulated, with compliance costs that are still rising, it's hard to imagine in the next 2 decades that will be permissionless. I don't know, maybe in 3 decades, but not in the foreseeable future. So
I'm just tying identity to the application through blockchain, and then you've got what you need to back up anything you want to do, either legally or any kind of accountability. So I think
we have a little,
kind of like what you said. It has to do with the use case that you've got set for it.
We have a little time, so I'm going to ask, and I don't know if you will be able to answer. What keeps you all up late at night? What are you worried about in working in this space for your own firm or for your clients? You know, what I can tell you what keeps me up late at night and also pays the bills: regulators. That's what worries me, which is my clients are brilliant entrepreneurs. They build something, or they're big banks. They're terrified about reputational risk or being sued or having to go give sworn testimony. But what worries all of you in this space?
I mean, I don't know that I would say worry per se, but I think when I think about adoption, I think human beings are the ones that get in the way of progress. So there are human beings, and I mentioned misalignment of incentives, that don't really like change. They don't really want to change. They like their day job and they just want to continue doing things the way they've always done it, which perhaps presents opportunities for new startups, but there are plenty of very large financial institutions that don't think that way also. But it would be nice to see more people getting on board and thinking in an innovative way. And I agree with my fellow panelists here. It's not just blockchain. Let's go run and implement blockchain technology. It presents an opportunity for a new way of thinking. So again, we operate in structured finance, which is about redistribution of credit risk. So when you think about automation, tokenization of loans, as well as securities, you can begin to see a path where financial institutions emerge that really want to participate in a very major way in the redistribution of consumer credit risk. And that actually goes to some of the identity technology that is happening today. And it's going to be a very interesting decade to see what evolves and how it evolves.
I think what keeps me up at night is that the world at large is not ready to self-custody their own assets, which means they're going to rely heavily on the financial system, whether that be traditional or upstart financial systems, at least in the near term. And what concerns me the most is that we lose assets, and you have a very high-profile asset loss. If it's Fidelity or TraceStation or Coinbase, some kind of massive breach there would really deteriorate the trust which financial institutions are based on right now, and that would have a massive negative impact on our progress as an industry.
Al, any concerns?
Yeah, so for me, what keeps me up late at night is the fact that there's literally millions of people that don't have an identity. And there's an opportunity here for us to change that so they could enter the world and make a difference. I'm concerned about the sovereignty of my identity and all of our identity. I mean, our identity is being traded and bought and sold out on the network, and I have no say on that. That to me is very concerning, and we have an opportunity to fix that with identity and blockchain. I think it could be a really big, bold move that we could go for if we just kind of put it together and run.
All right, lightning round. I'm going to ask you all to put on your Nostradamus hats, show that you're prescient, and predict the future. Which industries do you think by 2025 will most aggressively embrace blockchain? Will it be automotive, aviation, identity, insurance, healthcare, mortgage, shipping and logistics, structured finance, or traditional financial services? Who do you think, Bernadette's going to be the leader, the vanguard of embracing blockchain?
I actually think identity is actually at the forefront, right? I do think, though, that structured finance and other, lending institutions and investors are, I mean, we see it today. It's happening now. It's not actually in the future. It's just a matter of how it will evolve and when it becomes mainstream.
Great. James, what do you think?
So the money right now is flowing into fintech. That's what is evident in the trends. I happen to think that the companies that stand to lose the most are going to be like the Facebooks, the Googles, and they will do a lot of activity to try to preserve their business model or recreate themselves in the blockchain for survival in the future.
Al?
Yeah, so I have to give kudos to Anoop over there because I think that blockchain is going to run into networks here really, really quickly. And that's going to tie to identity. And I mean, IDC did a study and they said that that's going to be a huge growing part of the future. $27 billion in 2027, I think is what they said. So there's a huge future there.
Well, I'm hoping it's the legal profession, so I get to play a little more golf and ski a little bit.
There'll be a lot of legal in that, I'm
There
sure.
we go. So we have time for a couple questions. I know we're at the end of the event, but if you have questions, please raise your hand. There are microphones floating around, but if we don't want to wait, you can just yell out your question, and I will try to repeat it in an intelligent manner. Any questions? Up front, please.
I have a bit of a provocative question. Because we talked through this forum about a lot of identity and the idea that, how do we create as much licit activity as possible on the blockchain to support the financial services and instruments and the things that we can build. So is the fundamental flaw in money that it's fungible? Should all money be non-fungible?
Should all money be non-fungible? Anybody care to take that?
Sounds like a legal question.
Yeah.
I laugh when regulators tell me, oh, we think that, Bitcoin's anonymous or digital's anonymous. I go, actually, it's a pseudonym. And second, it has a wonderful audit trail. Once you crack who the person is, it's pretty easy to track. So if you're planning on being a criminal or a money launderer, I'm not advising you to do this, but traditional currency is probably a better mechanism for doing it. So by that definition, if you're saying that maybe a lack of a change in the fungibility of currency and making it something that's more easily tracked could have some benefits, I think if you talk to the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, part of the Treasury and other regulators around the world, they might say, yeah, we agree with you. Creating a mechanism where we can track currency movements more efficiently rather than traditional currency wouldn't be a bad thing. So that may be a bit provocative, but I think they could agree with you. Other questions?
I have one comment on that. I'm sorry. I think that maybe from a regulator perspective, absolutely, but from a person who travels the world, I need a currency that isn't just stuck here in the US. I need to be able to invest in assets that are around the world. If I want to buy an apartment in Tokyo, I shouldn't have to get murdered on the transfer over there. So the mass market demands this, that they have some type of fungibility in their value units.
Fair enough. Other questions in the audience up front?
James just mentioned that blockchain is being disruptive to a lot of the current giants like the flag. What do you think they would do to keep their current position, and do you think they would succeed at doing that? Thanks.
I don't actually know what they would do. I hope maybe one of our panelists will do, but I think let's look at what they're currently doing is they're aggregating a lot of information and they're using that as inside their walled gardens as their value. So how do they deal when identity and data gets put on the blockchain? They're going to have to figure out how they can monetize that and maybe enable the individual to monetize their data. So instead of Facebook making all of the money on your data, maybe they're sharing some of that revenue with the customer. That is one way that they could engage, but I'm not really sure how they're going to accomplish that.
Other questions? Do we have any other questions? All right. Well, we do have one over there. One last question.
Neil Wasserman from Georgetown University. One of the issues that actually comes up in my class is the localization of the rules governing blockchain. And I wondered if you would have a prediction, if we are to achieve fungibility, interoperability, all those good things, there will have to be some concurrence in terms of the rules of the road, in terms of what is allowed and what isn't. Do you have a prediction on the future of how the global system of blockchain governance might converge?
I think it's very difficult to ask regulators to stop doing what they're empowered by their legislative bodies to do, which is to protect their citizenry, oftentimes to promote financial soundness and market efficiency. I do think you see in various industries, whether it's insurance or the automotive industry or aviation, or in the financial markets like lending and the bond markets, that industry groups do help bring some level of standardization across jurisdictions. And I think that's where we will probably go over the next couple years. But with that, we have to say thank you all very much. Please join me in thanking my fellow panelists. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Great job. Thank you. Great job for that. Thank you, Rich. So we have saved the best for last. Our next speaker can deliver his remarks in English, Spanish, Portuguese, and Mandarin. This is truly a global ecosystem and drawing upon some of the best and brightest around the world. Eric Bethel is the executive director of the World Bank, where he represents the United States on the board of the World Bank. He has 25 years of experience in finance as an investment banker and in private equity. He's been focused on emerging markets. He has executed private equity transactions in China, Latin America, the United States, and now he turns his attention and his expertise in promoting programs at the World Bank. I first had the opportunity to meet Eric earlier this year, and his understanding, his depth, and his appreciation for blockchain is truly inspiring. Please help me welcome Eric Bethel.
That was very nice. Can you guys hear me? In the back also? All right, Perry Ann, thanks. I think you put me in the higher tax bracket. No, wait a second. I work for the government, so no, that you didn't. I want to first of all, I have to couch my statements very, and the World Bank legal team and U.S. Treasury legal have been very very strict about what I say and can't say. So I have to preface everything by saying that the comments I make are my own and they don't reflect Treasury or the World Bank. But so having said that, let me provide a little bit of context and background on what we do. The right? Yep. The slides came from our World Bank Group technology team, so I may skip through a few of those and focus on the things that are important. But the first thing I wanted to talk about is what is the World Bank? And then, once we understand that and we can frame a certain problem set, then we can say, all right, how can blockchain help solve some of the problems that the World Bank has? So the World Bank is a multilateral development bank. What that means is you've got a bunch of shareholders. It was founded by the United States after World War II. And the World Bank deploys something like $80 billion every year in emerging markets. And the point of the World Bank is to solve the major problem of getting people out of poverty. So in a nutshell, that's what we do. I represent the U.S. We're the largest shareholder, and we care very deeply about making sure that whatever the World Bank does, it's held accountable to very high standards. And frankly, we're working in places that don't have those standards. So when I came into the bank, I thought to myself, what an interesting way to use distributed ledger technology in this institution, and how can this institution solve a given set of problems? Not all are going to be solved by blockchain, but how can blockchain solve some of those? And I'm going to get into that here in a sec. So I talked a little bit about what the World Bank does, and when I arrived at the bank, there were, in true World Bank fashion, there were 6 or 7 different World Bank initiatives, and I spent a little bit of time interacting with all of them. There was one initiative to look at traceability of fishing. So if you're fishing tuna in Indonesia, you RFID it and you can track it all the way to the table. And you can make sure that the fishing is done and using geolocation, it's done in a sustainable way. And I thought, well, that's an interesting idea. But is there more? And so this, generally speaking, is what we're trying to do. We're trying to promote transparency around the world, and blockchain can definitely help do that. We can solve some development challenges like corruption more effectively, and we can also progress on our sustainable development goals. So why are we looking at blockchain for development? One of the things that we're working on are marketplaces for natural resources, and I'm going to go a little bit into that in further slides. But furthermore, there are a lot of unbanked individuals that we can help bring into the system. So today, for example, I met with the finance minister of an African country, I won't say which, but they have rampant inflation, they have a number of currency-related issues and financial problems and so forth. And guess what? About maybe 20% of the country uses bricks and mortar banks, but 90% of the country uses a cell phone, and they transfer money around on cell phones. So there are, in certain parts of the world, technology is actually leapfrogging everything that we do here. And so we say to ourselves as the World Bank, how can we put ourselves in a situation where we can blockchain enable and take things in some of these countries that went from no landline telephones to a digital world. But looking at the statistics, there are about a third of the world, so 2 billion of the adult population, around 2 billion, 1.8 billion or so, that are unbanked. And so therein lies an opportunity. And when it comes to governance and accountability, there's yet another element where we can leverage blockchain. Now, this is more in the auspices of the UN and other agencies, but what if you could have elections posted on a blockchain, and you can eliminate fraudulent elections? I'll move on. So this is another initiative that we worked on. So the way the World Bank operates, simplistically speaking, is like this. We issue bonds. We borrow money at, believe it or not, very low rates. Believe it or not, LIBOR minus. So roughly LIBOR minus 13 basis points. And central banks buy World Bank bonds. And we in turn take that and we loan it to emerging markets economies at LIBOR plus 30 to 50 basis points. And we live on that spread, right? So we think to ourselves, how can we lower our cost of borrowing? And so this was an experiment, right? A very small bond. It was $110 million that we listed in Australia. And these were 5 investors that purchased the bond. Now, what the bond did, it's called Bond I, and it's a blockchain-enabled bond, but we're still working at the details. What we blockchained was the custodial, some of the more back office elements of the bond. It's small, and if you looked at this versus and by the way, there's no secondary market for it, so people aren't buying and selling this bond yet. But what we want to do is we want to grow this initiative so that at some point down the road, there will be a secondary market for World Bank blockchain-enabled bonds. And I'd be curious to know if you take one of our bonds that's blockchain-enabled, where the transaction costs are a lot lower because they're now embedded in the blockchain, the custodial and a lot of the other back office stuff, and compare it to a bond with a similar tenor in a similar market, how they would perform. But we will see. But that's Bond I. We can talk about tokenization. One of the things that I'm trying to work on, and this slide has some elements of that, but consider the following. Right now, the World Bank wires $200 million to pick a country in whatever, in Africa. We wire $200 million, and it's to build a road. That money goes to the finance ministry. The finance ministry takes the money and gives it to the infrastructure ministry. The infrastructure ministry hires a contractor to build the road, and they in turn hire subcontractors and so forth. Along the way, something happens. We call it leakage. And you can take that for what it is. But not all the money goes into building the road. So what about this? And this is one of the things that my office is trying to put forth. What if instead of loaning that government $200 million, what if we wired the $200 million worth of World Bank tokens? So the government now receives the World Bank tokens, it goes to the infrastructure ministry, it goes to the general contractor and the subs and so forth. And everybody along the way is getting paid in tokens. At some point, you have to convert to fiat currency, obviously. So you do that at the World Bank office, and somebody comes in, and because you have thumbprints and biometric scanners and iris scanners, if you can verify that you are who you say you are, right? I'm the electrical contractor. Here's who I am, and you can prove it. Well, you get your money. But if you are the president's sister's friend and you come in with a 20 million bucks, well, maybe you don't. And so the idea here is the World Bank's going to be able to do two things. Number one, you can trace where exactly the money goes and to make sure it's being spent in the most efficient way possible. And the second thing you're doing is you're making sure that the people that are getting paid are those that should be getting paid. And so you can then eliminate or dramatically reduce that leakage or friction. We can go through that. Let's keep going here. Back. I think this thing is kind of stuck. Well, it's not the last one. We have another one. Actually, what we'll do is we'll go through the last bullet point here. This is another project we're working on. Does anybody here in the audience, have you ever heard of Hernando de Soto? Ring a bell? Okay. So Hernando came to visit me in my office, and he's all about land titling and land reform. But he said, okay, in Peru, I have a really, really big problem. And here's the problem, and maybe tokenization can help solve this. The problem is this. So you have people that live on the surface of the land. The way the Peruvian and frankly most countries in the world operate is that the people that own the surface of the land don't necessarily own what's below it. Right? So Newmont Mining, in the case of Peru, goes and purchases the concession of gold that's underneath the surface. It's a gigantic gold mining concession. They purchase that, but then they have to get the top layer. So what they do is they buy all the little landowners around that area. It's in a fairly remote part of Peru. This is a true story. So what happens is this. The landowners get purchased. They were farming potatoes, and now the land has been converted into a mine. So then Newmont goes to Wall Street, hires Morgan Stanley or Goldman Sachs. They raise $2 billion. They get a mine running, and they're doing it admittedly in the right way. They have proper tailings facilities, they have proper employment contracts, they built a school and a road. But then a group of, let's call them troublemakers, say to the local population, it could be NGOs, it could be whomever, community leaders, and they say, hey, you guys got a raw deal, you surface landowners. This mining company's just come in and they're making billions of dollars off of your, poor, you poor people. And so the former landowners say, wow, I did get a raw deal here. What am I going to do about it? And they get together and they block access to the mine. They block the roads. So that's problematic. Fast forward 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, the mine is stopped. Nothing can get in or out. And all of a sudden you have a very big problem for Newmont Mining. And Newmont says, hey, look, I did everything right. I purchased the land, I did my corporate social responsibility, etc. I even bought the land from the people at fair market prices, right? I didn't gouge them. I paid whatever was fair. But the reality is this. The poor person sitting in Peru sees billions of dollars going out the door and doesn't feel like he or she got anything out of it other than the land sale. So that's the problem. Oh, wait, it gets worse. If it could possibly get worse. Illegal miners now that Newmont's gone, illegal miners go with a backhoe and a shovel and an excavator, and they start digging everything up. And how you mine for gold and how you extract the gold itself from the ore is you cook it with mercury. So, and then after you've done that, you dump all the mercury on the ground, and it's toxic forever to the environment. Then the next people come by, the narco money launderers, and they say, hey, you're producing gold. Let me give you money, dollars, and you give me the gold. It's a great way of laundering money. So now you have this horrible ecosystem, and you look back and you say, how did we get here, right? We shouldn't be in this situation. So, blockchain. What Hernando came to me and explained this problem, and then we went to the World Bank Innovation Lab that has a blockchain division, and we said, what can we do here? So what we're doing now is we're working on, let's call it a royalty token. So imagine now the Peruvian government issues a royalty token that enables the token holder to get a certain percentage of the royalties of the mine. And so the Peruvian government issues these, they keep some. They issue them to Newmont. Then Newmont distributes them to all of the stakeholders, to that poor, potato farmer, to the community leaders, to the NGOs, to whomever, right? And now everyone is incented for this mine to work, and people feel like they actually own something. Because in the past, what happened is the royalties would go to the Peruvian government, and then the Peruvian government would send it to the municipality, and the municipality would, who knows? There was leakage all along the way. So now the person on the ground has a stake in the mine working. So we're working on a tokenization, a product where we tokenize the royalties of mining companies. And by Hernando's own estimation, there's something like 120, the numbers are a lot of zeros here, $120 trillion of value that's trapped beneath the Earth's surface, that if it were properly harnessed, it could do a lot of good for the communities, for the mines, for the government, etc. And if the World Bank can play a role in being a neutral arbiter of this, it would be fantastic. So look, these are some of the things that we're working on. It's very, very early days, and I represent just one shareholder of the World Bank, and there are 189 countries that comprise the World Bank, and there are 25 board seats. So I'm just one, but I'm very incented to make sure that that the United States is a thought leader, and that we're constructive in helping the World Bank solve all of its problems, and there are very many problems that we can solve, and blockchain could be one of a series of solutions to the problem set that we face. I'll stop here because I'm at 0, and I'm happy to take questions, or how does the process work? All right, does anybody have a question? Yep.
Why Australia? When do you think you'll see secondary market trading in the bond?
Okay, the question was why Australia, and when do we see secondary market trading? The short answer is it just happened. It was serendipitous. The Commonwealth Bank of Australia and the World Bank got together and they said, hey, why don't we do this? And it was just one of those things that happened. They do expect to have secondary trading. I have heard that in the next 6 months, they expect that these bonds will trade, but keep in mind there are only 5 owners of this, of Bond I. So I'm not sure how much liquidity there's going to be. Plus, it's really small. But the next go around, the next Bond I is going to be $1 billion, and this is going to be bigger. So.
And why was the minimum denomination so big?
The minimum denomination because there were only 5 buyers. Yeah.
So a question for when you go to these emerging markets, how will you educate the folks of this token that you're going to be giving them?
So that's a great question. When the last time Hernando came to Washington, it was a snow day. It was the first big snow day we had. I remember it was a couple months ago, and we were supposed to have a seminar at the World Bank, and we couldn't do it because everything was snowed out. So we got on his iPhone, and we stood behind a tree with a bunch of snow on it, and we said, "Dear followers of Hernando, we're very sorry that we can't watch the podcast at the World Bank and so forth." And there were like 2 million people that saw us next to that tree in the snow in Peru. So what Hernando has done is he's used intelligently. And for somebody and I say this with great respect, of his generation, he's mobilized Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and believe it or not, people in the rural parts of Peru have iPhones and Twitter accounts. So it may sound hard to believe, but it's true. So that's how you get people to understand how it works. And look, let's not underestimate that technology can springboard the traditional infrastructure. Take, for example, today in Venezuela, a country that's literally on the edge of the abyss. People are buying milk with Bitcoin because they have 1.7 million% inflation every year. So until that stabilizes, they're going to use something else. And so some of the biggest Bitcoin users in the world, in Latin America certainly, are in Venezuela. So, anybody else? Yeah.
I'm curious, what are the the technology stacks that the World Bank is using, and are your technical teams considering technical partnerships with anybody out there?
Okay, I'll answer that by saying I don't know. I'm a finance guy. But what I will say is, if any of you out there in the audience are technologists and you're interested in giving me your card, I'll put you in touch with our blockchain lab and with our technology team. But the bank has 18,000 people around the world, and so the technology division within the bank are not just our IT and our CTO folks, but the blockchain lab. They're very sophisticated, so I'm happy to put you in touch with them. Anybody else? All right, we're good to go. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, well, thank you, Eric. It's great to see your leadership on the board at the World Bank. It's great to have such a champion for blockchain at your level, and I appreciate the thought that you have put into in terms of driving a strategy for blockchain at an institution as important and as powerful as the World Bank. So this concludes our program for this year. What an amazing 4th annual DC Blockchain Summit. Thanks to everyone who has joined us for the program. I want to thank all of our sponsors. And I have actually a long list of thanks. So I will go through these, but there has been a ton of people who have given their time and their talents to make this possible. First and foremost, I want to thank John Jacobs from Georgetown University for this partnership. John has been, and Rena have been such great advocates of ours, and you give us such a great platform to foster an important conversation around the policy challenges that blockchain faces, and we're proud to be here, and we're proud to have you as a partner. And I want to thank the rest of the staff at Georgetown, from Jessica Dibfast, Stephanie, and Molly, for all the help in coordinating all the logistics. I want to thank the Podium Arts team, especially Joseph, Kate, and Dory. They're doing all of this, and they're back in the booth there now, so thank you for running production. I want to thank the new entity team in the Grove, Jacqueline and Ginger, for doing all of our branding and marketing. I want to thank our MC, Cindy. Thank you so much for coming and being here again. And I also want to thank the Chambers team, and I think they're here. So if you're part of our team, please stand up so we can properly acknowledge you. Marie Knowles, Ethan Brady, Aaron Ball, Paul Brigner, Andrea Hall, Dan Spooler, Amy Kim, Div Pandya, Patrick South, Eric Fidel, John Boring, Tanya Woods, Jenny, Sarah, Robin. Thank you, each of you. I also want to thank our extended team, the team at Delta, Kevin, FS Vector, John Collins, and John Besha, and John McMickle. So thank you to everyone who's participated in this, make it happen, supported us, and has made this the event that it is. One last announcement from the Chamber. The DC Blockchain Summit, the 5th annual DC Blockchain Summit, will be back here at Georgetown University next year. And we will be here March 11th and 12th, and we'll be celebrating our 5th year anniversary. So save the date. We hope to see you all back next March.